Chapter 64. Ji Yang didn't stay in the small restaurant for too long, because the guards of the Marquis's mansion came. Ji Yang didn't let them disturb Ji Jiao, and said goodbye to Ji Jiao in a soft voice. Looking at his receding figure and thinking of his modest and polite appearance, Ji Jiao's little heart couldn't bear it any longer. He had the looks, the family background, and was so gentle and polite. He was such a perfect little sweetheart. Why did God want to torture him? The modest and polite little sweetheart, as soon as he got into the carriage of the Marquis's mansion, his smile disappeared and his hostility was fully revealed. His eyes were cold, and he was a completely different person in front of Ji Jiao. The man in black who was stunned by Ji Jiao's stick had already returned to Ji Yang's side with his companion. The two tried to reduce their presence and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They had seen how shameless the young master could be. How could he be so good at pretending? If you have the ability, you can also pretend to be a little sweetheart in front of the Marquis and master who was that annoying person who was so irritable all day? Strictly speaking, they were negligent today, but the young master didn't even say a word of punishment. They could see that he was in a good mood. If that was the case, would it be time to tell him the news? Why aren't you leaving? What's the matter? Ji Yang asked with disdain. The two exchanged glances, and finally the man in black who was stunned by the stick said, "Master who is on his way." Ji Yang's aura suddenly became cold. After a while, he reached out his hand, painting. The two tacitly handed over an antique painting that master who had treasured. Ji Yang grabbed it and tore it up. On the other side, Ji Jiao was also about to leave. Today's dishes were very delicious. Ji Jiao bought a bowl of stewed pork knuckle with rock sugar and a bowl of braised meatballs with soy sauce. She paid a deposit of 50 copper coins and went to the shop to get 2 jars. She planned to bring them back to her family. But just as she walked out of the small restaurant with the jar in her arms, a horse galloped past. The rider waved a whip in his hand and rudely drove away the crowd on the street. In order to avoid his whip, one of the aunties staggered forward and bumped into Ji Jiao's jar. Ji Jiao's jar fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. The soup and pork knuckle meatballs spilled all over the floor. Soon, another woman stepped on it in a panic. Ouch! The auntie's feet slipped and she almost fell. Ji Jiao reached out and pulled her to the side. After the auntie realized what was going on, she hurriedly apologized to Ji Jiao. "I'm sorry, miss. I didn't mean to. Every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. She wasn't to blame for this. If anyone was to blame, it should be the man who rode the horse on the street." The man turned a deaf ear to the chaos he caused. He didn't even look at Ji Jiao. Ji Jiao narrowed her eyes. When he waved the whip again and brushed past her, Ji Jiao grabbed his whip. Then, without giving the other party a chance to negotiate, she unceremoniously pulled him down from the carriage. The man fell heavily to the ground, and the horse left his hand, galloping away and disappearing. He was a martial artist. This fall wasn't a big deal. He only suffered some minor injuries. But he was very angry. Who was so bold to pull him down from the horse on the street? He suddenly rushed towards Ji Jiao. Ji Jiao took the whip in her hand and lashed at him, sending him flying. He crashed into the carriage behind. The carriage shook violently. The young girl in the carriage lost her balance and her head hit the wall of the carriage. She cried out in pain. At this moment, the carriage was forced to stop. The man who was sent flying by Ji Jiao crawled up from the ground in fear and knelt by the side of the carriage. He cupped his hands and said, "Your subordinate is guilty. Please punish me, Marquis." Ji Jiao frowned strangely. "Marquis?" In the carriage, Marquis Ji supported his daughter who had hit her head. He asked worriedly, "Jinyu, how are you? Are you all right?" Jinyu's forehead was red. This wasn't even a small injury. When Ji Jiao stretched out her hand, any old or new injury would be more serious than this. But who asked Jinyu to be pampered and spoiled? She had never suffered the slightest bit, never suffered the slightest bit. Jinyu held her forehead and looked at Marquis Ji aggrievedly. Tears welled up in her eyes. "It hurts. Let father take a look." Marquis Jiyu took Jiyu Jinyu's hand away. When he saw her red forehead, anger rose in his heart. He lifted the curtain and looked coldly at the guard kneeling on the ground. What happened? The guard pointed at Jiyu Jiao and said, "This subordinate was leading the way. Who would have thought that she would snatch this subordinate's whip and pull this subordinate down from the horse? She used the whip to whip this subordinate. This subordinate bumped into the Marquis's carriage. When the surrounding people heard the Marquis's name, their legs turned to jelly and they all knelt on the ground. Only Jiyu Jiao stood there stubbornly and proudly. Marquis Gu's gaze landed coldly on Jiyu Jiao's face. It was a face that no one wanted to take a second look at. Her eyes were cold and her blood-red birthmark made her skin look unusually fair. There was a hint of unruliness in her coquettish looks. Her gaze was cold and sharp. When she met Marquis Gu's gaze, she did not avoid it at all. She was dressed like a villager from the countryside. She was about the same age as Jinyu, but she had such a terrifying gaze. Marquis Jiyu said coldly, "You have guts." Whether it was beating up his guard on the streets or not kneeling to him, she was too audacious. Jiyu Jiao did not cower because of his reprimand. She held the whip and walked forward. The guard stood up and pulled out the sword at his waist to stop her. Jiyu Jiao did not even lift her eyelids. With one whip, she slapped his sword back into the scabbard. Everyone was stunned. Marquis Jiyu was also stunned. Jiyu Jiao came to the side of the carriage. Everyone crowded around her, but her expression did not change. She stretched out her hand to Marquis Jiyu. Marquis Jiyu frowned. "What are you doing?" Jiyu Jiao said mildly, "The jar is 50 copper coins, the rock sugar pork knuckle is 60 copper coins, the braised lion's head is 40 copper coins. I also want the shop to make another set. The compensation for the delay is 100 copper coins. The total is 250. Marquis Jiyu, he felt that he had been scolded. Marquis Jiyu looked at the mess on the ground, then looked at the guard who caused the trouble. The guard lowered his head guiltily. Marquis Jiyu understood everything. Marquis Jiyu snorted coldly, "My man is in the wrong, but little girl, aren't you too arrogant? Aren't you afraid that I will sentence you to death?" Jiyu Jiao looked at him, as if she was seriously considering his words. After a while, she said, 249 copper coins. Marquis Jiyu was confused. What was going on? Jiyu Jinyu recognized Jiyu Jiao. She tugged at Marquis Gu's sleeve and shook her head slightly at him. Marquis Jiyu frowned and said to Jiyu Jiao, "My daughter has pleaded for you, so I will spare you." With that, he threw a silver ingot to Jiyu Jiao and lowered the curtain to let the coachman drive the carriage away. Jiyu Jiao said 249 copper coins, so she only asked for 249 copper coins. He had given too much. Jiyu Jiao broke off a small piece of the silver ingot and casually threw the rest back into his carriage. The silver ingot hit Marquis Gu's head squarely, creating a huge bruise on his head. Marquis Jiyu! Marquis Jiyu! Chapter 65. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. Marquis Jiyu was unable to restrain his anger. The veins on his resolute and handsome face were throbbing. Just as he was about to get someone to capture the girl and punish her, a guard from the Marquis's residence came over on a horse. Reporting to the Marquis, "Something has happened to the young master." Marquis Jiyu could not be bothered to find trouble with Jiyu Jiao. He hurriedly got the guard to lead the way and rushed to the location of his son's accident. Jiyu Yang's carriage had overturned halfway. Although the secret guard had managed to stabilize the carriage in time and did not let it fall to the ground, it was still heavily tilted and Jiyu Yang fell. Jiyu Yang's body was even weaker than a child's. No one in the residence had ever dared to let him touch or knock himself. Marquis Jiyu was extremely nervous the entire way. However, when he saw Jiyu Yang, he realized that Jiyu Yang was completely fine. Jiyu Yang sat on a small stool and stretched out his long legs, leisurely basking in the sun. "Younger brother." Jiyu Jinyu lifted her skirt and alighted from the carriage. She knelt down in front of Jiyu Yang and held his hand. "Are you all right?" Marquis Jiyu walked forward with a strange expression and looked steadily at his son. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Jiyu Yang calmly replied, I won't die. Marquis Jiyu had learned from the letter that his son was much better. He had been suspicious, but now that he saw it, he realized that it was true. The carriage had overturned and he was actually fine. This would have been impossible in the past. Marquis Jiyu temporarily relaxed and let his son sit in his carriage. Father and son were not on good terms. After getting on the carriage, neither of them spoke. Only Jiyu Jinyu spoke occasionally to break the awkward atmosphere in the carriage. There was a big bump on Marquis Gu's forehead from the silver. Jiyu Yang just stared straight at his big bump. Jiyu Jinyu thought that his younger brother was worried about his father and hurriedly explained, Younger brother, you don't know who we met just now. It's that little medical assistant who took your jade ring. Father gave her money but she didn't want it. Look at how she smashed father. She smashed it. Jiyu Yang's eyes widened. Okay. Jiyu Jinyu nodded. Jiyu Yang was suddenly amused. He did not hide his gloating at all. Marquis Jiyu was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. If he wasn't his biological son, he would have killed him long ago. Outside, he had been angered half to death by a wild girl. Now that he had returned, his son was angered half to death. He just couldn't understand why this was happening. Did they discuss this beforehand? The carriage soon arrived at the hot spring villa. Everyone in the manor knew that the Marquis was coming. They all looked happy, as if the new year was coming again. It was no wonder that they were so excited. The Marquis worked in the capital and rarely came to the villa. Only the Marquise stayed here with the young master all year round. As for the young miss, she ran between the two places. She lived in the villa for a period of time and in the capital for a period of time. The kitchen prepared a table of dishes to welcome the Marquis Jiyu. It was rare for the family of 4 to gather together for a meal. After the meal, Jiyu Jinyu pulled his younger brother back to their rooms, leaving only the Marquis Jiyu in the Marquise's room. When the children were in front of them, the two were as loving as before. But once the 2 children left, Yarosha's smile faded slightly. It's late. The Marquis should rest. I will have someone prepare a room. Marquis Jiyu pulled her hand and gently asked in a low voice, Are you still angry at me? Yarosha turned her face. How could I dare be angry at the Marquis? Marquis, stop joking. Marquis Jiyu looked at her lovingly and said in shame, It's my fault. I shouldn't have not come to see you for so long, but I really couldn't leave. You also know the situation in the capital. The princes have all grown up, and His Majesty is in his prime. Yarosha interrupted him. The Marquis shouldn't talk about the matters of the court with a young woman like me. I don't understand. For the Marquis to suddenly come to the manor, is there a reason? Marquis Jiyu wanted to speak but stopped. Of course there was a reason. It was just that he wasn't sure if he should tell her about it so early. Marquis Jiyu said without any change in expression, I found a famous doctor in the capital and brought him to treat Yang Er's illness. Yarosha said, Yang Er's condition is much better. Marquis Jiyu said, I know. Jinyu has already told me. The doctor of Rejuvenation Hall is very skilled. Yang Er's condition has improved greatly. However, they don't have the confidence to cure Yang Er, right? With more doctors looking, there is more hope. On this point, Yarosha agreed with Marquis Jiyu. Marquis Jiyu hugged his wife from behind and gently said into her ear, I'll come over later. Leave the door open for me. Yarosha lowered her eyes and agreed. She then opened the curtain and entered the inner room. Marquis Jiyu looked at his wife's distant back and sighed helplessly. Marquis Jiyu went to the study and called Dr. Zhuge, who had been waiting for a long time, to go to Jiyu Yang's room. Jiyu Yang was already asleep. Marquis Jiyu did not wake him up. After dismissing everyone, he left Dr. Zhuge in the room. The reason why Marquis Jiyu was so cautious was because Dr. Zhuge's identity was a bit special. He could not let others find out that he had left the capital. Even more so, he could not let others know that he had dealings with Marquis Dingen's manor. Marquis Jiyu coldly looked at Dr. Zhuge. Your disciple treated this Marquis's son's illness. Afterwards, he said some disgraceful words to this Marquis. This Marquis hopes that you understand that this Marquis is not someone who is easy to fool. Never try to fool this prince. This lowly one does not dare, Dr. Zhuge calmly said. Marquis Jiyu looked at him deeply and moved to the side of the bed. He used a silver needle to take a drop of blood from Jiyu Yang's finger. Afterwards, the two of them went to Jiyu Jinyu's room. Marquis Jiyu said, Jinyu, the doctor wants to take a drop of blood from your finger. Oh, is it still for younger brother this time? As early as a few months ago, a doctor had come to the villa to take a drop of blood from her finger, saying that it could be used for younger brother. Yes, it's still for medicinal purposes. Marquis Gu's expression did not change as he said. Jiyu Jinyu was afraid of pain, but for her younger brother, she endured it. She closed her eyes and extended her hand. Doctor, take it. Dr. Zhuge took a drop of blood from her finger. Jiyu Jinyu was in so much pain that her eyes brimmed with tears. Marquis Jiyu dotingly comforted his daughter, then went to the study to wait for news. About a quarter of an hour later, Dr. Zhuge returned with a complicated expression. How is it? Marquis Jiyu anxiously asked. Dr. Zhuge looked straight into Marquis Gu's eyes and said, Your son's and your daughter's blood cannot mix. They are not blood-related siblings. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, hearing these words come out of Dr. Zhuge's mouth was like a bolt from the blue. Marquis Gu's entire body froze on the spot. Jiyu Yang did not need to be said. He was definitely his biological son. That boy was similar to him in every way. Even his bad temper was the same. Except for his pair of eyes, he took after his mother. On the other hand, Jiyu Jinyu did not resemble him and Yarosha from a young age. The more they grew up, the more they did not resemble each other. It was not that Marquis Jiyu had not wondered before. If the two children were born one after the other, Marquis Jiyu would definitely be suspicious. But they were twins. If one was his biological son, could the other be a fake? He did not even think of the possibility of the wrong child being born. Chapter 66. Marquis Jiyu was stunned for a long time before he found his voice. Don't tell anyone about this, especially Madam. This Marquis doesn't want her to be affected in any way. Dr. Zhuge said, As long as Marquis can let go of my useless disciple, I will keep my mouth shut for the rest of my life. However, is Marquis certain that Madam gave birth to boy-girl twins? This Marquis is certain. Madam was awake when she gave birth. Then there's only one possibility. Wrong birth. Marquis Jiyu pondered for a moment and ordered, Stay in the manor for now. This Marquis will call you if there's anything. Dr. Zhuge bowed, I'm at Marquis's command at any time. You can leave. Yes. After Dr. Zhuge left, Marquis Jiyu fell into a chair. His strength seemed to have been sucked out and his mind was numb. The night in the manor was frighteningly quiet. The cold moonlight fell silently on the ground and shone on the trees and flowers in the courtyard. There was no doubt that the child was swapped. As for how it happened, he could only ask the servants who accompanied Madame Yarrow when she gave birth. It was a pity that after so many years, those people were no longer in the manor. It was very difficult to find them. Moreover, he wasn't sure if that child was still alive. It would be a lie to say that he didn't care, but it would also be a lie to say that he cared so much that he didn't hesitate. For his son's illness, Madame Yarrow had already exhausted her body. He had to consider whether Madame Yarrow could bear the blow of the truth. If telling her would kill her, then he would rather keep the truth to himself for the rest of his life. At the same time, he had to consider Jinyu's situation. Jinyu was the child he raised in the palm of his hand. He loved him more than he loved his 4 sons. He didn't want Jinyu to be hurt in the slightest. Finally, there was that child. He still hadn't decided whether to recognize that child or not, but no matter what, he had to find him. He was Jiyu Yang's only medicine. He could save Jiyu Yang's life. Servants. Marquis. Call Nurse Fang over. Yes. Senior servant Fang was the senior servant in charge of the farmstead, and she was also Yarosha's concubine. When Yarosha's younger brother got married, Yarosha went to the Yarrow family in Qing City without knowing that she was pregnant. She stayed with the Yarrow family for half a year before returning to the capital. She had originally planned to return to the capital to wait for the delivery, but unexpectedly, it flared up midway. At that time, Senior Servant Fang wasn't by Yarosha's side, but Senior Servant Fang still knew more about what happened that year than the average person. Senior Servant Fang entered the room and bowed to Marquis Jiyu. "Master, you were looking for this servant?" Marquis Jiyu raised his hand. There was no light in the room. His expression was shrouded in the darkness of the night, half bright and half dark by the moonlight. Marquis Jiyu asked, "Which temple did Madam give birth in?" Nanny Fang was slightly surprised. "Marquis, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Marquis Jiyu said faintly, "I heard that Madam has been going to that temple to pray to the Bodhisattva recently. Yang Er's illness has improved because of that. I plan to burn incense at the temple another day." Nanny Fang felt very strange. The Marquis's household had never believed in Buddhism, so why did they suddenly propose to go to the temple to offer incense? On the other side, after Jiyu Jiao took the money, she found a shop to make a new batch of rock sugar pork knuckles and braised meatballs. She still put them in jars. After that, she went to the cloth shop to buy a few pairs of shoes and a few sets of clothes. There were too many things that her small basket couldn't hold, so she wrapped 2 large bundles. Xiao Liulang knew that she would come to town today, and as long as she came to town, she would definitely come to pick him up from school. He told second Uncle Luo to wait. After waiting for almost an hour, even Jiyu Xiaoshun was wondering if his older sister had already gone back. Then, Jiyu Jiao appeared. Her body was small, but the bundle was astonishingly large. It almost covered her entire body. She poked her small head out from the side of the bundle with difficulty. Her small face was red and she was gasping for breath. She wasn't tired, she was suffocating. The 3 hurriedly went to help her carry the bundle and put it on the ox cart. After sitting down, Jiyu Xiaoshun urged, "Second Uncle Luo, let's hurry back to the village. I'm starving." Second Uncle Luo smiled, "Okay." Jiyu Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Why haven't you left yet?" Jiyu Xiaoshun said, "We were waiting for you. Brother-in-law said that you would come." Jiyu Jiao looked at Xiao Liulang and said seriously, "You've waited for so long. Aren't you afraid that I've already gone back?" Why did he have to wait for her? Really? Xiao Liulang said lightly, "Then why did you come so late? Aren't you afraid that we've already left?" It wasn't on the way from the cloth shop. She had to take a detour to see if he was waiting for her. Really? Jiyu Xiaoshun rubbed her stomach and muttered, "I'm suddenly full." Why? When they arrived home, little Jing Kong had been waiting for a long time at the door. The old lady told him to count from 1 to 100 and Jiao Jiao would come back. After counting many hundreds, the ox cart finally entered the village. He ran out of the room. "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao." He liked to call Jiao Jiao, so Jiyu Jiao took after him. Seeing the little dumpling running towards her, she was about to remind him not to fall, but he fell. He was probably used to falling, so he didn't forget to hold his little bald head and rolled to Jiyu Jiao's feet like a little winter melon. Jiyu Xiaoshun carried the cloth bundle, so Jiyu Jiao's hands were free. She pulled little Jing Kong up and patted the dust off his body. "Does it hurt?" Little Jing Kong shook his head. "No. It doesn't hurt. I'm very good at wrestling." Jiyu Jiao thought, wrestling is considered good, but wrestling yourself is considered bad. "Greet them." Jiyu Jiao pointed at Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Xiaoshun behind her. Little Jing Kong was a polite child, so he obediently called them brother-in-law and brother Xiaoshun. Although he didn't want to call them that. Jiyu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and went home. Little Jing Kong was jumping and jumping happily. When they arrived home, little Jing Kong went to the kitchen and brought back a few big roasted sweet potatoes. "Jiao Jiao, eat sweet potatoes. I roasted them." In fact, the sweet potatoes were brought by Xuaningxiang when she came to cook at noon. Xuaningxiang started the fire, and the sweet potatoes were also washed by Xuaningxiang. Little Jing Kong just put the washed sweet potatoes into the stove with a pair of tongs. Even after roasting them, Xuaningxiang pulled them out. But in little Jing Kong's opinion, he completed the most important step of roasting sweet potatoes, roasting. So, these were the sweet potatoes he roasted. Sister Shue's steps were called holding the sweet potatoes, washing the sweet potatoes, and pulling the sweet potatoes. Jiyu Jiao gave him face and tasted it. "Is it delicious?" Is it delicious? Is it delicious? Little Jing Kong tilted his head and smacked. Yes, it's delicious. It was just a little cold. She didn't mind eating it. Xiao Shun was also fine, but Xiao Liulang's stomach was delicate, so he might have a stomachache. Jiyu Jiao took the roasted sweet potatoes to the kitchen to heat them up. Then, she took out 2 bowls, filled them with rock sugar pork knuckle and braised lion's head, and sent them to Xueningsiang. Xueningsiang gave her a few boiled eggs and steamed buns in return. When Jiyu Jiao came back, little Jing Kong had already set up the bowls and chopsticks. The family of 5 sat down to eat. Little Jing Kong waited obediently to be fed. Jiyu Jiao picked up a piece of fat pork knuckle and put it into his bowl. Little Jing Kong was so excited that he screamed and grabbed his chopsticks to pick up the meat. But before he could eat it, he only smelled it for a short while. Then, his eyes rolled back and he fell backward with a thud. He fell on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. His head was tilted and his tongue was out. He was unconscious. Jiyu Jiao, in this world, there are really people who are dizzy with meat. Chapter 67. The novel was updated at a faster rate. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found online. Was there something wrong with his body? Jiyu Jiao carried him back to his room and checked on him. There was nothing wrong with him. She had seen people who were dizzy with blood and needles, but this was the first time she saw someone who was dizzy with meat. The rest of the people were also surprised, but they knew that he was fine when they heard that he was still snoring. When little Jing Kong woke up, the meat on the table was gone. He leaned on the table and cried, "My meat! My meat! My meat!" Everyone thought, "It's not that we don't want to leave meat for you, but you can't eat it." Jiyu Jiao was not good at coaxing people. She had coaxed the most powerful people in the world, so she was not afraid of a little kid. Old Madam coaxed him for a while. Little Jing Kong went out of Old Madam's room and went to Jiyu Jiao's room. He said to Jiyu Jiao while sobbing, "The meat said that it doesn't want to be eaten by me." Jiyu Jiao was stunned. "Ah, it doesn't want to be eaten by you." Little Jing Kong held back his tears and said firmly, "Great-aunt said that it's because I'm still young. When I grow up, it'll be willing to be eaten by me." Jiyu Jiao was full of admiration for her great-aunt. She could even come up with such an excuse. She must have tricked a lot of people in the past. Old Madam couldn't remember clearly, but she vaguely felt that she had tricked a lot of people, both those who were better than her and those who were not. They were all fooled by her. After Xiao Liulang bathed little Jing Kong went back to Xiao Liulang's, his own room in his pajamas. Jiyu Jiao washed up and was about to go to bed. At this moment, little Jing Kong came over with a small pillow in his arms. "What's wrong?" Jiyu Jiao looked at him. "Are you feeling unwell?" Little Jing Kong widened his watery eyes. "My bed said that it doesn't want to sleep with me today." Jiyu Jiao was stunned. Why did these words sound so familiar? "No, it's just a fallacious theory that I've learned, and you're already drawing inferences from it." Jiyu Jiao crossed her arms. "Your bed didn't say that." Little Jing Kong, "It does." Jiyu Jiao said, "It doesn't. It can't talk." Little Jing Kong straightened his body and said, "Jiao Jiao, how do you know that it can't talk? If you can talk about my meat, then you can talk about my bed too." Jiyu Jiao, "I actually had no way to refute that." Jiyu Jiao went to look for the old lady with a serious face. Whoever instilled the twisted logic in him would have to deal with him. The old lady bolted the door and lay on the bed. She covered her head with the quilt and said, "I'm asleep." "He's asleep." Jiyu Jiao, "It's not right for you to be so irresponsible. You didn't even provide after-sales service after fooling him." Jiyu Jiao wouldn't force little Jing Kong. She finally brought him back to her room. During this time, Xiao Liulang didn't say a single word. Little Jing Kong waved at Xiao Liulang with a victorious expression. "You can sleep in the west room tonight. Don't miss me too much." Little Jing Kong was so happy that he jumped on Jiyu Jiao's bed with a pillow for a long time. After he was tired, he fell asleep. However, if little Jing Kong thought that he could sleep with Jiyu Jiao for the whole night, he was too naive. As soon as he fell asleep, Xiao Liulang came over with his crutch and carried him back to the west room without saying a word. There was no such thing as a deep trap, only a deeper one. Your brother-in-law is still your brother-in-law. When little Jing Kong woke up and found himself lying on the bed in the west room, he was sad as expected. He felt that he had slept in vain. Of course, he didn't think that Jiao Jiao didn't want him. He could easily guess that someone had stolen him back to her room. Little Jing Kong couldn't hold it in anymore no matter how sensible he was. He raised his head, kicked his legs, and wailed, "Bad brother-in-law. Bad brother-in-law. He stole a child. He stole me here in the middle of the night. He's a human trafficker." The old lady, who was eating melon seeds in the central room, trembled and spilled the seed. "Human trafficker? Is that how you use it?" Xiao Liulang went to school and Jiyu Jiao went to pick mountain products. Only little Jing Kong and the old lady were left at home. The old lady tried to fool little Jing Kong again. However, this time, it wasn't easy to fool him anymore. "I want it to be dark. I want it to be dark. It will be dark at night. No, no. I want it to be now. It's dark now." Sensible children usually don't cry, but most people can't handle it when they cry. Little Jing Kong cried so loudly that all the villagers rushed over. They looked at him suspiciously as if the old lady was torturing the little monk at home. The old lady was having a headache. The old lady, who didn't do the after-sales service last night, finally had to shoulder everything by herself. Jiyu Jiao didn't know that little Jing Kong broke down and cried after he woke up. She had no experience in raising a child. She didn't have any experience in raising a child since she was young. If she was picking mushrooms at the back of the mountain, she would have heard little Jing Kong's cries. However, she went a little far today and went to the other side of the mountain to pick spring bamboo shoots. When she adopted little Jing Kong, she found that there were spring bamboo shoots in the forest near the temple. When she was selling mountain products at the market, someone used winter bamboo shoots to exchange for 2 handfuls of fungus. She used the winter bamboo shoots to make chicken soup, and Xiao Liulang drank it all. There were no more winter bamboo shoots, but the spring bamboo shoots tasted good. The path in the forest was difficult to walk on, so not many people came to dig for bamboo shoots. Jiyu Jiao quickly filled up the small basket. Just as she was about to go down the mountain, she heard a painful groan from the depths of the forest. Jiyu Jiao's first reaction was that a villager was injured. She didn't hesitate and walked into the depths of the forest. When she arrived at the scene, she was surprised to see a man falling into a 2-meter deep trap. The trap looked familiar. It seemed that she dug it last year. She had forgotten about the trap because she didn't find any prey. She didn't expect that after so long, she didn't catch any prey, but a living person fell into the trap. What kind of living person dared to come to such a deep forest? Jiyu Jiao stuck her head out and looked into the deep pit. The man felt that the light above him dimmed, so he immediately raised his head. Their eyes met, and both of them were stunned. "It's you. It's you." They spoke in unison. "Jiyu Jiao, isn't this the stinky Marquis who let his guards run amok on the streets, knocked over her things, and almost reneged on the debt? Marquis Jiyu, isn't this the stinky girl who beat up his guards on the streets, extorted money from him, and even smashed his head?" Marquis Gu's face immediately turned cold, and the trace of joy that rose from the bottom of his heart disappeared completely. "Jiyu Jiao, ha ha ha." Jiyu Jiao turned around and left. She wasn't going to save this person. Chapter 68. Marquis Jiyu watched Jiyu Jiao appear and watched Jiyu Jiao leave. The anger in his heart began to burn. "Stop right there," he sternly shouted. If you tell me to stop, then I will stop. Who are you to me?" Jiyu Jiao left in a carefree manner. She did not hesitate at all because of his identity or his anger. Marquis Jiyu had lived for most of his life, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He had already learned of her status from his daughter. She was return of Spring Hall's little medicine boy. Her master, Dr. Li, had treated Yang well. Because of this, he decided to let bygones be bygones for her offense in town. But she was great. She watched him die in the mountains and did not save him. Especially what kind of look she had just now. A lowly life dared to look down on a country's marquis. She was tired of living. She was blatantly challenging the authority of Marquis Ding and wait until he left. He would definitely punish her for her disrespect. If she did not save him, then she would not save him. He could also leave by himself. A woo from the depths of the forest came the sound of a wolf's howl. Generally speaking, adult wolves would not howl during the day. This was a young wolf and did not know how to properly control its wolf nature. It let out a sharp howl. It should be hungry. If nothing unexpected happened, its family's Lord Wolf would soon come out to look for food. Jiyu Jiao sat down under a large tree nearby and began to wait for the wolf to appear. Marquis Jiyu pulled out a dagger from the trap. His figure was tall and the trap was not deep for him. The difficult part was that his foot was caught in the trap. He tried to use the dagger to pry open the trap, but it did not seem to be a normal trap. He tried for a long time, but it did not budge in the slightest. I can't pry it open. Jiyu Jiao took out her water skin and calmly drank a mouthful of water. The trap she made, it would be strange if it could be opened so easily. Marquis Jiyu frowned. You didn't leave. What? Are you waiting to laugh at me? Jiyu Jiao said calmly, you're not funny, and you're not good-looking. Marquis Jiyu was speechless. Was that what he meant? Also, what did she mean by he was not good-looking? It was not that Marquis Jiyu was arrogant. It was just that Marquis Gu's appearance had overshadowed his talent since he was young. Even when he had a family and a career, the most talked about thing was still his face. This was the first time someone had said that he was ugly. Marquis Jiyu was a man who didn't care about appearances. But hearing Jiyu Jiao's words, he felt a little uncomfortable. The wolf cub howled a few more times. The wild wolves should be coming soon. He didn't think that a little girl had the ability to deal with one or even several adult wild wolves. He said sternly, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and think of a way to pull me up. When the wolf comes, you won't be able to survive. Wait, Jiyu Jiao said. What were they waiting for? If he waited any longer, the wolves would really come. Marquis Gu's heart was burning with anxiety. Even if he was someone who knew martial arts, he couldn't guarantee that he would still be able to kill an adult wild wolf when his foot was caught in the trap. Rustling sounds came from the bushes. The wolf was coming. Jiyu Jiao climbed up the tree. Marquis Jiyu saw that she climbed up the tree without saying anything and was so angry that his heart ached. Would it kill her to climb up the tree after saving him? Leaving him alone in the trap, was she waiting to sacrifice the wolf? As expected, the wolf discovered Marquis Jiyu in the trap. Its eyes were glowing green and it opened its bloody mouth, saliva dripping onto the ground. Marquis Jiyu gripped the dagger in his hand tightly. The wolf jumped into the trap with a whoosh and slapped Marquis Gu's dagger away with its paw. It then bit viciously towards Marquis Gu's neck. At the critical moment, a thin figure descended from the sky and grabbed the wolf's head. With a sickle, she slit its throat. Fresh blood splattered all over Marquis Gu's face. Marquis Jiyu was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, he really thought that he was going to die. When the blood spurted out, his first thought was that it was his own. It was only when the wolf was thrown to the ground by Jiyu Jiao that he realized that he was saved. Jiyu Jiao clapped her hands and bent down to use the sickle to pry open the trap. Marquis Jiyu looked at the calm and composed Jiyu Jiao and for a moment, he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Did this lass really kill a wolf? Why did she look like she had chopped up a bag of cabbage? When Jiyu Jiao went on a mission in her previous life, there were many scarier things than wolves. If she couldn't even kill a wolf, Chen Baihe would have died in the mission. Jiyu Jiao carried the wolf with one hand and the rope hanging from the tree with the other. She walked out of the trap in a few steps. Do you want to come up? Jiyu Jiao threw the rope to him. Marquis Jiyu wouldn't admit that he was shocked by this lass. He grabbed the rope in a daze and let Jiyu Jiao pull him up. Jiyu Jiao's trap wasn't sharp. It was just a tight grip. But his other leg was sprained and swollen. He sat on the ground for a long time before he regained his senses. Just now, did you use me as bait? Jiyu Jiao didn't say anything. Marquis Jiyu gritted his teeth. Tell me, did you use me as bait? Jiyu Jiao looked at him frankly. In that situation, even if you didn't act as bait, you would still be caught. Moreover, it was easier for me to kill it in the trap. If we were on flat ground, you would definitely be bitten twice. Marquis Jiyu was so angry that his teeth chattered. So you used me as bait? You vicious wild girl. Jiyu Jiao said, I'm not a wild girl. I have parents. Marquis Jiyu sneered. Is that so? Then where is your father? Jiyu Jiao thought for a while and said seriously, he can't come. But you can go and find him. Marquis Jiyu rolled up his sleeves. Okay, tell me, where is he? It was the father's fault if the child didn't teach him well. He wanted to see what kind of bastard gave birth to such a vicious lass. Jiyu Jiao glanced at his feet. His underground. Marquis Jiyu Jiao packed her things and prepared to go down the mountain. Marquis Jiyu said coldly, you're just going to leave me here without a care. Jiyu Jiao looked at him strangely. Who are you to me? Why should I care about you? Marquis Gu's heart hurt again. He finally realized that this lass was inexperienced and didn't know how much power a marquis had. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Marquis Jiyu said seriously, fortunately, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, you would be dead. Jiyu Jiao looked at him deeply and nodded. You're really lucky. She would definitely do a clean job of killing people who wanted to kill her. Marquis Jiyu, why do I feel a chill on the back of my neck? Do you know how to get to the temple nearby? Marquis Jiyu asked. I do. Jiyu Jiao said. Lead the way. Marquis Jiyu ordered. Jiyu Jiao looked at the wolf's corpse on the ground with hesitation. Marquis Jiyu knew that she couldn't bear to part with the wolf. This wolf could be sold for a lot of money in the market. It was a considerable amount of wealth for a poor farmer. He said impatiently, I'll buy it. Jiyu Jiao didn't refuse. 20 taels. Marquis Jiyu casually handed her a 20 taels banknote. Can we go now? Jiyu Jiao kept the banknote and looked at the wolf's corpse again. What do you plan to do with it? Marquis Jiyu said without hesitation, throw it away. Are you sure you want to throw it away? Jiyu Jiao looked at him doubtfully. Marquis Jiyu said disdainfully, it's just a wolf. Can't I afford to throw it away? Hurry up and lead the way. Oh. Jiyu Jiao bent down and easily picked up the wolf and put it on her shoulder. You've already thrown it away. I picked it up. You're not allowed to ask me for it. Marquis Jiyu. Chapter 69. Why didn't you say that you could carry it? Why did you look so hesitant? Were you trying to decide which hand to carry it with? Marquis Jiyu felt that if he died young, it would be because of this brat. Thinking about how gentle and cute his daughter was, and looking at this brat, there wasn't a single virgin on her body. Fortunately, she wasn't his daughter. Jiyu Jiao didn't know anything about Marquis Gu's inner thoughts. She carried the wolf and walked in front, and soon they were out of the forest. She came to the steps and pointed at the top of the steps. Go up the steps and you'll see the temple. After saying that, she turned and walked up the mountain. Marquis Jiyu called out to her, wait, you're not bringing me up? Jiyu Jiao stopped and turned to look at him strangely. Why should I bring you up? You. Marquis Gu's breath stagnated and he took a deep breath. He asked with a fake smile, why do you think I bought your wolf? I didn't want it and threw it away on the spot. Jiyu Jiao thought for a while and said seriously, because you're stupid and have a lot of money? Marquis Jiyu was about to vomit blood. What kind of infuriating brat is this? Originally, he thought that Jiyu Yang was quite infuriating, but after seeing this brat, he started to think that his youngest son was exceptionally cute. In the end, Marquis Jiyu couldn't force Jiyu Jiao to lead the way for him. In fact, when he saw the steps, he already knew how to go up the mountain. It was just that he didn't want to lose face and wanted to order this brat around, but this brat didn't listen to him. Marquis Jiyu was angry, but he couldn't really lay his hands on this brat, especially when he might not be able to beat her. Don't let me see you again, or I'll settle all the old and new debts with you. Jiyu Jiao didn't even bother with him. She turned around and leisurely went down the mountain. Marquis Gu clutched his chest that was about to explode. After calming himself down, he limped up the mountain. He went straight to the abbot and revealed his identity. The abbot looked at the blood-stained man in front of him and almost thought that he was a bandit at the end of his road. He was about to call for his disciples to form the 18 Ahats formation to exterminate the bandit. So it was the Marquis of Dingen. "This old monk has not gone out to meet you," the abbot said in embarrassment. The Marchioness was a frequent visitor to the temple, but this was the first time Marquis Gu had come, so the abbot did not recognize him. Marquis Gu said unhurriedly, "You don't have to be so courteous, abbot. I'm here today because I have something I want to ask abbot." The abbot looked behind him. "Did the Marquis come alone?" Marquis Gu replied, "That's right. If he hadn't come alone, how could he have gotten lost? In fact, it was also his fault for not wanting to dismount. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he inquired about the way up. But because he was riding a horse, it was not convenient for him to walk on the steps, so he planned to go through the forest. Unexpectedly, he encountered a trap. Not only was he trapped, his horse also ran away. In the end, he had to obediently walk up the mountain. The abbot realized the importance of this matter and had his disciples guard the door, not allowing anyone to approach. "The Marquis can speak now," Marquis Gu bluntly said. "My wife gave birth in the temple. This Marquis wants to ask, were there any other women who gave birth in the temple that night?" An ominous premonition rose in the abbot's heart. "Why does the Marquis ask this?" Marquis Gu calmly said, "Abbot does not need to know why this Marquis asked this. You only need to answer this Marquis, yes or no." The abbot muttered to himself for a moment and squeezed the prayer beads in his hand. "Yes." Marquis Gu's heart tightened. "Does abbot know where the child is now?" The abbot shook his head. "I don't know. That benefactor only came once and did not leave her name. She left the mountain 2 days after giving birth. It was a daughter." Marquis Gu was not surprised that it was a daughter. After all, if it wasn't, it would be impossible to carry the wrong child. Thinking of something, he asked again, "Did that woman look like she came from a wealthy family?" The abbot shook his head again. "No, there were patches on her clothes." He only saw that benefactor from afar and did not even see her appearance clearly. He only vaguely remembered that she was wearing very simple clothes. There were so many pilgrims in the temple, but why did he have an impression of that benefactor? It was mainly because she came up the mountain to offer incense with a big belly. No one expected that it would rain heavily in the afternoon. She and the Marquis had to stay in the temple for the night. It was not clear who had acted up first. After all, the Marquis had someone to serve her. The benefactor was alone in the meditation room. When the midwife came over, they found that she was about to give birth. It was an extremely chaotic night. Especially when the abbot was tricked into drinking wine, the abbot collected his thoughts and put his palms together. "Amitabha," he said. Marquis Gu was silent. He had thought that the child might not have been taken away by an aristocratic family like theirs, but he did not expect that it would be a family so poor that they had to wear patches. He did not dare to think about what kind of child that kind of family would raise. Just look at Jinyu. To be raised so well in the Marquis household, it could be seen that one's birth was not the most important, but the family they grew up in was. A child who grew up in the countryside, could she really become a respectable daughter of the Marquis household? However, that child's situation was indeed tragic. In any case, she was the blood of the Marquis household. Even if he did not recognize her in the future, he would not treat her unfairly. He would make it up to her in other ways. After finishing his conversation with the abbot, Marquis Gu stood up and bid farewell. "Abbot, please do not tell anyone that I came to the temple." Although the abbot did not know why Marquis Gu was secretly investigating the benefactor's child, he still nodded in agreement. Marquis Gu returned home. Not having a horse was an extremely torturous matter, especially when one of his feet was swollen like a pig's trotter. After much difficulty, he finally reached the foot of the mountain. His last bit of strength had been squeezed out. He sat on the last step, panting. Suddenly, he felt the light above his head darken, as if a huge creature was coming to envelop him. He pressed down on the dagger at his waist and raised his head vigilantly. He saw a tall and strong horse. This horse looked a little familiar. Wait, wasn't this the horse he had lost? The next second, he saw a person sitting on the horse. In front of that person was a wolf. "It's you." Marquis Jiyu was so shocked that he stood up. It was Jiyu Jiao's first time riding an ancient horse. It was quite refreshing. Her small body sitting on a tall horse instantly had a domineering feeling of a king looking down on the world. She pulled on the reins in her hands and looked down at Marquis Jiyu. She nodded seriously and said, "Yes, it's me." Marquis Jiyu looked at her horse strangely. "Where did you get this horse?" Jiyu Jiao said honestly, "I picked it up." Marquis Gu's face was full of black lines. "You can even pick up a horse? What kind of luck is this?" Chapter 70. "This is my horse," Marquis Jiyu said seriously. Jiyu Jiao looked at him suspiciously, as if trying to determine if his words were true or false. Marquis Gu's heart trembled under her gaze and he suddenly remembered the wolf. He hurriedly said, "I didn't throw it away, I accidentally lost it. Although lost things can be picked up, if the owner asks for it, it must be returned. Otherwise, it would be considered a crime of embezzlement." Madame Zhu and Madame Liu, who had picked up little Master Qin's money and refused to return it, had suffered this loss. As a result, they had been beaten in the Yamen and fined a large amount of money. Of course, Marquis Jiyu didn't know about the Jiyu family's mistake, but he felt that he should be able to scare a little girl. "If you don't return it to me, you will be beaten by the county magistrate." No matter how powerful she was still a country girl. What were country people most afraid of? Of course it was the officials. Although he was a marquis, he didn't say what marquis he was. She didn't know and wasn't afraid. But the county magistrate was different. He was a true local snake. No country person wasn't afraid of him. When Jiyu Jiao heard his words, she didn't immediately refute him. Marquis Jiyu felt that there was a chance. In the next second, he heard her ask him, "How can you prove that this is your horse?" Marquis Jiyu was stunned. Yes, how could he prove it? In order to keep a low profile, he didn't ride his own Fergana horse. Instead, he chose a guard's horse. He even deliberately erased the Marquis Fu's insignia on the saddle. Horseshoe. This is what the army's war horses are made with. It's completely different from the horseshoes on the market. Marquis Jiyu finally thought of a piece of evidence. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Jiao said, "I haven't seen other horseshoes. How do I know if it's just your side of the story?" Marquis Jiyu choked. This was a scholar meeting a soldier. He couldn't explain himself. Jiyu Jiao said impartially, "How about this? You go to the Yamen and report the case. If the county magistrate says the horse is yours, then I'll return it to you. How many heads does the magistrate have? Does he dare to not award the horse to him?" But the problem was, he was the dignified Marquis of Zhaoju. How could he run to a small county Yamen to report the loss of a horse? What was going on? Did he, the Marquis of Dingen, lack a horse? How poor was he? Was she so poor that she didn't even have anything to eat? Or was she so poor that she had to beg on the streets? How could she compete with a country bumpkin for a horse that she had picked up on the way? Especially since it was an ordinary horse that wasn't very expensive. Did he not care about his reputation? Jiyu Jiao glanced at him and pondered for a moment before saying, "If you really want it, I can sell it to you." Alas, it wasn't easy for me to pick it up. What's so difficult about you? Didn't it carry you all the way here? You don't even have the strength to walk. He wouldn't have to carry the wolf himself. Marquis Jiyu was infuriated by Jiyu Jiao. However, he really couldn't walk anymore. He would only be able to hire a carriage when he reached the town. From here to the town was at least 20 to 30 li. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk even if his legs were broken. 50 taels. Jiyu Jiao said. Marquis Gu's hair stood on end. How can a broken horse be more expensive than a wolf? You're just raising the price. Jiyu Jiao seriously said, "The wolf is not what you need, the horse is." Just as he needed it, he had to raise the price. Marquis Jiyu was so angry that his liver hurt. In the end, Marquis Jiyu bought back his horse for 50 taels of silver. It was his own horse. Where could he go to reason with? When Marquis Jiyu returned to the villa, it was already evening. The light of the setting sun fell on the eaves of the villa, creating a golden glow. Marquis Jiyu handed the horse over to the palace's guards and strode towards the inner courtyard where the family of 4 lived. He had just reached the entrance when he heard a loud commotion coming from inside. He frowned and stepped over the threshold. He saw that almost all the servants in the courtyard had come. They were hiding behind trees and bushes, not daring to move or walk. And in the corridor, his son, little Jiyu Yang, was lying on a rattan chair that all the servants were looking at. Beside Jiyu Yang stood Jiyu Jinyu, who was so angry that her face was pale. Jiyu Jinyu was hugging a little white rabbit in her arms. "Why don't you allow me to raise a rabbit?" Jiyu Jinyu asked unhappily. Jiyu Yang lazily snorted, "I just don't allow you to raise one." Jiyu Jinyu angrily said, "If you have the ability, give me a reason." Jiyu Yang put a hand behind his head and leisurely said, "This is my courtyard. If I say I won't let you raise it, then I won't let you raise it." Jiyu Jinyu hugged the rabbit and stomped her feet. "This is also my courtyard." Jiyu Yang calmly snorted, "Your courtyard is in the capital." Jiyu Jinyu spent half of her time in the capital, unlike Jiyu Yang who spent most of his time here. Jiyu Yang naturally thought that this place belonged to him more. The servants did not dare to mediate, nor did they dare to really leave. If they left, if anything happened to the siblings, they would not be able to bear the consequences. The Marquis of Jiyu more or less understood what was going on. Jiyu Jinyu had liked cats and dogs since she was young, but Jiyu Yang was very repulsed. The siblings often quarreled over raising pets. He had always been puzzled. They were fraternal twins and were the closest people in the world. Logically speaking, their relationship should be very good, but Jiyu Yang never spoke and only bullied Jinyu. Jiyu Yang did not allow Jinyu to drink Yarosha's milk. The moment he did, he would wail loudly. He also did not allow Yarosha to carry Jinyu. He would even punch and kick Jinyu as long as he lay in the cradle. At that time, Jiyu Yang was just a little munchkin who spat milk bubbles. No one took this to heart. They only thought that it was a child's possessiveness. Later on, when Jiyu Yang grew up, he did not bully Jinyu like this, but he also did not get close to Jinyu. After knowing Jinyu's background, the things that he could not understand gradually became clear. Jiyu Yang and his elder sister had been together for 10 months in the mother's womb. They were the closest people in the world, so after Jiyu Yang was born, he could clearly sense that the baby girl lying beside him was not his elder sister. He wanted his elder sister. Only his elder sister could make him as stable as he was in the mother's womb, but there was a completely unfamiliar baby girl lying beside him. It was no wonder that he always cried so loudly. He wanted his elder sister. Unfortunately, no one understood him. Until he grew up, he did not even remember. But his rejection of Jiyu Jinyu remained in his bones. The Marquis of Jiyu felt that this guess was ridiculous, but other than this, he really could not think of a better explanation. The siblings continued to quarrel. Jiyu Jinyu said aggrievedly, "The little bunny is not noisy or fussy. Why won't you even let me raise this? Can't you be reasonable?" Jiyu Yang looked up at the sky. "You're being unreasonable." Jiyu Jinyu bit her lip. "Why should I?" Jiyu Yang arrogantly raised his brows. "Because I like it." "You." Jiyu Jinyu's face turned red with anger. Chapter 71. In the end, Jiyu Jinyu did not win against Jiyu Yang. Although she was the only daughter in the family, Jiyu Yang was the youngest and Jiyu Yang was indeed not in good health. Seeing Jiyu Jinyu reluctantly letting someone carry the little rabbit away and Jiyu Yang proudly raising his eyebrows, Marquis Jiyu had mixed feelings. Jiyu Yang was unsociable since he was young. He did not get close to anyone, including Madame Yarrow. He rejected anyone who was good to Jiyu Jinyu, but almost no one in the residence was bad to Jiyu Jinyu. If he did not know the truth, he would have thought that it was all his son's fault. He would not have thought that the most important person in his son's life was missing. His son was the one who was hurt the most. However, even if he thought that it was his son's fault, he had never been harsh on him. He would only make up for Jinyu's grievances. Jinyu's grievances could be made up, but what about his son? If they couldn't give their son something, would that child be able to give it to him? After Jiyu Jiao went down the mountain, she was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, she carried the wolf to the market and sold it for 18 taels of silver. After that, Jiyu Jiao went to the academy to fetch Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Xiaoshun from school. The three of them went back to the village together. The old lady, who had been quarreled by little Jing Kong the whole day, was finally free. She slumped on the rattan chair like a salted fish. She did not have the strength to move at all. She felt that if the two of them did not come back soon, she would simply die on the spot. Little Jing Kong had been waiting for Jiyu Jiao the whole day, but when Jiyu Jiao really came back, he ran away again. He closed the door alone and sat on a small bench in the corner. His little face leaned against the wall, looking as pitiful as it could get. Jiyu Jiao did not understand what happened. She was surprised that she did not see little Jing Kong. Where's Jing Kong? The old lady weakly pointed to the west room. He's angry. He's hiding from you. Jiyu Jiao was confused. Angry? Who provoked him? The old lady glared at Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang. You two. Who told you to bring him over in the middle of the night? Who told you to leave before dawn? The first sentence was about Xiao Liulang, and the second sentence was about Jiyu Jiao. I'm so tired. The old lady didn't want to bother with the couple anymore. Jiyu Jiao didn't understand at first, but now that old Madame Fu said it, she understood. Jiyu Jiao went to the west room. Little Jing Kong's ears perked up when he heard that someone was coming, but he did not turn around. Jiyu Jiao came up behind him and bent down to look at his side profile. Are you angry with me? Little Jing Kong turned around on the stool and continued to have his back facing Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao said softly, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know you would be afraid. Little Jing Kong couldn't help but say, I'm not afraid. I'm not that timid. Jiyu Jiao pretended to be surprised. Is that so? Then why are you angry? I was. Little Jing Kong teased her for a long time, but he didn't say the words I missed you. Jiyu Jiao came up to him again. He lowered his eyes and didn't look at Jiyu Jiao, but Jiyu Jiao looked at him steadily. Okay, it's my fault today. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? Little Jing Kong glanced at Jiyu Jiao quickly and lowered his head. He pinched the corner of his clothes and said softly, I need a kiss to forgive you. Jiyu Jiao's heart almost melted. What kind of cutie was this? She would give him 10 kisses, not to mention one. Jiyu Jiao kissed his little face without hesitation. Little Jing Kong was stunned. He opened his grape-like eyes wide and stared at Jiyu Jiao for a few seconds. Finally, he screamed. Ah. He said it casually, but you really kissed him. Little Jing Kong covered his face with his little hands and ran away shyly. Little Jing Kong, who was kissed, looked like he was drunk the whole night. His little face was extremely red. During the meal, he sat beside Jiyu Jiao, as obedient as a little mimosa. At night, Xiao Liulang bathed him as usual. He sat in the small basin and handed his left face to Xiao Liulang. This side is enough. Don't wash the other side. There's a kiss there. With an expressionless face, Xiao Liulang grabbed the towel in the basin and slapped it on the right side of his face. Little Jing Kong, where Little Jing Kong's heart-wrenching cries suddenly came from the kitchen. Old Mistress, who was secretly eating candied plums in her room, was shocked and almost lost her life. Old Mistress was furious and shouted, Liulang, what did you do to him again? Xiao Liulang didn't do anything. He just washed the kiss on a certain little monk's face clean. Little Jing Kong cried miserably. In the end, Jiyu Jiao came over and gave him another kiss. Only then did he stop crying. Little Jing Kong became very careful after that. He used his little hands to protect his face to prevent his bad brother-in-law from sneaking up on him. He didn't have any hair, so he could go to bed after bathing and putting on his clothes. He hugged his little pillow and went to old mistress's room to say goodnight. Then, he went to Jiyu Jiao's room to say goodnight. Jiao Jiao, I'm going to bed now. See you tomorrow. Jiyu Jiao patted his little bald head and said, go to bed. I'll wake you up tomorrow morning. Okay. Little Jing Kong skipped back to the west room. He took off his shoes and climbed into bed. Xiao Liulang was sitting in front of the desk, copying a book. Little Jing Kong looked at his bad brother-in-law warily and moved his little pillow further away from his bad brother-in-law's pillow. Xiao Liulang didn't even lift his eyelids and only snorted. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and said, don't you dare touch my kiss. Xiao Liulang raised his eyebrows and said, your kiss. Little Jing Kong said proudly, Jiao Jiao gave it to me, you didn't. Xiao Liulang looked at him slowly and his gaze fell on his chubby little face. He said unhurriedly, I don't need to touch them. They'll fly away by themselves when you fall asleep. Little Jing Kong's face changed. He could already see the cruel scene of his 2 kisses abandoning him when he wasn't paying attention. He felt terrible. These 2 little traitors. After 3 seconds of shock, little Jing Kong jumped out of bed and went to Jiyu Jiao's room. He asked for a veil from Jiyu Jiao and wrapped it around his face and head. He wrapped himself up tightly like a little farmer who was going to work in the fields. Then, he carried a standard farmer's hat and went back to his room valiantly. Little Jing Kong raised his chin and said to his bad brother-in-law, I'm covered. They can't fly away. Little Jing Kong was a very smart child. Although he was less than 4 years old, he could recognize more words than the senior brothers in the temple. When the other young monks were having a headache about how to recite the scriptures, he could already recite them backwards. Therefore, when he said to Xiao Liulang that he was always the first in the exams, he was used to it. He wasn't bragging, he was just stating an objective fact. He had a complete set of logic that couldn't be interfered with by anyone. The senior brothers couldn't win against him, and even the abbot couldn't win against him. He was actually a very troublesome existence in the temple. It was only because he met Xiao Liulang that he was occasionally led astray. However, his logic was still invincible. Therefore, no matter how Xiao Liulang interfered with him, he always found his own solution. Xiao Liulang said, what's the point of covering it up? You can take off the veil tomorrow, they'll still fly away. Little Jing Kong said, no, I've already planted them, they'll sprout tomorrow morning. They can't leave me in the future. Chapter 72. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet. Xiao Liulang was speechless. Xiao Liulang had never raised a child before, so he didn't know if other people's children were as weird as his. Xuaningxiang's child was definitely not like that. That little bin only knew how to eat, unlike the little monk Jiyu Jiao brought back. His brain was filled with weird things. Little Jing Kong, who was waiting for his kiss to germinate, fell asleep while hugging his quilt. Under Jiyu Jiao's care and repair, the west room was no longer damp. The mattress was dried a few days ago, so it was soft and warm. Little Jing Kong slept very comfortably, and his little face seemed to be filled with a happy smile. Xiao Liulang glanced at little Jing Kong, but he didn't take it to heart. He continued to copy the book. After Xiao Liulang copied a line of words, he frowned slightly, put down the pen, and picked up a book to read. Soon, he found that he couldn't concentrate on the book, so he frowned deeply. After a while, he turned his head and his eyes fell on the little monk who was sleeping soundly. He stood up and walked to the bed. He bent down slightly, stretched out his slender fingers, and gently untied little Jing Kong's head veil. Little Jing Kong was so asleep that he didn't wake up at all. He didn't know that his bad brother-in-law was playing tricks on him again. Xiao Liulang looked at his bright red cheeks and naughtily extended his demonic claws, plucking his face with a swoosh. After Jiyu Jiao finished her work, she went to the west room to ask Xiao Liulang to do rehabilitation. The door was open, so she walked in openly. In the end, she saw Xiao Liulang lying on the bed. His jade-like delicate hands were scratching little Jing Kong's face, as if he was pulling some invisible grass. He was quite serious, even more serious than when he was studying. Jiyu Jiao was confused. What are you doing? Was he possessed? He looked like an old-fashioned scholar, but was he so childish when playing with children? The next day, Jiyu Jiao woke up little Jing Kong. The first thing little Jing Kong did when he woke up was to touch his veil. Seeing that the veil was still wrapped around his head, he was secretly relieved. After one night, Yaya would have definitely grown out. In the future, Jiao Jiao's kisses would always be on his face. Jiyu Jiao couldn't bear to tell him that his little seeds and sprouts had already been killed by his brother-in-law last night. After breakfast, Jiyu Jiao sent Xiao Liulang to the entrance of the village. In the past, she used to send him by herself. Now that she had little Jing Kong, the mother and daughter, the two sisters sent him together. A family of 3, strangely neat. It was worth mentioning that Xiao Liulang had become the county examination's first deskmaster, so his reputation in town had increased. The number of people who came to him to copy books had also increased. However, in order to let him prepare for the examination with peace of mind, Jiyu Jiao didn't allow him to accept any more books to supplement the family income. Xiao Liulang finished copying the books that he promised and received 10 taels of silver. It was less than half of the amount he used to copy books, but the money was several times more. He gave all the money he earned to Jiyu Jiao and didn't accept any more tasks to copy books. The day of the prefectural examination was approaching, and the examinees started to make preparations. The current dynasty's county and prefectural examinations were held earlier than the previous dynasties. At the end of February, the examinees had to leave for the examination hall in the prefectural city to take part in the prefectural examination. It took a few days to travel from town to the prefectural city by horse carriage. Although Xiao Liulang was rehabilitating every day, he still couldn't throw away his crutches. Therefore, Jiyu Jiao was worried that he would go out alone. Jiyu Jiao wanted to go to the prefectural city with him, but she had to take care of the elderly and children at home, so she couldn't leave. Fortunately, Feng Lin had applied for leave from the academy and accompanied Xiao Liulang to the prefectural city. Before they left, Jiyu Jiao packed a bag for Xiao Liulang. Other than clothes and money, she also packed a few bottles of emergency medicine from the small medicine box. This was to prevent him from getting car sick from the long journey, and to prevent him from getting acclimatized to the environment and having diarrhea. The horse carriage to town was prepared by the headmaster. Jiyu Jiao didn't refuse. Although she didn't lack money to hire a horse carriage, how could a hired horse carriage be better than the headmaster's horse carriage? The coachman was also from the academy, so he was very familiar with the prefectural city. Before dawn, the coachman drove the horse carriage to the village. Feng Lin was waiting in town. Jiyu Jiao took the bag onto the horse carriage and gave the coachman a purse. "Thank you for your hard work." No. The coachman was ordered by the headmaster to send Xiao Liulang to the prefectural test. He had never seen the headmaster care so much about any student, so he naturally didn't dare to accept Jiyu Jiao's bribe in private. Moreover, the headmaster was an honest person. If the headmaster knew that he had accepted bribes, he would definitely be expelled from the academy. Jiyu Jiao said, "Take it. The red packet for the headmaster is bigger than the one for you." The coachman was speechless. In the toilet, little Jing Kong and Xiao Liulang started a conversation between men. Little Jing Kong looked serious. "Do you want to talk?" "Talk about what?" Xiao Liulang said calmly. Little Jing Kong glanced at him and said, "You don't have to pee behind my back." "I won't peep." Xiao Liulang said expressionlessly, "Get to the point." Little Jing Kong said seriously, "I heard that you and Jiao Jiao have been married for so long, but you haven't traveled far." Xiao Liulang raised his eyebrows and said, "So?" Little Jing Kong looked straight ahead. "My family is a little worried about you." The corner of Xiao Liulang's lips twitched indifferently. "Heh." Little Jing Kong raised his little hand seriously and made a stop gesture. "You don't have to feel too much pressure. It's okay if you don't do well in the exam. Anyway, when I grow up, I will do very well in the exam. My family doesn't need to rely on you. I can support it." After that, he got up from the toilet bowl with a strong aura, pulled up his underwear, and went out with a domineering look. Xiao Liulang, who was despised by him even when he was peeing, was speechless. What kind of arrogant little monk was this? Chapter 73. On the other side, Marquis Gu took up residence in the hot spring villa. Marquis Gu held an important position in the capital. Logically speaking, he couldn't be away for too long, but this was an important matter. He had already written a letter to his second son in the capital, asking him to enter the palace and ask for leave from His Majesty. A normal marquis might not be able to see His Majesty, but Marquis Gu's younger sister was His Majesty's favorite concubine. Thus, second young Master Gu had no difficulty entering the palace to see His Majesty. His Majesty knew about Gu Yang's situation and guessed that Marquis Gu was staying because Gu Yang wasn't doing well. He told Marquis Gu to stay in the villa and take care of the family matters. The only thing he didn't say was that he would return to the capital after taking care of Gu Yang's funeral. Marquis Gu knew nothing about His Majesty's inner drama. He was busy looking for that child. Marquis Gu first looked for the midwife who had delivered Madame Yarrow's child. The midwife was invited from a nearby village. The search area wasn't wide, so there was quickly news. Unfortunately, the midwife had passed away a few years ago. Her family only knew that she had indeed gone to the temple to deliver a child and had received a large reward. Her family didn't know anything else. Marquis Gu treated a dead horse as a living horse. He started from the nearby village and really did find some clues. There were 5 children born in the temple. One was 18, one was 19, and one was only 7 years old. The ages of these 3 didn't match. The remaining 2 were of the right age. They were both villagers at the foot of the mountain. One was in Apricot Flower Village, and the other was in Qingchuan Village. Marquis Gu's trusted guard went to Apricot Flower Village first, but found that the child was a boy and the month of birth was wrong. The twins were born in the 10th month, and the boy was born in the 8th month. Thus, only the child in Qingchuan Village was left. If this was also wrong, they would have to search outside Qingchuan Village. That way, the search area would be wider. Marquis. The guard in charge of this investigation was called Huang Zhong. He was Marquis Gu's trusted aide. He said, "Marquis, Qingchuan Village isn't the village at the foot of the mountain. It's on the other side of the mountain." The possibility wasn't very high. That was what Marquis Gu thought as well, which was why he placed Qingchuan Village as the last place to be investigated. Marquis Gu didn't have much hope in his heart. He said to Huang Zhong, "Go and take a look first. Come back if it's not him. Don't let anyone know. If it's him, I'll wait for you at the tea house in town." Yes. After receiving the order, Huang Zhong immediately took a carriage to Clear Spring Village. Huang Zhong was in his early 40s. He was burly and had a gentle face. At first glance, one could tell that he was a good person. It was easy for him to gain the trust of strangers. "That's the Gu family's child," an old man who was sunbathing in front of his house said. The old man was a little old. He had bad hearing and poor eyesight, and he was forgetful. He only remembered that there was a baby in the Gu family who was born in a temple. "Which Gu clan?" Huang Zhong asked. "Li Zheng. Gu Li Zheng." The old man waved his hand and pointed the way. His surname was also Gu. What a coincidence. Huang Zhong thanked the old man and drove the carriage to the Gu family's old house. Gu Dashun and Gu Xiaoshun had gone to school. Gu Lizheng took Gu Changhai to the yamen to get rice and grain. Gu Changlu and Gu Erzhun were sowing in the fields. Only Gu Yuer, Madame Wu, and her daughter-in-law were at home. It was Gu Yuer who opened the door. It wasn't the first time Gu Yuer had seen nobles and carriages, but she was still stunned. Who are you looking for?" It was normal for a country girl to react this way because she hadn't seen the world. Huang Zhong smiled and said, "Is Gu Lizheng here?" Gu Yuer was afraid to talk to a strange man, so she turned and ran into the house. "Grandmother. Someone is looking for grandfather." Madame Wu and her daughter-in-law were chopping chili in the backyard. Seeing Gu Yuer running in panic, Madame Wu frowned impatiently. "Who's looking for your grandfather?" Gu Yuer pointed behind her. "I don't know. He came in a big carriage." Madame Wu's expression changed when she heard that it was a carriage. Madame Wu put down the kitchen knife in her hand, wiped her hands with a rag, and walked quickly to the door. Huang Zhong was in a 2-horse carriage, which was one more horse than the carriage of the steward who sent the invitation to Jiyu Xiaoshan last time. Madame Wu suddenly realized that this person's status was higher than the dean of the academy. But why did such a noble person come to their house? Madame Wu asked with a smile, "Who are you? Why are you looking for my husband?" "My surname is Huang. I heard that you have a child who was born in the temple. I want to inquire about the child's situation." Madame Wu's smile suddenly disappeared. He was looking for that little jinx. As long as he was involved with that little jinx, nothing good would come out of it. Madame Wu was about to close the door with a dark face, but Madame Liu's eyes flashed and she came over. She said with a smile, "Then you can't ask for nothing." Huang Zhong understood, but his smile didn't change. He took out a silver ingot from his arms. The eyes of Madame Wu and her daughter-in-law instantly popped out. Madame Liu reached out to take it, but Madame Wu grabbed the silver ingot first. Madame Liu secretly gritted her teeth. She wanted the silver ingot, so why did it go into her mother-in-law's pocket? After receiving the silver ingot, Madame Wu's face looked much better. "What do you want to ask?" "Ask. How old is the child? Is it a girl?" 14. Girl. This time, it was Huang Zhong's eyes that lit up. When was she born? Madame Wu was stumped by this question. Who would bother to remember a money-losing fool's birth characters? Madame Liu hurriedly said, I know. She was born in October. That month, she was pregnant with Jiyu Xiaoshan, so she had a deep impression of it. Even the month was right. Huang Zhong began to get excited. What's the date? 17 or 18? Madame Liu couldn't remember clearly. It seemed that except for Jiyu Xiaoshan, no one would remember Jiyu Jiao's birthday. The twins were born on the 18th. These clues could be said to be very close. Huang Zhong suppressed his excitement and continued to ask, which temple was it born in? Madame Liu pointed and said, the temple on the other side of the mountain. Which temple is there? At this time, Jiyu Changlu came out with a hoe. Madame Liu waved at him. Ashian's father, was Jianyang born on the 18th or the 17th? 18. What's wrong? Jiyu Changlu said while looking at the man and the carriage in front of the door strangely. Huang Zhong was so excited that he couldn't be more excited. Everything was right, so it should be right. He didn't expect that the child he didn't have any hope for was the child they were looking for. Jiyu Changlu came to Madame Wu and Madame Liu's side. At this time, Madame Ju also came out to watch the fun. Only Jiyu Yuera was timid. She hid at the back door of the central room and secretly looked at them. Huang Zhong couldn't hide his excitement. Jiyu Changlu looked him up and down and asked Madame Liu, why do you suddenly ask about Jianyang? Madame Liu pulled Jiyu Changlu to the side and pointed to Madame Wu's pocket, whispering, he came to ask about Jianyang and gave me a silver ingot. Mother took it all. Jiyu Changlu glared at Madame Liu. He was dissatisfied that Madame Liu used such a tone to complain about his mother. However, he didn't agree with Madame Wu's actions either. He walked to Madame Wu's side and said, Mother, we can't accept this silver ingot. Madame Wu tightened her grip on the purse. Why can't we accept it? Jiyu Changlu looked at Huang Zhong and said, we don't even know who he is. Why is he asking about Jianyang? What if he's a bad person and has bad intentions towards Jianyang? Madame Wu was unhappy when she heard this. What did that little jinx's life have to do with her? It's better for him to die so that the whole family won't be disturbed. The novel will be updated more quickly. Chapter 74. Huang Zhong said, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. This may be a bit abrupt, but I wonder if I can see Jianyang. No. Jiyu Changlu rejected without hesitation. If the other party didn't even let him see her, how could he bring her to town and let the Marquis see her? He couldn't knock out the whole family and kidnap the child, right? Besides, he didn't even know who the child was. Huang Zhong felt that it was very likely that the other party was his young miss. Since that was the case, he couldn't offend the family of the young miss's adoptive parents. He softened his tone and said, may I ask where the child's parents are? I have something to say to them. Madame Wu said, "Her parents passed away. I'm her grandmother, I raised her. Tell me what you have to say. She didn't have parents when she was young." Huang Zhong's mood suddenly became complicated. He thought for a moment and asked, "Can we talk inside?" Madame Wu led Huang Zhong into the house. Huang Zhong asked about the details of the birth, especially why Madame Shu went up the mountain with a big belly. It turned out that Madame Shu wasn't from the village. She had married far away and her family had sent a letter saying that her father was dying and asked her to find a way to go home. Madame Shu was pregnant and her in-laws naturally didn't allow her to go far away. She had no choice but to go to the temple to beg the Bodhisattva. She went without telling her in-laws, saying that she was going to pick some wild vegetables and that she would be back before dark. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden thunderstorm and she would be trapped in the temple and slip? The Marquis's premature birth was caused by twins, but hers was an accident. At first, the Jiyu family didn't know that she went to the temple. When she didn't come back in the heavy rain, Jiyu Sanlang wanted to find his wife but was stopped by his two brothers. Going into the forest in a thunderstorm was suicidal. Madame Shu came back 2 days later. When she came back, the child had already been born. It was a girl with a red spot on her face. She was so ugly that she didn't look like Jiyu Sanlang's biological daughter. Jiyu Sanlang was famous for his good looks. Many people from the surrounding villages were eager to be his wife. In the end, he chose Lady Shu, mainly because Lady Shu had a large dowry. Madame Wu had once suspected that Madame Shu had lost her child in the mountains. She was afraid that her family would blame her, so she picked up a child and brought it back. Shusha was an honest person. She said that she gave birth to this child in the temple. If you don't believe me, you can ask the abbot in the temple. Madame Wu and her second daughter-in-law, Madame Liu, went to ask and confirmed that Madame Shu had given birth in the temple. The baby was born alive, and his cries could be heard all over the temple. "You didn't pick it up?" Madame Wu asked at that time. The monk laughed. "Do you know who was the other female benefactor who gave birth here that night? She is a noble in the capital. Who would be able to pick up her child?" Madame Wu instantly fell silent. The children of nobles were more precious than gold. Not to mention picking them up, they couldn't even be stolen. Hearing this, Huang Zhong was completely certain that the Shu family's child was the one he was looking for. But from the looks of it, Madame Shu didn't know that she had carried the wrong baby. Her surname is also Jiyu. What a coincidence. Huang Zhong suddenly had a feeling of fate. He quickly asked, "Do Madame Shu and Jiyu Sanlang love the child?" What the hell was this? Madame Shu and Jiyu Sanlang almost tied the child to their belts. This was also what made Madame Wu dissatisfied. Madame Shu was a hen who couldn't lay eggs. She had such a good husband like Jiyu Sanlang, but she couldn't give birth to a good child. It wasn't easy for her to give birth to a daughter. Not only was she ugly, but she was also stupid. She was stupid because when she grew up, she found that other children could jump, but she couldn't even walk. She only called her mother when she was 3 years old. However, the couple didn't dislike her at all. They loved the child very much. Jiyu Jiao's mother's hard life began after the couple died. Of course, Madame Wu didn't say this. Huang Zhong had too many clues to digest in his mind, so he didn't notice Madame Wu's hesitation for a while. He looked at Madame Wu and the others and said excitedly, "To tell you the truth, the noble who gave birth in the temple that year was my wife. The 2 children may have been mixed up." Madame Wu and the others were stunned. I don't quite understand. Say it again." Madame Wu stammered. Huang Zhong smiled and said, "Sanlang's daughter is my family's young miss." Madame Wu opened her mouth. "Your family is," Huang Zhong warmly said, "Marquis Dingan's manor." Boom. Everyone in the room was thunderstruck. They didn't understand the rest, but they understood the last 2 words. Marquis Manor. That damn girl was actually from the Marquis Manor. Marquis Manor has a higher official position than the county magistrate. Madame Liu carefully asked. The Marquis Manor was not an official position. It was a manor. The Marquis was the official. But Huang Zhong understood Madame Liu's meaning. Huang Zhong smiled. Naturally. Huang Zhong didn't say the exact difference. Even if he did, they wouldn't understand. In the capital, anyone who dared to ask this question would have already been crushed to death by the marquis. Comparing him to a dog's marquis, who were they looking down on? Huang Zhong was rather polite to the Jiyu family. After all, the Jiyu family had raised their young miss. He amiably said, "My family's marquis is in town. Can I bring that child to see my family's marquis?" These people were completely scared silly. They couldn't even speak. First, they were shocked. They didn't think that the girl's background would be so frightening. Second, they were frightened. They had bullied the girl many times over the years. If the marquis knew that they were so harsh to his own daughter, would he send them all to the yamen to eat prison food? Just as the people in the room were in a daze, Jiyu Zhonghai arrived home. He first noticed the carriage outside the door. Then he saw the room full of frightened birds. He glanced at the powerful Huang Zhong and frowned. He asked Madame Wu, "Mother, what is it? Where's your father?" Madame Wu looked behind him. Jiyu Zhonghai said, "Father went to granduncle's place. He told me to come back first." That. Madame Wu didn't know how to tell her son. Huang Zhong smiled understandingly and said, "Well, I'll send someone to inform the marquis first. You can discuss how to tell her. If it's not convenient for you to say it, I'll do it." Such a big thing had happened. It was reasonable to give people time to digest it. But it couldn't be delayed for too long. He had to see the child today anyway. After Huang Zhong went out, the three women trembled and told Jiyu Jiao's background. Although Jiyu Zhonghai was a man, his reaction was no better than the three women's. His whole face turned pale and his legs were weak. If they treated Jiyu Jiao well, he would be happy to hear the news. But the point was, they didn't treat Jiyu Jiao as a person at all. They didn't let her eat or drink well. She did all the heavy and dirty work, such as cutting pigweed, feeding pigs, picking up pig dung. But she was stupid and couldn't do it well. So they gradually stopped asking her to do it. But they often beat and scolded her. Moreover, when she was less than 14 years old, they forced her to marry a cripple and drove them out to live alone. If the marquis knew about this, would they still have a chance to live? Chapter 75. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Dashuan's father, say something. What should we do? Mrs. Ju was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. She asked who in the Jiyu family treated Jiyu Jiao the worst. It was either Mrs. Wu or her. Of course, Mrs. Liu was not a good person, but Jiyu Xiaoshun took away half of her anger from Mrs. Liu. Mrs. Liu beat Jiyu Xiaoshun the most fiercely. There is a saying, anger rises from the heart, and evil grows from the guts. When people are angry to the extreme, they can do anything. Similarly, when people are scared to the extreme, they can do anything to protect themselves. Jiyu Zhonghai immediately made a bold decision, let Yue go. What? Mrs. Ju was stunned. Madame Wu and Jiyu Changlu were also stunned. Did they hear it wrong? The first branch wanted to use their daughter to replace the Jiaoniang. Eldest brother, you can't. Jiyu Changlu was the first to object. Putting aside his guilt for the third branch, he was timid and could not do such a thing. Mrs. Liu was also not happy. It was not her daughter who was going to be the daughter of the Lord Protector. She did not enjoy the happiness, but followed the first branch in fear. No. Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Ju did not say anything. One of them was Jiyu Yue's grandmother, and the other was Jiyu Yue's mother. They could directly benefit from it. Moreover, they were not timid. Jiyu Zhonghai began to persuade the second branch, second brother, second sister-in-law, if you don't think for yourselves, don't you think for Erzhan? Erzhan is also a very smart child, but Dashun was born before him and went to school first. The family could not support two children, so Shiren's education was delayed. When Yue goes to the Lord Protector's manor, I will definitely let her take Erzhan to the capital to study. With Shiren's intelligence, how can he not make a name for himself? These words touched the bottom of Mrs. Liu's heart. Even in her dreams, Madame Liu wanted to bask in second Shun's glory. She also firmly believed that Second Shun was someone who could make a name for himself. It was just that Jiyu Dashun had taken all the opportunities. Jiyu Changhai said, "Third brother's child is not close to us, so we can't count on her. Besides, that child might be sent back by the Marquis's mansion. Don't expect the Marquis's household to compensate us with a sum of money. They also raised third brother's daughter, so we don't owe each other anything. If we really owe them anything, it's us who owe them. How much does the Marquis estate spend on third brother's daughter every year? How much do we spend on Jiao Niang every year? If we really calculate it, don't we have to compensate them?" Hearing about the compensation, the second branch's expression changed. Jiyu Zhonghai continued, "But as long as Yu goes there and puts in a good word for us, how can the Marquis's estate not go along with her? You watched Yu grow up. Don't you know what kind of person she is? She's closest to her second aunt." Mrs. Liu's back straightened. Jiyu Yue and Mrs. Liu's relationship was actually not very close, but Jiyu Yue was obedient, diligent, and had a soft personality. Mrs. Liu did not hate her, and she had never argued with her. Mrs. Ju hurriedly chimed in, "Yes, she always tells me that she likes her second aunt the most. She also says that her second aunt is good-looking, much better than me." In the past, Mrs. Ju would never admit that Mrs. Liu was prettier than her. But now, she had to coax Mrs. Liu. Mrs. Liu was successfully coaxed. She smiled embarrassedly, "Who doesn't like Yue?" After successfully persuading Mrs. Liu, Jiyu Zhonghai turned to look at Jiyu Changlu, "Second brother, I know that you don't like farming. You like doing business. When Yue goes to the Marquis's mansion, let her buy you the best shop in town. You can sell whatever you want." Jiyu Changlu was suddenly speechless. It was true that he felt guilty towards the third branch, but he really wanted to have his own business. "Father," Mrs. Liu said weakly. Jiyu Zhonghai knew the old man's character well. It was true that he was fickle to Jiyu Jiao. It was also true that he favored boys over girls. But if he really asked him to do such a bad thing, he might not do it. "I'll tell him later." Mrs. Liu curled her lips and said, "Then tell him, don't involve us." Jiyu Zhonghai grinned, "Don't worry, second sister-in-law. It's my idea. If the old man wants to scold someone, he will only scold me. Will the Marquis's mansion be suspicious?" Jiyu Changlu suddenly asked. Jiyu Zhonghai smiled and said, "How can it be? Who would have guessed that we have such big courage? What's more, that person asked in the village before coming to the Jiyu family. He won't ask again." Mrs. Ju said, "What about the blood test? I heard there is such a thing." Jiyu Zhonghai's smile deepened, "That's even easier. Yu and third brother's daughter are blood relatives. When the time comes, let Yu think of a way to replace the blood in the Marquis's mansion with third brother's daughter's blood. Naturally, we can deceive everyone." Just like that, the family decided the life of Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Yu. It was just like how they decided the life of Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang. They didn't even think about whether the person involved would agree or not. Jiyu Yu cried and didn't want to be a daughter. Mrs. Ju and Mrs. Liu tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen. Jiyu Zhonghai slapped her and she became obedient. Mrs. Ju changed her daughter into decent clothes. Mrs. Liu took out the jewelry that she took from Mrs. Shu and put it on Jiyu Yu. Jiyu Zhonghai's slap just now didn't leave a mark on Jiyu Yu's face. But because she cried, her eyes were red and swollen. Regarding this, the Jiyu family's explanation was that the little girl couldn't accept the fact and was a little sad. Huang Zhong felt that this was human nature. The kindness of giving birth was not as great as the kindness of raising. After so many years, they should have developed feelings for each other. But Huang Zhong didn't expect that the little girl who opened the door for him was his young miss. Just now, she was dressed even more shabbily and looked even more timid. Her movements were full of pettiness. Huang Zhong thought of the dignified and elegant Jiyu Jinyu and couldn't help but sigh. Jiyu Yu kept crying. Huang Zhong couldn't bear it and said, "Master who doesn't want to take you back immediately. He came today to see you first. If you really can't bear to," Mrs. Wu hurriedly said, "No. It's right for the family to be reunited. What's there to be reluctant about? Master, who is her biological father, Huang Zhong, personally opened the curtain of the carriage and said, "Young miss, please get in the carriage." Jiyu Yue didn't move. Mrs. Wu urged, "Go, you, cough, Jiaonyang." Mrs. Zhu and Mrs. Liu helped Jiyu Yue into the carriage. This was probably the first time Jiyu Yue was valued by her family since she was born. The whole family treated her like a bodhisattva, but Jiyu Yue couldn't feel happy. She didn't want to go to a strange place and didn't want to leave home. The whole family didn't care about Jiyu Yue's life or death. They all started to have their own big dreams. Jiyu Zhonghai urged, "It's getting late. Go early and come back early." If they didn't leave now, old master who would come back and Jiyu Yue wouldn't be able to leave. What they didn't expect was that Huang Zhong and Jiyu Yue didn't meet old master who, but met Jiyu Xiaoshan, who had just returned from the academy. Jiyu Xiaoshan walked back casually, swinging his bag as he walked. Jiyu Zhonghai's eyebrows jumped. "Xiaoshan, why are you back so early?" Xiao Liulang went to the provincial capital to take the prefectural examination. Jiyu Xiaoshan didn't need to take second Uncle Luo's ox cart. He walked back himself. Walking on foot was much faster than an ox cart. At this time, Huang Zhong's carriage was almost out of the village. Mrs. Zhu said, "It's okay. He can't see." Jiyu Yue was sitting in the carriage. Jiyu Xiaoshan couldn't lift the curtain with his hands, could he? Chapter 76. The Jiyu family might have forgotten that Jiyu Xiaoshan grew up with bad hands. Because of this, he had been beaten by the Liu family since he was a child. When the carriage passed by Jiyu Xiaoshan casually waved his hand. "Eh? Jiyu Yue?" Jiyu Yue was only 2 months younger than Jiyu Jiao. According to reason, she should be Jiyu Xiaoxian's older sister, but Jiyu Xiaoshan only called her by her first name. Jiyu Yue immediately panicked. Although she didn't want to leave home, she was more afraid of being beaten by her father if she failed. Huang Zhong stopped the carriage. He jumped out of the carriage and came in front of Jiyu Xiaoshan. He took the curtain from Jiyu Xiaoxian's hand and coldly asked, "Where did this brat come from?" Jiyu Xiaoshan was wearing Tianxiang Academy's uniform, but every strand of hair on his body seemed to be indecent. After studying for so long, people seemed to forget that he was the #1 bully in the surrounding area. Just now, he saw Jiyu Yue crying in the carriage. He suddenly had a bad guess in his heart. Jiyu Yue had reached the age of marriage. His family was worried about Jiyu Yue's marriage. The Jiyu family didn't like the poor ones, and the Jiyu family didn't want the good ones. This rotten old man, could it be that he wanted to buy Jiyu Yue to be his concubine? Jiyu Xiaoxian's bad temper rose. "You don't even know your grandfather, Xiaoshan, and you dare to come to the Jiyu family to steal someone? Yue, get out of the carriage." Jiyu Yue didn't move. Jiyu Xiaoshan stepped into the carriage and was about to pull Jiyu Yue down. Huang Zhong was a martial artist. How could he let a brat steal someone from his hands? He grabbed Jiyu Xiaoxian's arm and coldly said, "Brat, if you have something to say, then say it." Jiyu Xiaoshan unhappily said, "How much money did my uncle ask you? You even sold your own daughter." "What do you mean by your uncle's daughter?" "She was the daughter of the third branch of the Jiyu family, Jiyu Jiao's mother." "Wait, you're a member of the Jiyu family?" Huang Zhong was suddenly startled, as if something was wrong. At this time, Jiyu Zhonghai, Madame Zhu, and Madame Liu arrived breathlessly. Jiyu Zhonghai said sternly, "Xiaoshan, get over here." Jiyu Xiaoshan ignored Jiyu Zhonghai and looked at Huang Zhong strangely. She lifted the curtain with one hand and pointed at Jiyu Yue with the other. "Are you stupid? I don't know my sister. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. She is the daughter of the Jiyu clan's first branch, Jiyu Yue." It was a sunny day, and the streets of the town were bustling with activity. Marquis Jiyu sat in a room on the second floor of the tea house, sipping tea as he listened to the carriage driver's report. The window beside his hand was wide open, and the sunlight and noise came in together. Unlike the bustle in the capital, The town was more lively with the local customs. We went to the village. The family there also had the surname Gu, the driver said. As this was a serious matter, Marquis Gu only used people he trusted, and the driver was no exception. The coachman told him everything he had heard from the Gu family. When he heard that the other party's surname was also Gu, Marquis Gu's reaction was not very big, but when he heard that the child was indeed the baby girl who was carried away by mistake, Marquis Gu's cup fell on the table with a clang. The driver was frightened. "Marquis, are you okay?" He thought that he would be very calm after finding his long-lost child, but he was a little nervous. He asked, "Where is she?" The driver said, "She's on the way. Bodyguard Huang asked me to inform you in advance, and he will bring her here in a while." Marquis Gu was a little excited. He straightened his clothes and asked the driver, "Do I look okay?" The driver was stunned. You're not looking at her face." Marquis Gu's face darkened. "I'm asking you if you'll scare the child." The driver trembled. Marquis Gu took a deep breath and suppressed his ferocious expression. In fact, there was nothing to worry about. Jinyu liked him very much, so the child would definitely like him too. The main thing was that he was afraid that he would scare the child away if he was too imposing. Time seemed to slow down. Marquis Gu gradually could not sit still upstairs, so he simply got up and went downstairs. He had just taken 2 steps out of the tea house when he bumped into a glutinous rice ball who was holding some snacks. The little glutinous rice ball cried out and fell face down on the ground. The box of snacks in his hand fell out, and a drop rolled out. The little glutinous rice ball was stunned when he saw that the snacks he bought with great difficulty were gone. "What's wrong, Jing Kong?" Jiu Jiao came over with a candied hawthorn nearby. When she saw the little guy lying on the ground with a confused face, she hurriedly went forward and lifted him up. Little Jing Kong looked at Jiu Jiao and then looked at the osmanthus cake scattered all over the ground. He pouted and tears welled up in his big eyes. "The osmanthus cake is gone." Today was the first time little Jing Kong came to town. It was the first time he saw so many people and also the first time he queued up to buy osmanthus cake. He cherished it so much that he could not bear to eat a single one. In the end, it was gone just like that. Jiu Jiao looked at the osmanthus cake on the ground and asked little Jing Kong, "Are you hurt? Are you hurt anywhere?" Little Jing Kong covered his little heart and said with an aggrieved face, "I'm hurt here." Jiu Jiao was speechless. This was the osmanthus cake from Li Ji. They queued for more than an hour before they could buy it. The little guy was sad. "But did you have to be so dramatic? You even put on an act." Jiu Jiao wiped his little hands with a handkerchief. "Be careful next time." "I'm very careful. It's not my fault. He bumped into me." After little Jing Kong said that, he raised his hand and pointed at Marquis Jiu, who did not know whether to leave or stay. Strictly speaking, he did leave in a hurry. Little Jing Kong did not move at that time. He held the snacks under the eaves and waited for Jiu Jiao to buy him sugar-coated haws. However, Marquis Jiu did not do it on purpose. Little Jing Kong was too short and he did not see him at first. When he was about to ask someone to carry little Jing Kong away, Jiu Jiao appeared. "Why is this girl everywhere?" Marquis Jiu was puzzled. Jiu Jiao looked at Marquis Jiu coldly. Marquis Jiu felt a little guilty under her sharp gaze, but it was impossible for him, a marquis, to apologize to a child. He coughed softly and said seriously, "Who asked him to block the way? You brought a child out, why didn't you keep an eye on him?" "All right, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll forgive you. This amount of silver is enough to buy 100 boxes of osmanthus cakes." After saying that, he took out a silver ingot and threw it on the ground in front of the two. Ordinary people would have kowtowed to thank him for the reward when they saw so much silver ingot. However, Jiu Jiao and little Jing Kong did not move. Marquis Jiu glanced at them coldly. "Oh, as you wish." After saying that, he strode away. His clothes were either rich or expensive. Naturally, no one dared to speak up for Jiu Jiao and little Jing Kong. However, just as he brushed past Jiu Jiao gently stretched out her foot and tripped him. He was caught off guard and fell flat on the ground. He was instantly angry. He turned his head and stared at Jiyu Jiao fiercely. "Stupid girl, do you want to die?" Jiyu Jiao returned his words to him word for word. "Who asked you to block the way?" After tripping him, Jiyu Jiao turned and left with little Jing Kong. Marquis Jiyu was really angry this time. Coincidentally, the county magistrate passed by with the Yarman's constables. Marquis Jiyu was so angry that he asked the county magistrate to arrest them. Chapter 77. As soon as the magistrate left, Huang Zhong arrived. Marquis, why are you here alone? Where's the child? I was almost fooled. The one from the Jiyu family isn't. Huang Zhong told him the whole story of how the Jiyu family had substituted one person for another. Fortunately, we met brother Xiao Shun. Otherwise, we would have made another mistake. Marquis Jiyu was furious. Very good, these people don't want to live anymore. I'll deal with them later. I asked you a question, are you deaf? Marquis Jiyu glared at Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong pursed his lips. Weren't they still hesitating at the beginning about whether or not to recognize her? Why are they so anxious now? Huang Zhong took out a lifelike wooden carving. Brother Xiaoshun gave it to me. He said this is the young miss. The wooden carving from last time was given to the old mother of the headmaster. After that, Jiyu Xiaoshun carved a new one, but he didn't have time to give it to Jiyu Jiao. Huang Zhong learned his lesson this time and didn't tell Jiyu Xiaoshun the truth. He only said that his master had received a favor from his sister and wanted to invite her to town to thank her. Jiyu Xiaoshun was afraid that they would thank the wrong person again, so he gave the wooden carving to him. Marquis Jiyu felt that the wooden carving looked a little familiar. It's missing something. Huang Zhong searched his chest again and took out a small piece of dough. He smacked it on the left side of the wooden carving's face. Brother Xiaoshun said that the young miss has a red birthmark on her face. Red birthmark. Marquis Jiyu finally understood why the wooden carving looked familiar. Wasn't this the stinky girl he had just ordered to be taken away? Did you make a mistake? Marquis Jiyu frowned. There's no mistake this time. In order to verify the authenticity of the wooden carving, Huang Zhong had checked with the villagers. It was the real child of the Jiyu family's third branch. Marquis Jiyu felt as if lightning had struck his head, and his whole body began to sway. Huang Zhong noticed his master's strange behavior and asked worriedly, Marquis, what's wrong? Don't tell me you don't like Mrs. Appearance. Xiaoxian's brother said that although she has a birthmark, it's not ugly at all. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder, and fairies were in the eyes of the younger brother. Jiyu Xiaoshun had never thought that his sister was ugly. Huang Zhong was just listening to Marquis Gu's words when the next second, Marquis Jiyu disappeared. Naturally, Marquis Jiyu had gone to chase after Jiyu Jiao. He had not expected that the brat was the child he had been searching so hard for. It's over. He had personally sent him to prison. Whether or not he would recognize her was another matter altogether. He was afraid that when the time came, it would be difficult to ask her for her blood as a guiding drug. When Marquis Jiyu arrived at the county Yarman, Magistrate Liu and his entourage had also just arrived. Just now, he had revealed his identity so that the county magistrate obeyed his orders. When the county magistrate saw him, he hurriedly went forward to salute him. However, Marquis Jiyu didn't even look at him and walked towards the carriage where Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Ruoyun were being held. Something unexpected happened. The carriage was empty, and there was not a single person in it. Marquis Gu's eyes widened. Where is she? Magistrate Liu was also dumbfounded. That's right, where is she? He had seen her and the child get into the carriage with his own eyes. They had not stopped along the way, so how could they have disappeared? Could it be that the brat was a hidden expert? Magistrate Liu wiped away his cold sweat. This official has failed in his duty. This official will immediately send people to capture her. She will be punished. Let's see if she dares to escape. A mere 9th-rank official dared to punish the bloodline of the Marquis's household. Marquis Jiyu scolded, Dog official. You even captured 2 children. You even want to punish them. Why don't you go to heaven? Magistrate Liu was dumbfounded. Didn't you tell this official to capture them? Marquis Jiyu kicked him. You'll capture them just because I told you to? Who is the real official of the people? You don't seek justice for the people, you don't stand up for the people. You only know how to curry favor and curry favor. What's the use of having you? Magistrate Liu, who was flustered by the wind, was speechless. The last ray of the setting sun disappeared into the horizon. The sky was grey and half dark. Jiyu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and walked on the quiet street at a moderate pace. Although there was no Osmanthus cake, there was still candied haws. Little Jing Kong was small, but he was not timid. The series of events just now did not scare him at all. He licked the candied haws very seriously. Jiyu Jiao paused and could not help but ask him, "Are you afraid?" Little Jing Kong stopped licking the candied haws and looked at Jiyu Jiao with his big eyes. After a while, he understood what she meant. "I'm not afraid." He said so. Jiyu Jiao nodded. It was good that he was not afraid. The first principle that Jiyu Jiao learned was the way of survival. She did not care much about whether people were good or bad. However, after having little Jing Kong, she began to care about it. It did not seem good to let a child learn how to escape from prison. Jiyu Jiao was thinking about how to educate little Jing Kong when little Jing Kong shook her hand. "Jiao Jiao, you're very powerful." Jiyu Jiao thought that he was talking about a child. Little Jing Kong said, "I want to be very powerful too. I want to be more powerful than Jiao Jiao. Then Jiao Jiao won't need to be powerful." Jiyu Jiao paused and looked at him in confusion. Little Jing Kong raised his head and looked into Jiyu Jiao's eyes with his clear eyes. "Jiao Jiao must be very hard, right? Master said that powerful people have suffered a lot, and they will continue to suffer a lot in the future." In fact, he did not understand why people had to suffer when they became powerful. Master said that it was because powerful people were destined to go up the mountain. Those who went up the mountain had to suffer, so they had to go down the mountain to be comfortable. This was the first time that someone asked Jiyu Jiao if it was hard. She joined the organization when she was 8 years old. She was whipped, electrocuted, tortured. Every day, she almost went into shock. People only cared about whether she could take on the next mission. No one cared about whether she was hard or not. Jiyu Jiao did not know how to answer for a moment. Little Jing Kong thought about what happened just now and lowered his head. Did I make Jiao Jiao feel tired?" Jiyu Jiao did not expect him to say that. Jiyu Jiao touched his little bald head. "No, it's not hard to raise little Jing Kong at all." "Really?" Little Jing Kong looked at her blankly. Jiyu Jiao saw a trace of hesitation in his eyes. This heartless little guy was actually more vulnerable than anyone else. Jiyu Jiao nodded firmly. "Yes, it's true." Little Jing Kong smiled again. He patted his little chest and said solemnly, "Jiao Jiao, wait for me to grow up. When I grow up, I'll carry you up the mountain." If powerful people had to go up the mountain, then he would carry Jiao Jiao up the mountain. Jiao Jiao did not need to walk. He would bear the hardships of Jiao Jiao. Jiyu Jiao did not understand what he meant by going up the mountain and going down the mountain, but she felt the little guy's concern. She squatted down and gently scratched the tip of his little nose. At this time, Jiyu Jiao did not know that someone had really fulfilled the promise that he made when he was 3.5 years old. This cute little ball of rice actually became such a majestic immortal general one day. In the 6 countries, in the world, no one dared to make her suffer anymore. When they returned to the village, little Jing Kong had already fallen asleep. He was lying in Jiyu Jiao's arms and drooling. There was a carriage parked at the entrance of the village. Jiyu Jiao did not pay attention to it, but when she approached the carriage, she saw a person standing beside it. It was none other than Marquis Jiyu, who ordered her and little Jing Kong to be taken to prison. Chapter 78. There was no one beside Marquis Jiyu except for his guard, Huang Zhong. Jiyu Jiao ruled out the possibility that he was here to catch her. But if he wasn't here to catch her, why would he be here? Jiyu Jiao didn't have a good impression of this marquis who looked down on commoners like ants. She hugged little Jing Kong tightly and looked at him warily. If he dared to do anything to hurt them, she didn't mind taking his life here. Marquis Jiyu saw Jiyu Jiao's hostility. He coughed lightly and said seriously, "I'm not here to catch you. I have no ill intentions." Jiyu Jiao didn't care about this and continued to look at him warily. Marquis Gu's feelings were very complicated. On one hand, he couldn't accept that this girl who had tricked him time and time again was his long-lost flesh and blood. On the other hand, he couldn't bear to look back on their interactions. But no matter what, since he was here, he had to make things clear. Marquis Jiyu gave Huang Zhong a look, and Huang Zhong retreated. Marquis Jiyu flicked his wide sleeves and said, "My surname is Jiyu. I'm Marquis Dingen of the Hot Spring Villa." Jiyu Jiao had guessed his identity long ago. When they first met, Jiyu Jinyu was sitting in his carriage. She recognized Jiyu Jinyu's voice. It seemed unlikely that there was a second person who could sit in Jiyu Jinyu's carriage and call himself Marquis. After meeting him in the forest, she looked at his face up close. It was a face that was very similar to Jiyu Yang's. If he said that he was not Jiyu Yang's biological father, she was afraid that she would not believe it. But he didn't say anything and Jiyu Jiao didn't point it out. Marquis Jiyu said, "Today's matter." Jiyu Jiao interrupted him, "If you're here to apologize, there's no need." "I don't care." Marquis Jiyu glared at her. "No, how can you say that? How can you be so impudent?" He did come with a trace of guilt, but he was the Marquis. How could he apologize to a girl? Didn't she know that there were no parents in this world? Her parents were gone. He and Yarosha had indeed not taught her. Jiyu Sanlang and Shu Sha had left early, so they didn't have the time to teach her. "I heard that she used to be a fool, and that she got over it recently." Thinking of this, Marquis Jiyu felt that he could be more lenient with her. He suppressed his boiling anger and said to her, "I came to find you because I have something to tell you. You might not believe me, but you, and why can't I say it out loud?" Marquis Jiyu was worried. "What do I have with you?" No matter how hard Jiyu Jiao racked her brains, she couldn't think of any relationship between this man and herself. However, she had lived for 2 lifetimes and had seen all kinds of weirdos. "Don't tell me you have some kind of weird fetish and like me?" Although her face was damaged, she was still young. Some men had such strong tastes. Marquis Jiyu stumbled and almost fell into the well in front of him. What kind of person did this girl think he was? How could she slander her own father like this? Marquis Gu's temper that he had suppressed with great difficulty came back up. "Do you know who I am?" "I am you." A quarter of an hour later, Marquis Jiyu limped back to the carriage with a bruised face. Huang Zhong walked over and was stunned. "Marquis, you were beaten? You weren't beaten by the young miss, right? You can't even beat the young miss." Marquis Jiyu roared like a storm. "I didn't want to argue with her." He wouldn't admit that he couldn't beat her. This was too tragic. Huang Zhong couldn't bear to look at it. He had followed the Marquis for more than 10 years and had never seen him in such a sorry state. Huang Zhong asked, "Young miss hit you so hard. Didn't you tell her that you are her father?" When this was mentioned, Marquis Jiyu became even angrier. "Why didn't you tell her?" Huang Zhong didn't understand. "What did you say?" Marquis Jiyu was filled with righteous indignation. "I said I am her father. She said I scolded her and then she beat me up. And she beat him up very badly." Marquis Jiyu had never been wronged like this since he was a child. "Huang Zhong, why don't you say you are her father? Is the word father too hot to use?" After beating him up, Jiyu Jiao carried little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly, home. Xiao Liulang was not at home. He had gone to the provincial capital to take an exam and would only be back next month. The house seemed to have become quiet with one person missing. In fact, Xiao Liulang was very quiet at home. Shi stayed in his room most of the time. However, when Jiyu Jiao opened the door of the west room and didn't see the young man reading at the desk, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Jiyu Jiao put little Jing Kong on the bed and pulled the quilt over him. Then she went to the kitchen to cook dinner. Little Jing Kong had eaten his fill in town. Jiyu Jiao didn't wake him up and sat in the central room with the old lady to eat. Jiyu Jiao asked, "Eh? Xiaoshun didn't come over?" Jiyu Xiaoshun returned to the old house every night after dinner. He said he would stay at the academy for a while, the old lady said as she picked up a piece of braised pork. Without Liu Lang and little silly girl, the braised pork was no longer delicious. Jiyu Jiao asked strangely, why did he suddenly go to the academy? The old lady said, "I don't know. He left in a hurry." Jiyu Xiaoshun ruined the Jiyu family's plans. Jiyu Zhonghai, his wife, and the Liu matriarch wanted to beat him to death. In order to avoid trouble, he stayed at the academy overnight. The academy didn't allow outsiders to enter. The only Jiyu family member who could enter was Jiyu Dashun. The Jiyu family could let Jiyu Dashun beat him up if they wanted, but Jiyu Dashun couldn't beat him. "I'll send him some money tomorrow." Jiyu Jiao was worried that Jiyu Xiaoshun wouldn't have enough money to eat. "I'll give it to him," the old lady said. "Where did you get the money?" Jiyu Jiao asked. The old lady was very down and out when she first came to the house. She didn't even have a copper coin, let alone silver. During the new year, Jiyu Jiao gave her a big red packet, but it was in silver notes. The old lady snorted, "Did I tell you for nothing?" Jiyu Jiao was stunned. Did the old lady start a side business at home? The old lady said without changing her expression, "And your medicine? Since you don't want it anymore, I'll sell it all." Jiyu Jiao asked strangely, "What medicine?" The old lady said, "Golden saw medicine. You've been messing around at home for a few days. Do you think I don't know?" Jiyu Jiao said, "Oh, you know. She made the medicine during the day." Xiao Liulang wasn't at home. Although the old lady was, she didn't expect the old lady to know about the golden saw medicine, so she didn't hide it from her. She had high requirements for medicine. She made more than a dozen bottles and only kept the 3 bottles with the best effect. She didn't care that the rest of the bottles were missing. She thought the old lady threw them away. Who would have thought that the old lady secretly sold them? Jiyu Jiao heard the old lady's tone and said, "Have you done this before?" "You mean selling medicine?" "Oh, maybe, but I don't think I'm selling golden saw medicine." The old lady thought about it seriously and found a name from her few memories. It seems to be an aphrodisiac. Jiyu Jiao, according to later records, the virtuous empress sold aphrodisiac to the imperial concubines and took bribes to control the green head card. The virtuous empress's last words were, "Don't talk about feelings with me, the emperor. The highest bidder will sleep." Chapter 79. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. After dinner, Jiyu Jiao tidied up the house and went to the west room to put a blanket over little Jing Kong. Then, she went back to her room to sleep. 2 months had passed since the last time she had a dream. Jiyu Jiao had not had a dream since then. Unexpectedly, she had a dream again that night. However, she did not dream of Xiao Liulang, but of herself. She dreamed that she had become the daughter of the Jiyu family and met Jiyu Jinyu from the hot spring villa. She also dreamed that they had returned to the capital together. She moved into a richly ornamented house. There were more than 10 servants serving her every day. There were also family members who doted on her that she had never met before. The servants respectfully called her Miss Jiyu, but the good times did not last long. Jiyu Jinyu was beautiful, demure, and elegant. She was educated and well-spoken. On the other hand, she was ugly, uncouth, illiterate, and clumsy with her speech. Compared to Jiyu Jinyu, she was a complete joke. Everyone said that the Jiyu family had brought back a wild girl from the countryside. The servants started to mock her. The daughters started to distance themselves from her. Even the family members who used to dote on her did not seem to know how to face her. In order to get back what was rightfully hers, she did some bad things under the instigation of others. This caused everyone to be extremely disappointed in her. In the end, she was sent to a villa outside the capital. She was depressed and heartbroken every day. Finally, she died of an illness in the cold winter. When Jiyu Jiao woke up, she wondered why she had such a dream. When she dreamed about Xiao Liulang, she knew that it would happen. However, it was different when it happened to her. It was not because of anything else. It was because the her in the dream was not her at all. She was not ignorant and incompetent, nor was she clumsy with her speech. She did not care about what others thought of her. She would not be jealous of Jiyu Jinyu. She would not be instigated by others. She would not use those stupid tricks on Jiyu Jinyu either. If she really wanted to kill someone, she would do it more cleanly than wiping the floor. As for being heartbroken because he couldn't get the love of his family, that was even more ridiculous. So, why did she have such a wild dream? Was there something wrong with his brain? On the other hand, Xiao Liulang and Feng Lin's carriage had finally arrived at the prefectural city, Ping City, after a long and arduous journey. They didn't arrive early, and the inns next to the examination hall were all full. They settled for the next best thing, and chose an inn one street away. 2 taels of silver for a room was simply asking for a sky-high price. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked the examinees to wait? He could only obediently hand over the silver. When the capital examination was over, the first batch of failed candidates would leave, and the price would drop by half. When the academy envoys were also over, the price would drop by another half. Feng Lin and the coachman ate something unclean on the road and had a stomachache. Luckily, Jiyu Jiao had prepared some diarrhea medicine. Xiao Liulang was fine, but he was not used to sleeping every night. 2 days later, the capital examination began. The location of the capital examination was at the Ping City Examination Hall. The examinees entered the hall at 5 a.m. Different from the examination documents of the county examination, the examination documents of the capital examination were given to each examinee. The examination documents were called examination documents by the prefectural government. The examinee's name, examination shed, and seat number were written on it. There were 4 examination sheds in the examination hall in Ping City. Sheds were mostly for the top examinees in the county examination, and Xiao Liulang was also in one of them. The big examination shed was divided into numerous small examination rooms. Each examinee had one room. The space was not big, but there was a desk, a cushion, and a narrow wooden bed. Other than the examination documents, the examinees were not allowed to bring in anything else. The examinees' brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone were all provided by the examination hall. In addition, there were also 3 meals a day and a blanket for the night. If the examinees were tired, they could rest at any time. As long as they did not cheat or violate the rules of the examination hall, no one would interfere even if they slept there for 4 days and 4 nights. The capital examination did not have a one-off situation. Therefore, the examinees had to obediently complete the 3 rounds of examination. Other than when they went to the toilet, they were not allowed to leave the examination hall. Once they left, regardless of the situation, they could not return to the examination hall. The first round was on the scriptures. The scriptures for the capital examination required the examinees to know at least 3 scriptures. The classic of filial piety and the analects of Confucius were a must. The rest of the examinees could choose from the Book of Songs and the Rites of Jew and write from memory according to the designated paragraph. This seemed simple, but one had to know that other than the classic of filial piety, which only had 2,369 words, the other 3 scriptures added up to more than 90,000 words. Even if the Rites of Jew, which had the most words, was removed, there were still more than 50,000 words. The amount of memorization was huge. The number of questions for the scriptures was also very large. The fastest one could finish writing would be in the afternoon. Usually, there would be people handing in their papers one after another at dusk. Xiao Liulang only wrote for an hour before he stopped writing and went to sleep. His paper was covered under the white paper and pressed down with an inkstone. The invigilator was stunned. Was he finished? No, this was impossible. No one could answer so quickly, unless he had memorized the scriptures so well that he could write without thinking. This was not something that an ordinary genius could do. Who did he think he was? The former young chancellor, the young Marquis of Jiaodu? The invigilator felt that he most likely would not be able to answer, so he simply gave up writing. He was even the county examination's top case examinee. He was really an embarrassment to their county. After the examination, there was a person who came up to collect the papers. He would first paste the name and then put it into a special box. Even the invigilator was not able to see the paper. When they saw it, the name had already been masked, so they would not know which paper belonged to which examinee. Maybe it was because Xiao Liulang had left a deep impression on the invigilator in the first round. For the next 2 rounds, the invigilator also paid special attention to him. The second round of essays tested the examinee's ability to write. There were not many restrictions on the wording and style of writing. It could be considered the easiest round of the 3 rounds. Xiao Liulang only wrote for an hour before he covered his paper and went to sleep. Can you not give up on yourself like this? Essays are so simple. You don't even know how to write this. How did you become the county examination's top case examinee? Are the examinees of this batch so useless? The last round was an 8-part essay. It took 2 days to complete, which showed how difficult it was. Especially this time, the questions were personally set by Provincial Governor Zhuang from the capital. Provincial Governor Zhuang had taken 2 completely unrelated sentences from the Analects of Confucius: poverty without flattery, wealth without arrogance, quick to handle matters but cautious in speech. He had the examinees forcefully put them together to solve the question. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 examinees collapsed from the pressure. They were carried out, and the exam was cancelled. The invigilator secretly cursed. Such a difficult exam. Why didn't you give this grandpa a paw? He thought that Xiao Liulang would give up and go to sleep in less than an hour. Who knew that he would sit there without moving? Poverty without flattery, wealth without arrogance, quick to handle matters but cautious in speech. Why did Sir Zhuang give such a difficult assignment? Aheng, help me do it. Chapter 80. On the evening of the 4th day, the exam ended. Feng Lin had been waiting here since early in the morning. After waiting for an entire day, the other examinees came out one after another. Only Xiao Liulang was nowhere to be seen. He could not help but worry. Just as he was wondering if he should ask the people inside, he saw Xiao Liulang come out with a cold expression. Feng Lin hurriedly went up to him and found that his complexion was not good. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Or did you not do well?" "It's nothing," Xiao Liulang said lightly. Feng Lin heard that his voice was fine and thought that it should not be a problem with his body. He comforted him. "I just heard from the examinees that this time's exam questions were especially difficult. Don't be discouraged, they might not even do as well as you. Let's go back to the inn," Xiao Liulang said as he turned around and walked in the direction of the inn. Feng Lin wanted to say something but stopped. He had never seen Xiao Liulang like this before. Even though he had always been cold, he was not so cold that he did not dare to approach him. Xiao Liulang's body was filled with a chilling aura, as if he would do something terrible in the next second. Liulang, wait for me." Although Feng Lin was afraid, he still gritted his teeth and chased after him. He did not call him Brother Xiao anymore. After all, he was older than Xiao Liulang. The reason he called him Brother Xiao was because Xiao Liulang had saved him. But the 2 of them had spent New Year's Eve together and had a strong friendship. If he continued to call him Brother Xiao, it would be too distant. Xiao Liulang used his walking stick and did not walk as fast as Feng Lin. Feng Lin caught up with him in a short while. The 2 of them went back to the inn together. When they passed by a tea house, 2 middle-aged men wearing brocade clothes walked out. One of them inadvertently glanced at Xiao Liulang. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but he suddenly realized something and turned his head to look at Xiao Liulang. At this moment, Xiao Liulang and Feng Lin had already crossed the street and were heading towards the inn on the other side. His eyes followed Xiao Liulang's back until he completely disappeared around the corner. "Lord Zhuang, what's wrong? Did you see someone familiar? Do you want me to go and greet them?" The person who asked the question was the governor of Pingcheng, surnamed Luo. Zhuang Xianji shook his head. "There's no need. He's not an acquaintance of mine. We just look similar. The young Marquis was already dead. He had personally dug out the young Marquis' corpse from the ruins of the Directorate. The corpse had already been burned into a charred corpse by the fire. No matter how much time had passed, he would never be able to forget that tragic sight. Or perhaps, they didn't look alike at all, but he was just seeing things. Looking at the young Marquis's appearance and talent, it was impossible to find a second person like him in the entire 6 nations. Do you need me to confirm it? Governor Luo saw that Lord Zhuang seemed to be very concerned about the person who had mistaken him for someone else. He couldn't help but suggest that he go and take a look. Zhuang Xianji shook his head again. There's no need. That acquaintance has already passed away. Ah. There was no need to confirm if it was a dead person. Xiao Liulang and Feng Lin returned to the inn. As soon as they entered, they heard someone shouting, Feng Duanzi. Feng Lin's hair stood on end. The shadow of his childhood instantly appeared on top of his head. He was no longer the Duanzi from back then. He had lost weight. Feng Lin looked over and saw a scholarly-looking youth rushing down the stairs excitedly. He came to Feng Lin and said with a smile, It's really you, Feng Duanzi. You're good. You've changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize you. Hey! Who is he? The youth's gaze landed on Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang was even better looking than a girl. People couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of being beaten up by Feng Lin. Just now, the youth was first attracted by Xiao Liulang before noticing Feng Lin, who was beside Xiao Liulang. Feng Lin also recognized the youth and said in surprise, Du Ruohan? The youth smiled and patted Feng Lin's shoulder. It's me. It's really you. Feng Lin also smiled and introduced him to Xiao Liulang. Liulang. Do you still remember him? Little Tummy. The 3 of us went to private school together when we were young. The youth looked at Xiao Liulang in disbelief. After a while, he said to Feng Lin, You must have mistaken him for someone else. He's not Liulang. Feng Lin said with certainty, I'm not mistaken. It's Liulang. The youth looked at Xiao Liulang suspiciously. That little Liulang who moved away after staying for a year. Feng Lin said, Yes, it's him. Less than 2 years after he moved away, your family moved away too. Now that I think about it, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. The youth still felt that the other party was not Xiao Liulang. He said to Feng Lin, If I can recognize you, why can't I recognize him? Little Liulang was not that good looking. Actually, Feng Lin did not recognize Xiao Liulang at first glance. It was only when he saw Xiao Liulang's travel permit that he knew that he was his childhood neighbor. In addition, Xiao Liulang had saved his life, so he had no doubts about Xiao Liulang's identity. As for Xiao Liulang not remembering the past, that was normal. It had been more than 10 years. Xiao Liulang was not even 7 years old when he moved away. What could a 6 or 7-year-old kid remember? That kid was very timid when he was young. He always hid behind his mother. Xiao Liulang went upstairs first. The youth and Feng Lin followed behind and whispered. The youth was the one who spoke. Liulang is different now. He is very brave. He even saved me. Feng Lin said. He is different. The youth glanced at Xiao Liulang's back. He felt that the other party had the aura of a young master from the capital. This aura was hard to detect if one had not seen it before. What's wrong with his leg? The youth asked in a bad mood in front of Xiao Liulang. Half a year ago, he was injured while saving me. He is now receiving treatment. Feng Lin said guiltily and asked, Speaking of which, where did you go after you moved away? I went to the capital. The youth said. Feng Lin's eyes widened. You went to the capital? It was Feng Lin's dream to go to the capital. Unfortunately, the capital was heavily guarded. For commoners like them, unless they were going to the capital for the exam, it was impossible to get a travel permit to the capital. The youth chuckled. My aunt is a concubine in the capital. She brought our whole family over. Now, are you still jealous? Feng Lin did not say anything. The youth laughed. I lied to you. Let's go. The 3 of them ate dinner together. From the youth, Feng Lin found out that he was studying in a famous academy in the capital. 2 years ago, He passed the exam and was preparing for the provincial exam in August. This time, he was traveling with his uncle to broaden his horizons. Throughout the meal, only the youth and Feng Lin conversed. Xiao Liulang was a man of few words and did not like to talk to others. This kid was not like this before. After Xiao Liulang returned to the house, the youth pulled Feng Lin aside and whispered. Feng Lin said softly, "His mother and brother have passed away. It has not been easy for him these years." Oh. The youth did not say anything else. After a while, he changed the topic. "You are going to take the exam this year, right? I will wait for you in the capital." Feng Lin thought for a while and said, "I will take the exam with Liulang." The youth pursed his lips. "How do you know he will pass? That kid's brain is not good. Have you forgotten that he was scolded by the teacher?" Even if he could not remember how Xiao Liulang looked like when he was young, the youth did not forget Xiao Liulang's embarrassing past. He was not stupid. It was just that his reaction time was slower than others. This kind of person could work, but study would be difficult. Feng Lin said seriously, "Liulang is different now. He passed the county exam and this time, although the questions are difficult, I believe he will pass the exam." The youth laughed evilly. "Let's make a bet." "He will not pass." Feng Lin decisively asked him to leave. No one could look down on Xiao Liulang, not even his childhood friends. After being chased out of the inn by Feng Lin, the young man no longer had the mood to stroll around. Bored, he returned to the governor's office. When the guards saw him, they respectfully opened the door for him. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he was stopped in his tracks by a stern voice. "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" The young man turned around embarrassedly, smiled, and said, "Hello, uncle. Didn't you go to mark the exam papers? How did you finish so quickly?" Provincial Governor Zhuang sternly said, "Don't change the topic. I'm asking you, where have you been?" The youth laughed dryly. "I met 2 of my old neighbors in Song County and chatted with them for a while. Dinner. I also ate with them." Provincial Governor Zhuang coldly said, "Do you think I will believe you? Did you go and do something indecent again? I promised your aunt to bring you out, not to let you idle around. Guards, lock him in the room. Without my orders, he is not allowed to take half a step out." The youth cried out, "I didn't. Uncle, I really went to meet some friends. They are staying at Yulai Inn. One of them is called Feng Lin, the other is called Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang is this year's examinee. He just finished your perverted exam questions today." His face turned green. "If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check." Chapter 81. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. After hearing this, Du Ruohan knew that there was no hope for him today. He hated his mouth. Why did he speak the truth at such a critical moment? Sure enough, when Governor Luo came to mediate the fight, Du Ruohan had already been served by Zhuangxian Ji to the point that even his parents couldn't recognize him. Governor Luo asked awkwardly and respectfully, "Sir, should we investigate those 2 people?" Zhuangxianji rejected him immediately. "Is that fellow telling the truth?" Governor Luo's mouth twitched. "Young Master Du said that the questions you set were perverted. He was telling the truth. Jiyu Jiao knew nothing about what happened in Pingcheng. She was on the way to the hot spring villa. This morning, Second Master came to her personally and told her about this month's consultation. Although I know that we were talking about consultation, you know young Master Gu's situation. It is indeed inconvenient for him to go out. Second Master did not know that Jiyu Yang had come to see her not long ago and that she had already given him a follow-up consultation." Jiyu Jiao paused. "Okay. Hey." Second Master was stunned. She was so easy to talk to. "I have been holding back all this time. Was it all for nothing?" The weather was good and the carriage moved quickly. They arrived at the villa in less than 2 hours. The attitude of the people in the villa towards them had changed greatly. Although the guards still looked serious, they were very polite. The servant who came to pick them up was the same person as last time. Her name was Yu Ya. Yu Ya led Jiyu Jiao, the second boss, and the old doctor to a pavilion near the small garden. The young master is soaking in the hot spring. Please wait for a moment. I will go and report to the young master. The hot spring was closer to the pavilion. Uyea was not sure where the young master wanted to see the doctor. If he wanted to go to the hot spring, there was no need to bring them to the main courtyard. Uyea went to ask the young master for instructions and instructed a servant to bring some snacks and tea from the kitchen to serve Jiyu Jiao and the other two. This treatment was much better than the previous time. The second boss tasted a mouthful of the rose cake and smiled from ear to ear. Is it really that good? Jiyu Jiao asked. The second boss smiled and said, the things in the Marquis estate are expensive not because they are delicious, but because you can't eat them. He wasn't eating snacks, but glory. Woo. Woo. While they were waiting, the sound of something crying came from the small garden. All three of them heard it. The old doctor followed the sound and asked in puzzlement, what's that sound? The second boss stopped eating and listened attentively, but he didn't hear anything. I'll go take a look. Jiyu Jiao said. Don't. The second boss wanted to stop her, but was Jiyu Jiao someone who could be stopped so easily? She got up and went down the steps to the little garden. She followed the sound and soon found the little thing trapped under the fence. It was a little puppy that had just been born. It was unknown how it got stuck in the fence and there was a circle of thorns under the fence. The result was that the more it struggled, the more the thorns pierced into its flesh. It was in so much pain that its eyes were filled with tears. When it saw someone come, it didn't know if it was frightened or excited. It stuck out its little tongue, but it didn't expect to lick the thorns, causing it to whimper in pain. It really is a stupid little puppy. Jiyu Jiao squatted down and rubbed its furry little head. Don't move. The little puppy didn't understand, but it still moved. It was in so much pain. In order to save it, she had to first move the fence and then pull out the thorns from the little puppy's body one by one. Jiyu Jiao chose the best position and began to pull the fence. At this time, a servant girl wearing an apricot-colored vest came over. Who is it? Stop right now. Jiyu Jiao didn't stop. Jiyu Jiao had a small basket on her back and was dressed like a village girl. The servant girl only felt that this dress was familiar, but did not think much of it. She strode over and grabbed Jiyu Jiao's small basket. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Jiyu Jiao calmly turned her head. Her cold gaze was like a knife, scaring the servant girl into letting go. Then, the servant girl recognized her. It's you? Jiyu Jiao also recognized her. It was the servant who had rummaged through her pouch at Rejuvenation Hall and slandered her as a thief. She was Jiyu Jinyu's trusted aide called Yu. Why are you here? Yu frowned. She remembered that she had heard that the doctor from Rejuvenation Hall had come to examine the young master. Her face darkened. You're just a little medicine boy. You don't have to follow me every time. Jiyu Jiao was too lazy to pay attention to her and moved to pull the fence. Yu scolded. What are you doing? That place is filled with young Miss Flowers. Are you worthy of ruining it? Woo. The puppy cried out in pain. Yu glanced at it and sneered, just because of a mutt. Your dog. Sure enough, like person, like dog. Do you know how much one peony here costs? I'm selling you and your dog. Noisy. Jiyu Jiao frowned in annoyance and pulled the fence up. Yu's expression changed and she pounced at her. Actually, when Jiyu Jiao pulled the fence up, she had avoided the peonies. However, when Yu pounced on the fence, the end of the fence swept and broke one of the peonies. That was the one that bloomed the most beautifully. Yu's face turned pale. She suddenly retreated a few steps, far away from the scene. She covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Jiyu Jiao with the other. You broke young Miss Flowers. You broke it yourself. You're blaming me. It was Yu's voice. She came back after reporting to Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Yang told her to bring her to the hot springs. She happened to see this scene. Shameless. Yu said. Yu was Jiyu Jinyu's personal maid. Not many people in the villa dared to speak to her like this. Yu's face darkened. She broke it. She pulled the fence up. If you don't believe me, ask Ask them. They all saw it. Unknowingly, a few servants had gathered around to watch the show. You asked them to testify. Yu put her hands on her hips and said, "All right, tell me, who broke it?" Everyone lowered their heads. Yu's backer was Jinyu. It was not worth offending her for a little medicine boy. It was not that Yang was not scary, but Yu's attitude was not instructed by Yang, who did not know that the young master hated these cats and dogs. Yu sneered, "See? She's the one who broke it." Jiao, who was pointed at by Yu, did not care about the noise around her. She removed the thorns on the puppy's body and wrapped it in a clean handkerchief. The handkerchief was soon dyed red by the puppy's blood. Woo, woo. The puppy was in so much pain that it teared up. The second boss and senior servant Fang arrived at the same time. Senior servant Fang still remembered Jiao climbing into the bed. She did not have a good impression of Jiao, especially when she saw the bloody puppy in her hands. She became even more impatient. "Why aren't you throwing it out?" These words were not only directed at Jiao, but also at the second boss. The second boss knew that Jiao would not throw it out. "Give it to me. I'll put it in the carriage." The second boss reached out to take the puppy. However, Jiao did not give it to him. The second boss facepalmed. The little girl was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Couldn't she talk nicely? Did she have to be fierce to her? He was done for. Senior servant Fang said coldly, "I'll say it again. Throw this little beast out. Otherwise, she will also get out." "Who are you telling to get out?" Accompanied by an indifferent voice, Yang's sedan was carried over by the servants. Chapter 82. Young Master. Nanny Fang and everyone hurriedly bowed to Yang. The second master also cupped his hands and bowed. The social hierarchy in Zhao country was strict. As a businessman, the second master naturally had to bow when he saw the Marquis's son. Jiao was no exception, but she didn't have the habit of bowing to others. She stared fixedly at Yang. When everyone knelt down, she stood out like a crane among chickens, making it impossible for people not to notice her. The second master subtly pulled on her sleeve and motioned for her to bow. Although they were here to treat the young master, they couldn't be rude to him, right? Yang acted as if he didn't see it. He didn't greet Jiao, nor did he force Jiao to bow. He looked at Nanny Fang. "Do you want me to ask again?" Nanny Fang was so shocked that she forgot to answer. Now that she came back to her senses, she told Yang about Jiao holding the puppy and refusing to throw it out. As for Jiao ruining the peony flowers, she didn't mention it. After all, she didn't see it with her own eyes, so it wasn't her place to say it. Everyone in the residence knew that Yang hated these little things the most. He thought they were noisy. Not long ago, Yang had a rabbit that didn't bark, but it was forcefully thrown out by Jinyu. This girl really hit the knife's edge. She probably didn't even know how she died. Sure enough, when Yang's gaze fell on the bloody puppy in Jiao's arms, his aura suddenly turned cold. Nanny Fang snorted coldly. "I told you to throw it out, but you didn't. Did it fall into the young master's hands? Where did the dog come from?" Yang asked. "I picked it up." Jiao said, "It was stuck in the fence and stabbed by thorns." Yang glanced at the fence. The fence that Jiao had picked up had been put back in place, but traces of movement could still be seen on the refurbished soil. Yu glanced at the broken peony flower. Her mind moved and she said, "She also broke young Miss Peony Flower, just for this dog." Yu spat. "You're the one who broke it. It's her." Yu coldly pointed at Jiao. "It's you." Yu placed her hands on her hips. Yang's face became extremely cold. Anyone could see that he was angry. He had a heart disease, so he couldn't get angry easily. Otherwise, he would get sick. Otherwise, Master and Marchioness wouldn't spoil him so much. They even gave him such an expensive antique painting, even though they knew that he was tearing it to vent his anger. "Both of you, shut up. Nanny Fang sternly shouted. The two maidservants instantly fell silent. Jiyu Yang glanced at everyone present and then looked at Jiyu Jiao, who was among the flowers. You all saw that she did it, right? This was the tone of a punitive expedition, so everyone lowered their heads in tacit agreement. No, it's not her. Yu Ya was a little frightened by Jiyu Yang's aura, so her voice also weakened. Jiyu Yang lightly said, they all said that she did it. You're the only one who said that it wasn't her. It's not her. Yu Ya muttered in a low voice. Yu proudly hooked up the corners of her mouth. No matter what, the young miss was the young master's older sister. How could the young master not believe her personal maidservant and believe a wild girl from outside? As for this Yu Ya, she was only a third-rank maidservant in the young master's courtyard. She didn't even have the qualifications to serve the young master. Her words naturally didn't have much weight. Very good. Jiyu Yang nodded. What's your name? Yu Ya was stunned. Me. Yu Ya. Jiyu Yang said, other than Do Ya, drive everyone out of the mountain villa for this young master. It's Yu Ya. No, drive them out of the mountain villa? It wasn't her. Yu Ya was stunned. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. Why didn't the young master punish Yu Ya and the little medicine boy, but drive them out instead? The only one who had a normal expression was Jiyu Jiao. From beginning to end, there wasn't the slightest change in her expression. She only focused on comforting the injured little puppy. Yu pounced over in disbelief. Young master, you're my ass. Two hidden guards quickly appeared and pressed down on her with one finger. They threw her and all the servants who tried to slander Jiyu Jiao out. The guards who were about to step forward to carry out the order were a little dumbfounded. Where did these two guys come from? Are they trying to steal our jobs in broad daylight? The hidden guards in black thought, you guys don't know anything about our little sweetheart. How could we give you guys such a good opportunity to curry favor with him? In the end, only senior servant Fang was left. She was Madame Yarrow's concubine, so the mountain villa's guards definitely wouldn't dare to touch her. However, the hidden guards didn't say anything and dragged her out. Senior servant Fang shouted, let me go. I want to see the madam. I want to see the madam. Whoosh. A hidden guard hit her mute acupoint and she instantly couldn't make a sound. The guards all gave them a thumbs up. You guys even dared to touch senior servant Fang. You guys are awesome. After the hidden guards in black finished doing this, they immediately disappeared into the darkness. When the young master needed them, they were hidden weapons. When the young master didn't need them, they were air. The second master's mouth was wide open and couldn't close for a long time. Jiyu Yang had someone put down the palanquin. He walked down to Jiyu Jiao and gently smiled. How was it? Did it relieve your anger? The second master thought, wait, what's going on? You threw so many people out just to relieve the little lass's anger. Jiyu Jiao seriously thought about it and nodded, it relieved my anger. Jiyu Yang's smile became even wider. He was born handsome, so when he smiled, even the spring scenery in the garden was overshadowed. It lost a lot of blood. Is it seriously injured? Jiyu Yang looked at the little puppy in her arms and asked. Yes, I need to find a place to stop the bleeding. You can come to my courtyard. Jiyu Yang brought Jiyu Jiao back to his room. Do Ya, bring a clean mattress over. It's Yu Ya. Yu Ya put her hands on her hips and roared in her heart. Yu Ya took the small mattress to Jiyu Yang's room with a dark face and spread it on Jiyu Yang's desk. Jiyu Jiao cleaned the little puppy's wounds with iodophor and applied some self-made ointment. She also wrapped some gauze around some places. Do you have goat's milk? She asked. Yes, Do Ya. Jiyu Yang asked Yu Ya to bring a bowl of fresh goat's milk. The little puppy licked its lips and drank it. After drinking it, it fell asleep. During the whole process, Jiyu Yang didn't disturb Jiyu Jiao. He sat cross-legged on the bed and focused on playing with Jiyu Jiao's stethoscope. He hung the stethoscope on his ear and lowered his head. He listened to his heart and his stomach. Wow. It's so loud. The world-weary and disagreeable young Master Jiyu had finally become a curious baby. The old doctor routinely checked Jiyu Yang's pulse. Jiyu Yang was very cooperative with the old doctor. His attitude was so good that the old doctor was flattered. Jiyu Yang's pulse also surprised the old doctor. Of course, there was still a lot of difference compared to a normal person, but compared to his past, it was a great improvement. Chapter 83. The old doctor couldn't help but admire Jiyu Jiao's medical skills again. There was no cure for heartache. This kind of illness was truly incurable in this day and age. It was already a miracle that it was able to get better. The young master's pulse is good. Continue to take the medicine. He didn't know that Jiyu Jiao had given the medicine to Jiyu Yang a few days ago. He continued to act. This old man refined for a long time and finally finished refining the medicine last night. Last Jiyu, did you bring the medicine? Remember to give it to young master Jiyu later. Jiyu Jiao, I already gave it to him more than 10 days ago. She was suddenly exposed. Jiyu Yang rolled over on the bed laughing. The matter in the small garden finally reached the head steward's ears. In the past few days, the Marchioness had caught a cold. She was afraid that the illness would spread to Jiyu Yang. With Jiyu Yang's health, even a small cold could take his life, so she moved to the orchid courtyard at the back alone. Marquis Jiyu made all the decisions in the manor. Thus, the head steward reported it to Marquis Jiyu. He didn't add any details and only described the matter from beginning to end, including how Jiyu Jiao pulled the fence to save the puppy, the dispute between Yuru and Jiyu Jiao, as well as how she accidentally damaged Jiyu Yang's peony, and how Nanny Fang angered Jiyu Yang. The head steward sighed. Yuru is from the capital and has always looked down on the servants in the manor. This time, she learned her lesson. It's just a pity for Nanny Fang. Marquis Jiyu coldly snorted. What's there to pity? She chased everyone out. I think she's been a steward for too long and forgot that she's just a servant. Whether or not he recognized that child wasn't someone that a lowly servant could bully. The head steward was a bit confused. What's wrong with being a servant? Isn't that still a higher status than the little medicine boy? What's more, Nanny Fang is the Marchioness's concubine, and the Marquis has always thought highly of her. Why did he suddenly say such harsh words? Marquis Jiyu asked, aren't they coming in the afternoon? Brought forward? Why didn't anyone report this to me? The post said it was in the afternoon. The second boss planned to come in the afternoon, but he didn't expect Jiyu Jiao to be so straightforward and leave in the morning. Generally, the doctors among the people would not be able to see the Marquis. At most, they would kowtow to the Marquis after the treatment to get a chance to show their faces. Therefore, the steward did not report to the Marquis in advance. Since senior servant Fang had been scolded, the head steward naturally didn't dare to shirk the responsibility. It's this servant's fault. Please forgive me, Marquis. Where is he? Marquis Jiyu asked. I think they went to the young master's courtyard. The young master really thought too highly of the people from Huichun Hall. Even if those servants did something wrong, there was no need to drive out senior servant Fang and Yuru, right? If the Marquise and the young miss knew about this, wouldn't they be in trouble? This Marquis will go and take a look. Marquis Jiyu said and stood up from the chair. Marquis. The head steward called out to him, those people outside, how should we deal with them? Marquis Jiyu pondered for a moment, leave senior servant Fang and send the rest away. Senior servant Fang was Madame Yao's escort. If he sent her away, it would be hard to explain to Madame Yao. His son could drive people out, but he couldn't not bring them back. It was hard to be a father, but it was even harder to be a husband. Moreover, other than having a somewhat annoying personality, senior servant Fang didn't have any bad intentions. She was very loyal to Madame Yao and did her job well. Should we send Miss Yuru away as well? The head steward asked. Marquis Jiyu coldly said, shouldn't we send away this kind of condescending maidservant who framed others for the new year? Will you take responsibility if she leads Jinyu astray? The head steward hurriedly responded, yes, yes, yes. This humble one will do it right away. Also, Marquis Jiyu ordered, tell senior servant Fang not to go to Yang Er's courtyard after she comes back. Yes. Jiyu Yang's temper wasn't good. Every month, he would drive away a group of people, so this matter didn't cause a huge uproar in the mountain villa at first. However, when people heard that senior servant Fang and Yuru were also kicked out, they were really surprised. In the past, no matter how angry the young master was, he wouldn't touch the people around the Marchioness and the young miss. What happened this time? The person involved, Jiyu Jiao, didn't know anything about everyone's doubts. After she exposed herself in front of Jiyu Yang, she quietly went to the front courtyard to take a breather. She wanted to be alone. It was also her fault for not informing the old doctor beforehand. However, she really didn't expect the old doctor to be so naughty. He actually learned the second boss and shopkeeper Wang's method of bragging. He had just finished decocting the medicine yesterday, but she had already given it to Jiyu Yang 10 days ago. She had been sold until she didn't even have her underwear left. Jiyu Yang was looking at her in the corridor with a smile. Jiyu Jiao, you're still looking, you're still looking, you're still smiling. I don't want my face. Jiyu Jiao turned the back of her head to Jiyu Yang. Coincidentally, the cute little puppy woke up at this moment. It started to whimper and look around for Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Yang picked it up. The cute little puppy was scared as soon as it got close to Jiyu Yang. Its little body trembled and it whimpered. Jiyu Yang wasn't stingy with his death stare. He didn't have any love. He hated these cute little things, especially when it was in her arms. She hasn't hugged me before. Jiyu Yang stared at it with jealousy, as if he was going to pinch it to death in the next second. The cute little puppy felt Jiyu Yang's murderous aura and barked even louder. Oh oh oh. Jiyu Yang snorted, for her sake, I'll spare you. Although he hated this little thing, since she liked it, it was fine if he didn't hate it that much. When Marquis Jiyu stepped into the courtyard, he saw Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Yang squatting on the front lawn to make a doghouse. There was a pile of wood scattered on the ground. Jiyu Jiao was in charge of chopping, Jiyu Yang was in charge of building, and Jiyu Jiao was also in charge of nailing. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Often, after Jiyu Jiao finished one step, Jiyu Yang knew what the next step was, even though he had never built a doghouse like this before. The two of them had the same taste. The servants brought in all kinds of mattresses to cushion the doghouse. The two of them either liked all of them or disliked all of them. The two of them were like children playing seriously, enjoying each other's company very much. Were they really fraternal twins? Jiyu Jinyu and Jiyu Yang grew up together. Marquis Jiyu had thought of countless ways to get the siblings closer, but the two of them just couldn't play together. Actually, it wasn't just Jiyu Jinyu. Other people also found it difficult to get along with Jiyu Yang. This child was full of thorns and would prick anyone who got close to him. Marquis Jiyu had never seen such an obedient son. His bad temper was gone, and so was that girl. She was much quieter. If that girl was always like this, she didn't seem to be so annoying. I don't want this. It's too ugly. Jiyu Yang said as he held a roof that Jiyu Jiao had made. But I don't think it's ugly. Jiyu Jiao said. This was the last step. Once the roof was nailed up, it would be finished. Jiyu Yang looked up at the sky. I don't care. I don't want it. Okay. Jiyu Jiao took apart the roof that she had painstakingly made and made a new one. The second boss was also quite puzzled. The girl was easily irritable. Other than Xiao Liulang, he had never seen her so patient with anyone. Jiyu Yang's little thoughts couldn't be hidden from Marquis Jiyu. He couldn't bear to see Jiyu Jiao continue to stay here after the doghouse was finished. Twins were always special. Even if they were doing the same thing, looking at twins was more interesting than looking at other children. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing to acknowledge them. But if they did, Jiyu Jinyu would suffer some grievances. Marquis Jiyu was worried that Jiyu Yang would bully Jiyu Jinyu even more. If it was any other son, Marquis Jiyu could still strictly stop him. But Jiyu Yang had a congenital illness. If anyone made him unhappy, he could just kill them on the spot. Marquis Gu's head hurt. Marquis. Huang Zhong came over. What are you doing here? Marquis Jiyu moved outside so that the people in the yard couldn't see him. He didn't want to disturb the two children's play. Huang Zhong said seriously, I heard that Miss is here. I'm here to protect you so that you won't be beaten by Miss again. Marquis Jiyu gave him a cold stare. Is it because I can't beat her? I'm giving in to her. Oh. Huang Zhong didn't believe him. Thinking of something, Marquis Jiyu asked, do you have silver needles? Yes. Huang Zhong took out a secret weapon box. What do you need silver needles for? Marquis Jiyu said, I want to take a drop of her blood. Huang Zhong asked, what do you want Miss blood for? You don't believe that Miss is your biological daughter? Marquis Jiyu said angrily, am I the one who doesn't believe it now? She doesn't believe it. Huang Zhong thought of Marquis Jiyu Yang's I'm your father and his mouth twitched. That's because there's something wrong with your way of saying it, Marquis Jiyu snorted. I don't care. If she doesn't believe it, I'll take out evidence to make her believe it. Huang Zhong said again, then why don't you tell Miss directly? Marquis Jiyu glanced at him. Do you think she'll give it to me if I tell her? Huang Zhong, she won't. But isn't it too much to prick Miss with needles? Why don't you prick her? Marquis Jiyu looked coldly at Huang Zhong. You prick her. Huang Zhong broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare. Marquis Jiyu really went over with silver needles. When the people in the courtyard saw him, they all stood up and bowed. Even the second boss and the old doctor who were drinking tea in the courtyard stood up. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to do what they were supposed to do and not make a fuss. He came to the front of the siblings. The light above his head dimmed. The two looked up at him and ignored him, continuing to bury their heads in the kennel. Marquis Jiyu, who was ignored, forget it. He was here to take blood. It was good that they ignored him. It would be easier for him to sneak up on them. He stood there and waited for the right time. In a moment, the two looked up at the same time and looked at him with disdain. Marquis Jiyu smiled. Do you not know where to do it? Let me help you. Jiyu Yang said with disdain, you're blocking the light. Marquis Gu's face darkened. He silently went behind the two. Soon, he found that this position was better. He could prick anywhere. One needle was enough. Marquis Jiyu secretly waited for the right time. Jiyu Jiao was nailing the needles on the roof when she suddenly felt two gazes that could not be ignored fall on her. She turned her head in annoyance and met Marquis Gu's gaze. Marquis Jiyu was ready to insert the needles. He did not expect Jiyu Jiao to be so sharp and almost caught him in the act. He put the hand that was holding the silver needles behind his back. Jiyu Jiao looked at his hand that was retracted and then looked at her own shoulder. She felt that his guilty look was very wretched. Don't get in our way here. Jiyu Yang sensed Jiyu Jiao's repulsion towards Marquis Jiyu and began to chase him away. Marquis Jiyu was so angry that he fell backward. Was he still their father? If he was not his biological son, he would have beaten him to death. Marquis Jiyu would not give up so easily. If he could not do it openly, then he would do it secretly. He coughed lightly and said, it must have been hard on you all. Regarding my son's illness, I have many things to ask. I see that Miss Jiyu is tired. Why don't you go to the side room to rest? Hu Erjia and Dr. Li, follow me to the study. Hu Erjia and Dr. Li went to Marquis Gu's study. Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Jiao carried the little puppy back to the side room. Jiyu Yang could not keep watching over Jiyu Jiao. Taking advantage of the time when he went to the outhouse, Marquis Jiyu also found an excuse to leave the study. He secretly put some calming medicine in the tea and found a servant girl to deliver it to Jiyu Jiao. Once she fell asleep, it would be easy to take her blood. His idea was not bad, but unexpectedly, Jiyu Jiao smelled that something was wrong. She stopped the servant girl. Who asked you to deliver this tea? The servant girl said, it was Marquis Jiyu. Jiyu Jiao's eyes turned cold. He failed to reach out his perverted pig hands, so he planned to drug her. At this age, he was old enough to be her father. She did not expect him to be so perverted. Jiyu Jiao clenched her small fists. She went to the window and lifted the curtains. She saw Marquis Jiyu squatting sneakily under the windowsill. Jiyu Jiao's murderous aura was like a knife. Marquis Jiyu sensed that something was wrong from her murderous aura. His heart trembled as he took a step back and said, Well, listen to my explanation. I actually, Buddha, mountain, no, shadow, feet are boom, bang, bang bang bang, bang, thump, gulp. I don't know how to swim. Chapter 84. Huang Zhong found his master on a large tree about 100 steps away from the courtyard. Marquis Jiyu had been scooped up by Jiyu Jiao and hung on a large tree branch. It was like hanging a wet shirt. There wasn't a dry spot on his body and it was dripping with water. When Huang Zhong saw him, he was shocked. Luckily, it was broad daylight. If it was night time, he might have thought that he had seen a ghost. Marquis, why did you hang yourself on a tree? Did I do it? It was that audacious girl. And why is your face swollen? It was still that girl. Every time he saw that girl, nothing good would happen. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't swollen. He finally realized that the girl was here to jinx him. I don't want to acknowledge her back. Jiyu Jiao bid farewell to Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Yang was very reluctant, but Jiyu Jiao promised that she would come for a follow-up examination very soon. Only then did he reluctantly let Jiyu Jiao go. He and Jiyu Jiao sat in his sedan chair together and sent Jiyu Jiao to the carriage. This action once again shocked the group of servants, causing their jaws to drop. One had to know that Jiyu Yang's sedan chair was his absolute private territory. Once, the young Jiyu Yang climbed in out of curiosity and was kicked down by Jiyu Yang. I'll let you sit in it next time, Jiyu Yang said to Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao nodded. Okay. After Jiyu Jiao left the hot spring villa, she didn't immediately return to town. Instead, she went to Principal Li's house. Principal Li was at the academy, so there was only old Madam Li and the servants at home. Old Madam Li wasn't awake much in a day. It was said that sometimes she didn't even recognize Principal Li. But she seemed to recognize Jiyu Jiao and gave Jiyu Jiao a big handful of candies with a smile. Jiyu Jiao checked her body. She was fine, but she was old. Her memory was deteriorating and her body was aging. Jiyu Jiao left a basket of fresh goods for her. She noticed that old Madam Li was drooling at a mulberry tree outside the wall. Jiyu Jiao went out of the courtyard and planned to pick some mulberries for old Madam Li. But when she got closer, she realized that the mulberry tree wasn't wild on the side of the road. It was planted in the courtyard next door. Because the tree crown was so tall, it poked out of the wall of her house. Jiyu Jiao thought for a moment, then walked over and knocked on the door. Who is it? Accompanied by a low cough, the vermilion door was pulled open. The one who opened the door was a lady with an elegant temperament. Jiyu Jiao recognized her at first glance. She also recognized Jiyu Jiao. She used a handkerchief to cover her mouth and gently coughed. She then revealed a faint smile. Miss, it's you? Jiyu Jiao was stunned. She had come to pick mulberries. How did she run into the madam of the temple? Madam, you live so far away. To go from here to the temple to burn incense, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a long journey. My surname is Jiyu. Yarosha gently said. Jiyu. Was there a second rich and powerful Jiyu family in this world? The answer was no. Jiyu Jiao quickly guessed her identity, but she did not say that she was the Marchioness. Jiyu Jiao did not point it out. Yarosha invited Jiyu Jiao in. She had been sunbathing in the courtyard. She had a rattan chair and a table. She pointed at the wooden stool and said, sit. Jiyu Jiao sat down. She found that there was not a single servant in the courtyard. Yarosha saw her confusion and said with a smile, I wanted to be alone for a while, so I had them go to the front yard. This is the backyard. Does Miss also live nearby? Jiyu Jiao said, I was passing by and saw that the mulberries were delicious, so I wanted to come in and ask. Did I disturb Madam Jiyu? There's no such thing. Yarosha was very happy to see Jiyu Jiao. She did not know why. I'll have someone pick them for you. Yarosha called over a servant to pick mulberries for Jiyu Jiao. She pulled Jiyu Jiao into the courtyard and said, I still do not know Miss name. Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao said. Yarosha smiled in surprise. Your surname is also Jiyu? 500 years ago, we were family. Jiyu Yang had also said this before. It was no wonder they were mother and son. Yarosha's situation was not very good. After saying a few words, she began to cough violently. Jiyu Jiao looked at her pale face and paused. She then said, Madam Jiyu, if you don't mind, can I take your pulse? Miss Jiyu is proficient in the art of medicine. I know a bit. Yarosha smiled and reached out to place her hand on the table. The servant finished picking a basket full of mulberries and came over to ask Yarosha to take a look. Yarosha waved her hand to indicate for her to leave. The servant gently placed the mulberries on the table and left. Her pulse was not very good, but her actual situation was worse than it appeared. Jiyu Jiao calmly pulled back her hand and asked Yarosha, Madam Jiyu, how is your sleep? Yarosha replied, not very good. It's hard for me to fall asleep. Jiyu Jiao asked, appetite? Yarosha slightly shook her head, I don't have much of an appetite. Jiyu Jiao paused, was it like this before you caught a cold? Yarosha, Jiyu Jiao, how long has it been? Yarosha, I don't remember the exact time. In short, it's been a long time. Jiyu Jiao asked a few more questions. In truth, the imperial physicians had also asked her, but Yarosha did not want to open her heart. Every time, she would answer half-heartedly. Yarosha trusted Jiyu Jiao a lot and answered all of her questions truthfully. Jiyu Jiao then said, Madam Jiyu, you've seen a physician before, right? What did they say? Yarosha bitterly smiled, they said that I was overly worried and told me to relax and not think too much. They also prescribed medicine. But it didn't have much effect, so I stopped eating it after that. That was it. The physician had said that she was overly worried. In her previous life, it would be called depression. But at the same time, she also had hysteria. Once it flared up, it would be very dangerous. Jiyu Jiao took out 2 boxes of antidepressants from her medicine box and replaced them with a porcelain bottle. Yarosha sat across from Jiyu Jiao. She only saw the lid of the medicine box and did not see what Jiyu Jiao had done. Jiyu Jiao handed the porcelain bottle to Yarosha and told her how to use it. She then reminded her, Madam Jiyu, you must take this medicine. Only then will you get better. If the imperial physician's medicine had no effect, how could the medicine handed over by a young girl have any effect? But the young girl had worked for a long time, so Yarosha could not bear to refuse her good intentions. She took the medicine and smiled, all right. Jiyu Jiao seriously looked into her eyes, you cannot throw away the medicine. You must promise me that you will take the medicine on time. Yarosha had not seen such sincere eyes in a long time. The people that wanted to cure her were not curing her. They were curing the madam of the Marquis manor. If she was not the Marquis' wife, no one would even look at her. But the young girl in front of her was someone that truly wanted to cure her. Yarosha wanted to pay Jiyu Jiao for her treatment. Jiyu Jiao shook the mulberries in her basket. Yarosha smiled. However, Jiyu Jiao had indeed asked Yarosha for some extra money for her treatment, but it was not money. Instead, it was pastries that she had personally made. Yarosha was very happy. She had not been this happy in a long time. Every time she saw her, she was always lucky. If she was not being saved, she was being cured. This girl, was she her lucky star? Perhaps it was because they were the same age, but Yarosha quickly thought of Jiyu Jinyu. Although they were mother and daughter, her relationship with Jinyu was not as close as her relationship with Jiyu Yang. Even if Jiyu Yang had a sour face all day, she could still feel Jiyu Yang's need for her. She stayed in the villa and let Jiyu Yang go to the capital. Jiyu Yang would not do that, but Jinyu could easily leave. She seemed to yearn for the prosperity of the capital and the liveliness of the Marquis manor. This did not mean that Jinyu did not love her as a mother, but she was not the only mother in Jinyu's world. Without her, Jinyu could still live well. She thought that this might be a good thing. After all, if one day Jiyu Yang was no longer around, she did not want to live. At least she did not have to worry about Jinyu. On the way back, Jiyu Jiao asked the second master about the Marquis manor. What are you referring to? The second master asked. The Marquis's wife. Jiyu Jiao said. Asking about the Marquis's wife was not strange. After all, they had already met 3 of the masters of the hot spring villa. There was only the Marquis that they had never met before. The second master did not feel that Jiyu Jiao had any motives. He thought for a bit, then said, "That Marquis's surname seems to be Yao. Speaking of which, there is a story. She is Marquis Ding's second wife. Her family declined and her father had an idle position in the Ministry of Revenue. It is said that he offended someone and in the end, he could not even keep his idle position. She and the previous Marquis's wife were close friends. Before the previous Marquis's wife passed away, she went to visit her a few times. There were rumors in the capital that she took advantage of the previous Marquis's illness to hook up with Marquis Ding, and Jiyu Jiao frowned slightly. She did not seem like this kind of person." The second master continued, "The truth is that she never even met Marquis Ding in the Marquis manner." "How do you know?" Jiyu Jiao asked. The second master faintly smiled. "Our Hui Chun Hall has some reputation in the capital. The imperial physician that treated the previous Marquis's wife had some dealings with my family. However, the previous Marquis's wife had indeed asked Yarosha to take care of her children." Jiyu Jiao asked, "The previous Marquis's wife had children?" The second master said, "That's right. She had 3 sons. The last 2 were twins. The previous Marquis's wife had the idea of letting Yarosha be Marquis Ding's second wife. Unfortunately, Yarosha did not agree. Yarosha personally refused. The imperial physician was brewing medicine in the back and heard everything. But after going around in circles, Marquis Ding finally met Yarosha and took a liking to her. Marquis Ding directly proposed marriage to the Yarrow family and the Yarrow family agreed without another word. You should be able to guess what happened after that. All sorts of rumors began to slander Yarosha in the capital. The Marquis's wife has been staying at the hot spring villa for the past few years. First, it was to accompany Jiyu Yang in his recovery. Second, it was because she was not at ease in the capital. Marquis Ding did not have much affection for his first wife. On the contrary, he doted on Yarosha. With Yarosha's background, she was not qualified to be his second wife. It was he who insisted on marrying Yarosha. But the more he doted on Yarosha, the more people felt that Yarosha was a fox. In reality, the second master had seen Yarosha once. She was a woman without any schemes. Her eyes were as clean as the bottom of a lake. If she was a fox, then there was no one else in the world who was not. 10 days after the end of the capital examination, the government released the results. The examinees all headed to the government office early in the morning to see if they had passed the examination. The number of people admitted to the capital examination was very limited. Out of the hundreds of examinees, only 50 were admitted. They were divided into 2 grades, A and B. There were 10 people in a grade and the rest were in B grade. Feng Lin was woken up by Du Ruo Han. Du Ruo Han had slipped out of the governor's manor before the sun rose. Feng Lin, quickly get up. You lost money." Du Ruo Han made a one-sided bet with Feng Lin. He bet that Xiao Liulang would not pass the examination. The bet was 10 taels of silver. Feng Lin yawned as he opened the door. "I haven't eaten breakfast yet." Du Ruo Han immediately stuffed a big meat bun into his mouth and pulled him downstairs. Feng Lin took the bun. "Liulang also hasn't eaten yet," Du Ruo Han said. All right. He has hands and feet. Don't tell me he will starve to death." Du Ruo Han pulled Feng Lin to the entrance of the government office without any explanation. There were already many examinees standing there, surrounding the notice board so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Du Ruo Han used a Herculean effort to pull Feng Lin to the innermost part. In Du Ruo Han's view, the chances of a fool like Xiao Liulang passing the examination were really not high. He, wait for the money, Feng Xiao Dun. I'm not Feng Xiao Dun. I also didn't. Halfway through his words, Feng Lin's gaze landed on the eye-catching name that no one could ignore. He suddenly choked and pointed at the list. You look. Du Ruo Han looked in the direction of his finger. In a rather eye-catching position, he saw a name, Capital Examination Head, Xiao Liulang. Du Ruo Han's jaw almost dropped. It can't be. That fellow actually passed. And he's even the examination head? How is that possible? What happened to the promised little fool? The fellow who couldn't even finish memorizing the 3-character classic actually became the capital examination head? The capital examination head was much more difficult than the county examination head. It wasn't even on the same level. Furthermore, the examination question this time was set by his perverted uncle. That made it even more difficult for others to even begin with. Fong Lin stretched out his hand. Du Ruo Han, what? Fong Lin, a bet is a bet. No, didn't you say you didn't want to bet with me? You've been led astray by that fellow. Fong Lin took all of Du Ruo Han's belongings and happily returned to the inn. He gave half of the money to Xiao Liulang. There was no need for him to announce the results. The person who came to announce the good news had already gone to the inn to congratulate him. Chapter 85. When the owner of the inn found out that there was a top examinee in the capital examination, he immediately refunded Xiao Liulang and the other two. He even provided them with the most expensive food and wine. If the inn did not have it, he could even order the waiter to buy it. Although Fong Lin had already passed the county-level examination, his results were not considered top-notch. Naturally, he did not receive such treatment. Following Xiao Liulang this time around, he could be considered to be in the limelight. It was worth mentioning that Xiao Liulang did so well that his essay was circulated on the day the results were released. Naturally, many people came to befriend Xiao Liulang, but they were all rejected by Xiao Liulang. The imperial examination system of the current dynasty was greatly adjusted compared to the previous dynasty. After the capital examination in the previous dynasty, there was a 2 to 3 month wait for the college examination. However, the college examination in the current dynasty was closely scheduled on the second day of the release of the results. During these 10 days of waiting for the results, most of the examinees spent their time in fear. After much difficulty, they were certain that they had passed the examination, but they did not even have a chance to breathe before they had to enter the next round of examination. This undoubtedly increased the pressure on the examinees. There were 2 rounds in the college examination, the 8-part essay and the essay. The essay was as difficult as the capital examination. The 8-part essay was still set by Provincial Governor Zhuang. Xiao Liulang had already obtained 2 top examinees. If he obtained the top examinee for the lower house examination, he would be a junior 3 examinee. There had not been a junior 3 examinee in Pingcheng for almost 10 years. All the officials in the magistrate court had high hopes for Xiao Liulang. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Liulang actually handed in a blank paper. The college examination and the capital examination were not very different in scope. They still required the examinee to pass the 3 examinees. However, there were more questions and the types of questions were more tricky. However, it was not to the extent of handing in a blank paper. Of course, in every round of examination, the examinees could not be excluded from various unexpected situations. There was once when a student smeared something dirty on the paper, causing the entire paper to be invalid. That was the triennial provincial examination. 3 years of hard work by the examinee had gone down the drain. However, handing in a blank script was still too rare. Especially when this blank paper was given to Xiao Liulang, who had left a deep impression on Governor Zhuang during the county examination. If Governor Zhuang remembered correctly, there were a total of 12 examiners marking the papers. 11 of them gave Xiao Liulang's 8-part essay an A grade. The only one who wasn't given an A grade was Provincial Governor Zhuang. He gave Xiao Liulang B. But if one knew that Provincial Governor Zhuang only gave ding grades to others, one would be able to see how rare and valuable Xiao Liulang's results were. There were 11 A's. Even if he had written something randomly, he could still be ranked in the top 10. However, Xiao Liulang was ranked 3rd from the bottom. This surprised Governor Zhuang. He pulled out the test paper and found that it was a blank test paper. Governor Zhuang also asked someone to take out Xiao Liulang's test paper for the prefectural examination. If 6th young Master Xiao's script for the prefectural examination had been terrible, this matter might have passed. However, Sixth young Master Xiao's script for the prefectural examination had been a complete set. In other words, he didn't answer a single question correctly. And he only used an hour, said the invigilator who came to deliver the test paper. This invigilator was the one who sat across from Xiao Liulang during the county examination. The test paper was masked. After it was handed in, no one knew who the test paper belonged to. However, after Xiao Liulang took the prefectural examination, his 8-legged essay had spread. The invigilator had secretly gone to the inn to see what this prefectural examination head looked like and how he was able to write such a wondrous essay. In the end, he discovered that the other party was the examinee who had only taken an hour to write the essay. Provincial Governor Zhuang's standards were too high. To be able to answer all the questions correctly was not enough to reach the apex. However, if it was only an hour, then it was very amazing. Out of all the people he knew, the only one who could do better than this examinee was the late young Marquis of Jiaodu. Provincial Governor Zhuang immediately sent someone to the inn to find Xiao Liulang and ask him about the situation. "I didn't hand in a blank test paper," Xiao Liulang said. If what Xiao Liulang said was true, then someone must have touched his test paper. This was a big matter. The management of the test papers in the imperial examination was very strict. When every examinee handed in their test paper, there would be 2 invigilators who would collect the test paper together. They would also put down their fingerprints when they masked the test paper, proving that they were the ones who took the test paper. If there was a problem with the test paper, only the 2 of them would be responsible. It was worth mentioning that all the invigilators were matched by drawing lots after they entered. They were the same as the examinees and could not contact the outside world until the end of the examination. It was easy to bribe one of the invigilators, but to bribe 2 at the same time was too difficult. This was because no one could guarantee that the 2 invigilators would coincidentally be assigned to the same test paper, much less guarantee that they would coincidentally be assigned to the same test paper as Xiao Liulang. Even so, Governor Luo still called the invigilators over for questioning. The 2 of them both said that they did not violate any rules. "Is it a blank test paper?" "I'm not sure." Before handing in the test paper, the examinees would stamp a blank paper on it. "This is to prevent us from prying into their handwriting." Provincial Governor Zhuang nodded and turned to Governor Luo. "After passing through the hands of the 2 of them, the test paper would be masked, right? Only after all the invigilators have finished marking will they open the name. Then I'm very curious. How did that person recognize Xiao Liulang's test paper and successfully switch it to a blank test paper?" Governor Luo thought for a moment and said, "There are 2 ways. One is to hand out the test paper and the other is to mark the test paper. Xiao Liulang is the head of the prefectural examination. During the academy examination, he sits first. This is the rule. The first test paper to be handed out is his test paper. Then, they can tamper with the test paper beforehand. Even if the test paper is masked, they can still recognize his test paper. Or perhaps, an invigilator obtained Xiao Liulang's test paper from the prefectural examination and took down Xiao Liulang's notes. When they were marking the test paper, they could recognize Xiao Liulang's test paper based on the notes. No matter which one it is, there must be someone among the examiners marking the test paper who is not clean. The examiners for the prefectural examination and the academy examination were not from the same batch. This was to prevent someone from remembering the examinee's handwriting and thus affecting their judgment of the examinees. However, this did not rule out the possibility that someone had secretly obtained the prefectural examination's test paper. After all, after marking the test paper, the secrecy of the test paper would be greatly reduced. Other than Provincial Governor Zhuang, the other 11 examiners were all escorted into a secret room to be interrogated by Governor Luo. Under the heavy punishment, Governor Luo was able to find the real culprit. The culprit was an examiner with the surname of Wu. He had worked in the examination hall for 20 years and was usually as honest as an antique. Governor Luo originally thought that he was the least likely culprit. It seemed that not betraying wasn't because one's morals were high, but because one's bargaining chip wasn't high enough. That person gave me 1,000 taels of silver to destroy Xiao Liulang's test paper. I originally prepared ink and planned to disguise the situation as if Xiao Liulang had accidentally dirted the test paper. I have seen many situations like this and they all treated the test paper as trash. No one would go and verify it. However, before I could make a move, Lord Wang, who I had sent away, returned. My hand trembled and I spilled the ink on myself. It was too late to find another ink. Coincidentally, I had a few blank test papers with me, so I took one and replaced it. What did that person look like? He was masked so I didn't see clearly. Voice. How tall? I don't remember. I really don't remember. Governor Luo reported the results of the interrogation to Provincial Governor Zhuang. Generally speaking, if there was cheating in the imperial examinations, everyone's test paper would be invalidated and they would have to take the test again. Not only would this hurt the government, it would also cause many examinees to break down. Examinations had always been a combination of ability and luck. No one could guarantee that they would perform better in the next round, and there was no guarantee that other examinees wouldn't take advantage of the situation to surpass them. Of course, to the examinees who failed the role, this was undoubtedly a free opportunity. However, the problem was that even if Xiao Liulang's test paper was replaced with a blank one, he still passed with 11 A's and 1 B's. In other words, those who should have been accepted were all accepted. Those who failed were supposed to fail. The only difference was that their rankings might have advanced by 1 place, while Xiao Liulang had lost his position as the head of the table. Governor Luo sighed. That person probably didn't expect that Xiao Liulang would still be able to pass the examination. It's a pity. Xiao Liulang should have had the chance to become the head of the table. Provincial Governor Zhuang said seriously, this matter can be big or small. If you look at it from a long-term perspective, it is a small matter. If you stop here in your life, then it will be a big matter. Minor 3 yuan was enough for an elementary scholar to be in the limelight for a while, but only for a while. If he really wanted to make a name for himself, he had to continue taking the provincial examination. After becoming a high scholar in the provincial examination, he would then enter the capital for the imperial examinations. The college examination wasn't the end of everything. On the contrary, it was the starting point of the imperial examinations. Provincial Governor Zhuang said, this matter is up to him to decide. Go and ask him if he wants to take the exam again. If he wanted to take the exam again, he wouldn't be the only one taking the exam. Instead, all the examinees would have to go through both the 8-legged essay and sutra examination again. Governor Luo went to the inn. When he saw Xiao Liulang, he tactfully explained his purpose for coming and asked Xiao Liulang if he wanted to take the exam again. Xiao Liulang didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he opened the window and let him see the students on the first floor who were exchanging their results with each other. The rankings had already been released. Those who didn't pass were covered in dirt, while those who passed were glowing. At this moment, no one knew what he was experiencing in his heart. These examinees who passed are all innocent, right? He suddenly said. Governor Luo was stunned when he heard this. After a while, he said hoarsely, yes, you didn't fail the examination. Therefore, it doesn't matter if any of them took up an extra spot in the provincial examination. Xiao Liulang looked at the examinees and said, if they take the exam again, there will be some of them who won't pass, right? Governor Luo sighed and nodded. This was inevitable. After taking the exam again, one's mentality would collapse and it would be difficult to perform normally. Then what about you, Governor Luo? Xiao Liulang asked. What? Governor Luo was stunned. Xiao Liulang said, I heard that Governor Luo's term of office is coming to an end. The re-examination is a big matter and needs to be reported to the court. Will it affect Governor Luo's re-election? Governor Luo helplessly nodded. The court's control over the imperial examination was extremely strict. If he were to take the exam again because of fraud, his official position would be over. Xiao Liulang calmly asked, how much does Governor Luo think your future is worth? Governor Luo was stunned. Was this brat openly extorting him? Xiao Liulang calmly said, Governor Luo is an honest official and can't take out too much money. However, that person should have spent a lot of money to bribe the examiner, right? The victim is me. Shouldn't Governor Luo compensate me with this money? He could buy back his own future without spending a single copper coin. He could also gain a good reputation as an honest official. This transaction was worth it. Governor Luo fell head first into the pit that Xiao Liulang had dug. Of course. I will definitely send 1,000 taels to candidate Xiao. Xiao Liulang continued. Also, if no one tampered with the exam papers, I would be a grade 3 examiner. Governor Luo, you don't deny this, right? Governor Luo nodded vigorously. Of course. Both the provincial governor and I have witnessed examinee Xiao's strength. Xiao Liulang sighed faintly. But there's a reward for grade 3 examiners. I won't be able to get this reward now. Governor Luo was speechless. Why did it feel like this pit was a little big? The reward for grade 3 examiners was allocated by the court and distributed by the Yamen. The Yamen, the tribute court, and the county Yamen would give a total of 100 taels. As Peace City Prefecture had not given out grade 3 examiners for the past 10 years, the reward had been doubled. In other words, Xiao Liulang should have received 200 taels. However, with the current situation, he could not use the public account. In other words, Governor Luo had to fork out the money himself. Governor Luo thought, I actually naively thought that I wouldn't have to spend a single coin. I'm so stupid, really. The cheating incident ended with Governor Luo coughing up blood and forking out from his own pocket. Provincial Governor Zhuang was a distant relative of Governor Luo. Since the person involved did not pursue the matter, he did not report it to the court. Governor Luo's official position was saved, and the examinees did not have to break down anymore. Everyone was happy. As for the person who cheated, it should be an examinee who was jealous of Xiao Liulang's results and wanted to pull him down. Governor Luo said that he would continue to investigate in secret. When Xiao Liulang returned to the village, it was already the beginning of April. The village was filled with the warmth of late spring. The willow branches by the pond had sprouted, and strands of them drooped down on the surface of the water like a floating jade curtain. The crops in the fields had also grown, and they were green as far as the eye could see. He had come to the village around this time last year. Who would have thought that a year had passed in the blink of an eye? Uncle Zhong, who had just returned from the fields, turned his head and said to Auntie Zhong behind him, Wife, look, isn't that Liulang? Auntie Zhong's eyesight was better than her husband's. She looked over and nodded her head vigorously. Isn't that Liulang? Hey! The scholar is back. She also turned her head and shouted at the villagers who were working in the fields. Xiao Liulang's results had already spread to the village. Even though he had failed in the college examination, he had obtained first place in the county and prefectural examinations. He was also evaluated as a scholar. He was the second scholar in the village after Jiyu Dashun. Early in the morning, the people from the county Yamen had sent over a few dozen catties of grain. The white rice looked even better than Jiyu Dashian's. The villagers acted as if it was the first time they had met Xiao Liulang. They wanted to talk to him but did not dare to. After all, things were different now. He was a scholar. Uncle Zhong, Auntie Zhong. Xiao Liulang greeted the two of them. This family was warm-hearted. When Jiyu Jiao had menstrual cramps, it was Auntie Zhong who lent Xiao Liulang brown sugar. The two of them were so flattered that they could not continue the conversation. After that, Xiao Liulang met a few more villagers one after another. He greeted them, neither too warm nor too cold. It was no different from his usual cold appearance. Finally, he arrived at the door of his house. Because he did not inform his family in advance, his family did not know that he was coming back today. The sound of little Jing Kong's babbling could be heard from the backyard. Xiao Liulang stepped into the house. In the backyard that was filled with sunlight, Jiyu Jiao was washing little Jing Kong's hair. Little Jing Kong's round bald head had green hair stubs. He proudly asked Jiyu Jiao how long his hair was and whether it was longer than a few days ago. The old lady was sitting on a rattan chair, watching the little handsome monk come out of the bath while eating melon seeds. Xue Ningxiang's 1-year-old son, Go Dan, was sitting on a small stool beside her. Go Dan was slowly eating corn on the cob. Little Jing Kong was the first to notice Xiao Liulang. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and looked behind his crotch. He saw Xiao Liulang lying on the floor. He recognized him for a long time. Hey! Bad brother-in-law? Jiyu Jiao stopped scooping water and turned her head quietly. She looked at him and he looked at her in the same way. They hadn't seen each other for more than a month. Everyone in the family had changed. Little Jing Kong's hair stubs had grown, and the old lady was getting younger. She seemed to have grown taller and looked more like a young girl. Her birthmark was still on her face, but it didn't look like an ugly red spot. Instead, it looked like an enchanting flower. It bloomed with a bright and moving color in her cold and lonely temperament. She was as beautiful as a peach. He had also grown taller, and the youthful air between his brows had faded a little, and there was a hint of nobility and elegance of a scholar. The two of them looked at each other in a daze. Neither of them spoke. "Liu Lang, you're back?" The old lady turned around and said in a light tone, "Did you bring any delicious food?" Xiao Liu Lang came back to his senses. "Yes." He walked forward, but he didn't look at the door sill. He staggered and almost fell. Jiyu Jiao calmly turned around and continued to bathe little Jing Kong. However, as soon as she dipped the ladle into the water, she heard little Jing Kong cry out, "Aya, it's so cold." Jiyu Jiao was embarrassed. She scooped the wrong water. Chapter 86. The old lady looked at Jiyu Jiao and then at Xiao Liu Lang. Her eyes were full of mystery. She felt that she was going to have a great-grandchild soon. Jiyu Jiao changed the topic seamlessly and asked Feng Lin. Xiao Liu Lang answered seriously. He went back to the academy. He went to the prefectural city for a month and missed a lot of classes. It was all thanks to Feng Lin this time. Jiyu Jiao would remember his kindness. While the two of them were talking, a few yellow chicks swaggered out. Xiao Liu Lang realized that he had started to raise chickens after leaving home for a month. Jiyu Jiao was not interested in raising chickens. Little Jing Kong liked the chicks from next door when he saw them. He asked Jiyu Jiao if he could raise a few. Jiyu Jiao said that he could raise them, but there was a condition. He had to take care of the chicks himself. He could not ask others to do the feeding and cleaning of the chicken feces. In order to let little Jing Kong understand the difficulty of raising chickens, Jiyu Jiao asked him to go to Xuaningxiang's house to feed the chickens for 2 days. Not only were there cute chicks, but there were also mature hens and roosters. Jiyu Jiao also told him that all the chicks that looked cute now would grow into hens and roosters one day. In the end, even this could not dissuade him. Jiyu Jiao could only let him raise her. He raised 7 of them, and all of them were chubby. He even gave them names, from 1 to 7. She did not know how he could identify them. Xiao Liu Lang brought the old lady a specialty of ping cheng, candied red bayberries. At this time, the red bayberries had just borne fruit. The fruit was not big and had a strong sour taste. However, this type of bayberries was best preserved with sugar. The sweet and sour taste was not greasy. Xiao Liu Lang brought 2 jars. One jar had its core removed, and the other jar had its core. Although it was just 2 cans of food, this was the most famous candied red bayberry in Pingcheng. Since there were many students taking the exam, it was sold out almost every day as soon as it came out. Xiao Liu Lang went to line up in the middle of the night and shivered in the cold wind for a long time. The old madam took out a seedless dried bayberry and gave it to Gauden. Gauden was drooling. Jiyu Xiaoshun hadn't finished school yet. Xiao Liu Lang had also brought something for him. It was a complete set of wood-carving tools. The Zhao country had very strict control over iron. It was very difficult for ordinary people to buy such fine and complete ironware. Xiao Liu Lang had extorted money from Governor Luo to buy it. He watched as Xiao Liulang's bag deflated. Little Jing Kong walked his little chick. He didn't seem to care, but he glanced at Xiao Liulang's bag from time to time. Jiyu Jiao noticed his strange behavior and asked, "Jing Kong, are you also looking forward to your gift?" "I'm not." Little Jing Kong turned his head away proudly. Bad brother-in-law would not buy him a gift. Xiao Liu Lang saw the little guy's awkwardness. They were already on bad terms. After being separated for more than a month, they could not even be considered distant. Xiao Liu Lang took out a burr puzzle from the bag. "It's okay if you don't want it. I'll give it to Gauden." No. Little Jing Kong jumped down from the chair and snatched the burr puzzle. He's small. He can't play with it. Gowden looked at his little brother blankly. He didn't understand what had happened. Finally, it was Jiyu Zhao's. It was a very exquisite brocade box. Just by looking at the box, one could tell that it was expensive. Jiyu Zhao thought to herself and measured the length of the brocade box. Was it a hairpin? It was such an expensive box. It should be a silver hairpin at least. Silver hairpins were rare in the countryside. Most of them were wooden hairpins. The more extravagant ones were copper hairpins. Silver hairpins could only be bought by wealthy families. They would only be willing to wear them on very important days. Of course, the most important thing was that if a man gave a woman a hairpin, it would mean something unspeakable. Jiyu Zhao's face was full of "I love it, I love it, I love it." Click. Xiao Liulang opened the brocade box. It was not a hairpin, but a writing brush. Jiyu Zhao was dumbfounded. Xiao Liulang said, "Your handwriting is not good. Other than the way you hold the brush, it has something to do with the writing brush. This is a weasel hairbrush made by a famous craftsman in Ping City. It's very suitable for your strength." He introduced her in a serious manner, but Jiyu Zhao was not in a good mood. Was the hairpin a hot potato? Why did he give her a writing brush? This was like giving a student who only wanted to spend money to play games a set of exam questions. How could she refuse? Seeing Jiyu Zhao trying to hold back her anger, old Madame Fu laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. There was a need that Liulang thought you needed. Jiyu Zhao hugged the weasel hairbrush, her face as black as charcoal. Then Xiao Liulang handed her a copper token with the words Juji Bank engraved on it. "I've saved your household expenses in the bank. You can get it yourself if you need it." Xiao Liulang did not mention the exact amount, and Jiyu Zhao did not ask. She was still immersed in her emotions of being given a writing brush. What Jiyu Zhao did not know was that this weasel hairbrush was more expensive than all the other gifts put together. It was not something that could be bought with money. Jiyu Zhao did not lose her temper for too long. She still remembered the important matter. Before leaving, Jiyu Zhao had told Feng Lin to keep an eye on Xiao Liulang's walking practice every day. Now she wanted to see the result. Jiyu Zhao and Xiao Liulang went to the west room to check on his ankle. The wound from the surgery was almost invisible. Jiyu Zhao reached out and pinched it. "Does it still hurt?" Xiao Liulang shook his head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt at all." Jiyu Zhao raised her head and looked at him. He nodded. "Yes." Jiyu Zhao pinched his calf again. It felt good. It seemed that Feng Lin did not slack off. The weakened muscles had basically recovered after 4 months of rehabilitation. In other words, Xiao Liulang did not have any weakness in his legs anymore. He still did not throw away his crutches. The biggest problem might be his psychological state. Jiyu Zhao had seen many similar cases in her previous life. Some people were afraid of getting injured again and overprotected themselves. However, most of these cases would gradually fade with the passage of time and get better. The other case was more complicated. The patient had a knot in his heart. If he could not untie it, he would continue to live in a state of injury to punish himself or to avoid something. While Jiyu Zhao was thinking, Xiao Liulang had already pulled down his trousers and walked out with his crutches. Jiyu Zhao looked at his cold and lonely back and couldn't help but be puzzled. What exactly had he experienced? The news that Xiao Liulang had passed the county-level exam quickly spread throughout the surrounding villages. As a big family in the village, the Jiyu family had also heard the news. They really did not expect that Xiao Liulang would be able to pass 2 exams in a row and even pass the exam. He was clearly a bad student who almost failed to get into Qianxiang Academy. How did he pass the exam like Da Shun? Also, Xiao Liulang was clearly more valuable than Jiyu Daxian's rice. Otherwise, the rice given to Xiao Liulang would not be so much better than the rice given to Jiyu Dashun. 2 exams, just one more to become a junior 3rd scholar. At the dinner table, Jiyu Changlu said enviously. Was he born unwilling to study? No. It was just that he could not study. Later on, he had 2 sons and hoped that they could study. However, the family could not afford to support those who were willing to study. The one who entered for free was Jiyu Xiaoshun. That disappointment. The Jiyu family did not know that it was not that Xiao Liulang could not pass the exam, but that he had given up on it. Everyone at the table had ugly expressions. The ugliest was Jiyu Dashun. The Xiao Liulang that he had always looked down on had suddenly overtaken him. Jiyu Dashun was unhappy. With Headmaster Li personally tutoring him, of course he improved a lot. In the month before the district exam, I saw Headmaster Li call him to Zhongzhengtang every day. He did not believe that Xiao Liulang had relied on his own abilities to soar. In terms of talent, Xiao Liulang was not as good as him. If he was the one being personally tutored by Headmaster Li, then he would definitely be able to achieve better results than Xiao Liulang. To put it bluntly, he lost in terms of resources. If it was in the past, the Jiyu family would definitely say a few words of jealousy towards Xiao Liulang. But tonight, no one said a word. This caused Jiyu Dashun to frown slightly. He felt that the atmosphere in the family was different from before. Everyone looked like they had a lot on their minds, except for Jiyu Xiaoshun. It was not strange that he would think this way. After the Jiyu family failed in their attempt to woo the Marquis's daughter, Jiyu Jiao's matter was completely exposed. Marquis Jiyu did not even need to use any interrogation methods. He only needed to let Huang Zhong walk around the village and he was able to get a clear picture of Jiyu Jiao's life since she was young. This was the legitimate bloodline of the Marquis's household. How could she be bullied like this? Wasn't this rubbing Marquis Gu's face on the ground? Marquis Gu's anger could be imagined. If not for Jiyu Jinyu and the third branch of the Jiyu family, Marquis Jiyu would have long captured this family and beaten them to death. But they could avoid the death penalty, but they could not escape punishment. Old Master Jiyu had reached the end of his career. This was the most wronged Old Master Jiyu had ever been. He had gone to the clan for a drink, and when he came back, his custody was gone. And it was his own wife, son, and daughter-in-law who had caused it to be gone. As for Jiyu Jinyu, Marquis Jiyu made the Jiyu family give up Jiyu Jinyu's custody and vowed not to appear in front of Jiyu Jinyu for the rest of his life. In addition, Marquis Gu's lips were sealed. Not a single word was to be leaked. So the Jiyu family kept it a secret even from Jiyu Dashun and Jiyu Xiaoshun. Jiyu Erzhun had unintentionally eavesdropped and knew that Jiyu Jiao might have been the wrong child. But he did not know anything else. This was one of the reasons for the strange atmosphere. The second reason was that the womenfolk in the family had actually come to the table to eat. Jiyu Dashun was not used to this. Jiyu Dashun glanced at his sister, Jiyu Yuer. He thought of something and said, Jianyang is so lucky to have married a scholar husband. His sister was not young anymore. Logically speaking, it was time to talk about marriage. If she married into a good family, it would be of help to him. Jiyu Yuer lowered her head and ate without a word. Everyone thought, was Jianyang the lucky one? It was clearly that brat Xiao Liulang. Did he know who he was marrying? The Marquis's family's daughter. This was really a good thing that fell from the sky. Speaking of this marriage, they had been careless. If they had known that the girl had such a background, they would not have married her off. If they kept her at home as a money tree, who knew how much benefits they could get from the Marquis's family? The Jiyu family's intestines turned green. But what could they do? That girl was no longer stupid and easy to fool. Even if they wanted to mend their relationship, it would not be so easy. Madame Wu gave Madame Liu a look, indicating for her to pick up the meat in her bowl. This was real meat. Every slice was especially thick and fat. In the future, only Jiyu Dashun would be able to eat it. Madame Liu swallowed and picked up the thickest slice. She originally wanted to put it in Urshiren's bowl, but Madame Wu glared daggers at her. She quickly put it in Jiyu Xiaoxian's bowl. Jiyu Xiaoshun looked at his mother with a strange expression. What? Madame Liu said embarrassedly, it's not easy for you to come back. Eat some meat. During this period of time, Jiyu Xiaoshun had been living in the academy. Today, he was invited back by Jiyu Dashun. Jiyu Dashun did not want to invite him politely, but his father had spoken. Jiyu Dashun had no other choice. Jiyu Xiaoshun looked at the meat in his bowl and ate it indifferently. Jiyu Ershun was so hungry that he drooled. Jiyu Dashun frowned. Everyone else pretended not to see anything. Madame Liu smiled and said, Xiaoshun, you haven't gone to see your sister yet, right? Jiyu Xiaoshun asked, why? Madame Liu smiled and said, your sister is so good to you. Why don't you go see her now that you're back? Jiyu Xiaoshun ate a mouthful of rice and said, I'll go in a while. Madame Liu continued to smile and said, your brother-in-law has become a scholar. Remember to say a few words of congratulations. Jiyu Xiaoshun said, okay. After a long time, Madame Wu and the first branch did not get to the point. Jiyu Changhai said, Xiaoshun, I've prepared a jar of good tea leaves and 2 old hens. I'll send them to your sister with you later. Jiyu Xiaoshun said, I'll go. Why are you going? I'm afraid you can't carry them. Jiyu Xiaoshun was so angry that he almost went crazy. Jiyu Xiaoshun was a straightforward person. He did not understand the meaning behind his words. Jiyu Changhai decided to be frank and said, there's no overnight hatred in a family. We were wrong before. Today, we apologize to your sister. From today onwards, we'll live a good life as a family. Marquis Jiyu only said that they were not allowed to get close to Jiyu Jinyu. He did not say that they were not allowed to get close to Jiyu Jiao as long as they did not reveal the truth to Jiyu Jiao. They could roughly guess Marquis Gu's intentions. He was afraid that Jiyu Jiao wouldn't be able to accept it in a short period of time, so he planned to take things slowly. They only needed to reconcile with Jiyu Jiao before the father and daughter reunited. You want to curry favor with my brother-in-law because he has become a scholar, right? Jiyu Xiaoshun put his chopsticks on the table and asked, where are the things? The first sentence made people frown, but the second sentence made the Jiyu family feel that there was hope. Jiyu Zhonghai quickly said to Madame Zhu, go and get them. Madame Zhu did not dare to delay. She went into the house and caught the expensive tea leaves and the 2 fattest hens in the house. Jiyu Xiaoshun put down his chopsticks, took the things and walked out. Jiyu Zhonghai stretched out his hand and said, hey, wait for me, wait for you. You are the ones who owe my sister. Jiyu Xiaoshun sprinted out and slipped into his sister's house, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Jiyu Zhonghai, who had a nosebleed from the slamming of the door. The tea leaves and hens that Jiyu Zhonghai had spent a lot of money on were gone just like that. He did not dare to make a fuss. How could he reason with them? Jiyu Zhonghai wanted to knock on the door, but no one answered. He could only grit his teeth and go back. Jiyu Jiao did not care about the Jiyu family. The old madam and Xiao Liulang did not care either. If Jiyu Xiaoshun had not held the door shut, the old madam would have pinned a basin of feces and urine on the Jiyu family. Jiyu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen. Sister, sister. Jiyu Xiaoshun had not returned to the village for a long time and missed his sister. He rushed to the kitchen to greet Jiyu Jiao, then went to look for Xiao Liulang and the old madam. Xiao Liulang gave him the carving knives that he had brought from Ping Cheng. Jiyu Xiaoshun liked them very much. He looked at each knife again and could not bear to part with them. A good knife was to a craftsman, and a good sword was to a swordsman. That kind of joy could not be replaced by ordinary gifts. Jiyu Xiaoshun felt that his brother-in-law was a good man. Jiyu Xiaoshun was playing with the knives when the old madam suddenly called him into the house. The old madam waved at him enthusiastically. Xiaoshun, come and try the candied dried red bayberries that Liulang bought for me. Jiyu Xiaoshun blinked. Great aunt, why are you so generous today? It was usually harder to eat one of her candied fruits than to reach the sky. Here. The old madam searched for a long time and gave him the smallest one. Jiyu Xiaoshun did not pick it and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, he saw the old madam count 7 big candied red bayberries and put them into her small honey pot. She shouted loudly, Jiao Jiao. Xiaoshun ate 8 of my dried red bayberries. Jiyu Xiaoshun almost choked to death. Did she have to do this for a few dried red bayberries? Jiyu Jiao controlled the old madam and allowed her to eat 3 bayberries a day at most. She could only eat 5 bayberries during the new year. She saved 7 in one go. It could be said that she had made a fortune. The old madam was very satisfied. She waved her hand and asked Jiyu Xiaoshun to do what he should do. Jiyu Xiaoshun was dumbfounded. Did she make use of him just like that? Jiyu Xiaoshun planned to look for little Jing Kong, but he found that the little guy had gone out. Little Jing Kong went out to walk the chicks. At first, he only walked in the backyard of his house. Gradually, he felt that the backyard was not safe enough, so he took the chicks out. Little Jing Kong's route was from his house to the entrance of the village and back. If he met the villagers, he would politely greet them. The villagers were surprised at the beginning, but now they were used to it. They even started to like the little monk. Other people's chicks ran all over the place when they went out, but his chicks could still form a formation. Little Chi, don't cut the line. Little Jing Kong caught a chick that had sneaked to the 5th line. Little Jing Kong walked to the Jiyu family's old house. This was the only way to the entrance of the village. He knew the relationship between the two families. He would not go to the Jiyu family's house, nor would he greet the Jiyu family. However, today, he was attracted by a strange sound. Chapter 87. It sounded like a man's reading voice. It was intermittent. Every time he reached the same place, he would stop and start from the beginning. Little Jing Kong's OCD couldn't take it anymore. He walked over and saw Jiyu Dashun frowning under a big tree outside the Jiyu family's house. Little Jing Kong knew Jiyu Dashun, but he didn't talk to Jiyu Dashun before. He didn't understand why Jiyu Dashun didn't study at home but came to read under a tree. The family was quarreling over the tea leaves and hens. The second branch blamed the first branch for coming up with a bad idea. The first branch blamed Jiyu Xiaoshun for messing things up. Jiyu Dashun couldn't concentrate, so he came to the tree to find some peace and quiet. He didn't expect to find some words that he didn't know. Hide. This word is red hide. Little Jing Kong stood behind him and said while looking at the words in his book. Jiyu Dashun was shocked by the sudden childish voice. He turned around and looked at Little Jing Kong in surprise. Little Jing Kong had been in the village for so long. He had heard of him and seen him from afar, but he didn't communicate with him. Little Jing Kong saw him in a daze and thought that he didn't understand, so he read again, hide, hide. Jiyu Dashun didn't believe a 3-year-old kid. He looked away and said, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and said, I'm not talking nonsense. I've learned it before. Jiyu Dashun said, how could you have learned it before? Little Jing Kong said, I've memorized Vajra Sakyamuni mantra a long time ago. Jiyu Dashun looked at him suspiciously and pointed at another word. What about this one? Ah. The Buddhas of the 3 eras obtained Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi through Prajna Paramita Heart Sutra. His little mouth opened and closed, saying it all in one breath, so smoothly that there was not even a small pause. Even if Jiyu Dashun did not understand Buddhist scriptures, he knew that such a difficult sentence could not have been made up by a 3.5-year-old child. So he really knew how to do it. After that, Jiyu Dashun pointed out a few words to Little Jing Kong. There were words that he knew, and there were also words that he did not know. He did not expect that Little Jing Kong knew all of them and could even accurately tell where they came from. Little Jing Kong looked at Jiyu Dashun bitterly. How did you study? I heard that you are an elementary scholar. Are all elementary scholars so bad? Little Jing Kong suddenly remembered that his bad brother-in-law had also just passed the Shōtsai exam. Could he be as bad as him? How was he going to support his family? Could it support him until he grew up? Little Jing Kong, who was worried about his family, suddenly lost the mood to walk the chicks. He brought Little One to Little Chi back home. After putting the chicks back into the coop, he immediately went to the west room. He was still not good at writing, mainly because he was not strong enough to hold a writing brush. But he had scriptures. He took out a few scriptures from his small box and went to Xiao Liulang. He casually turned to a page and pointed at a rare word on it. How do you read this? Xiao Liulang glanced at him and read it out calmly. Little Jing Kong frowned seriously and nodded secretly. He read it correctly. Little Jing Kong pointed at another word, which was the first word that Jiyu Dashun did not know. Xiao Liulang read it out easily. Little Jing Kong was satisfied. After that, he continued to test Xiao Liulang on many words. Xiao Liulang got every word right. He also tested Xiao Liulang's interpretation. Xiao Liulang's explanation was similar to his master's, or even more concise than his master's. It seemed that his bad brother-in-law was studying hard. Little Jing Kong was finally relieved. How could Xiao Liulang know what he was thinking? He thought that he suddenly wanted to learn how to read. The children in town began their education at the age of 7. Little Jing Kong was smarter than the average child and had some foundation in the temple. Perhaps he could be sent to the elementary school earlier. Xiao Liulang secretly engraved the matter of Little Jing Kong's opening of the door in his mind. On the other hand, Marquis Gu's injury was basically healed. He did not say that he was kicked by his own daughter and only said that he fell accidentally. The servants were forced to believe him. Huang Zhong received a letter from his family from the capital. After reading the letter, Marquis Gu's brows furrowed tightly. Huang Zhong asked, "What's wrong, Marquis? Did something happen in the Marquis's household?" Marquis Jiyu sighed. "The Marquis's household is fine. It's a letter from Consort Shu." Huang Zhong was puzzled. "Consort Shu? Did she summon you for something?" Marquis Jiyu helplessly folded the letter and sealed it. "Her birthday is coming soon. Jinyu's birthday is in the same month as hers. She asked me when I would bring Jinyu back to the capital. This year is Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony. She asked me not to forget." Huang Zhong sighed. "Yes, in the blink of an eye, Miss is turning 15. Marquis Jiyu said, "There's still half a year left." The twins' birthday was in October. Huang Zhong smiled. Imperial concubine Shu must be thinking about Miss Consort Shu was Marquis Gu's biological sister and had a good relationship with the former Marquis. She was not very close to Yarosha, the second wife. She was also indifferent to Jiyu Yang. Only Jiyu Jinyu had won her favor with his talent. Marquis Jiyu had a headache. He could not return to the capital now. Even if he did, he had to bring Yarosha and Jiyu Yang along. After all, it was Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony. How could he not have his biological mother by his side? Moreover, he saw that Jiyu Yang's condition had improved greatly and he could return to the capital with him. Then, what about Miss? Huang Zhong was referring to Jiyu Jiao. "Of course, she'll be brought along," Marquis Jiyu said. "So decisive. Are you asking for trouble?" Huang Zhong was stunned. "You're not going to do the blood test?" Marquis Jiyu exploded. "You have to be able to get it first." "You're going to get it?" Huang Zhong shrunk his neck. "This subordinate doesn't dare." Marquis Jiyu frowned. "Yang is so close to her. There can't be a mistake. As for the catalyst, Rejuvenation Hall's medicine is temporarily effective. There's no harm in delaying the catalyst for a few days." But what?" Huang Zhong asked. Marquis Jiyu pondered for a moment, then said, "That child grew up in the countryside and has bad habits. Her words and actions are not feminine at all. When she returns to the capital, she will be criticized. Before she returns, I have to find someone to teach her a lesson." Huang Zhong's eyes darted around. Did you skip a crucial step? For example, Miss herself might not be willing." Marquis Jiyu flicked his wide sleeves. Is there any room for her not to be willing? This Marquis is her father. Who cares if she believes me or not? If this Marquis really wants to take her away, can she rebel?" Huang Zhong curled his lip. "Then who was it that Miss hung on the tree?" Marquis Jiyu was not puffing himself up at his own cost. The person he was most worried about right now was not Jiyu Jiao, but Yarosha. He did not know how to speak to Yarosha in order to minimize the impact on Yarosha. "Where's Madam?" Marquis Jiyu asked. Huang Zhong recalled, "I think she's in the peony garden outside the hot springs. This subordinate saw Madam when I passed by." Yarosha was indeed in the peony garden. After Jiyu Jinyu's peonies had been destroyed, Marquis Jiyu had people quickly bring over a few more. He also built a new courtyard for Jiyu Jinyu to use as a peony garden. This could be considered compensation for the loss of Jiyu Jinyu's servant, Yu Jiyu Jinyu and Yarosha sat in the center of the peony garden playing chess. Mother, it's your turn. Yarosha was lost in thought. Jiyu Jinyu waved his hand in front of her eyes. Mother, mother. Yarosha returned to her senses and smiled apologetically. Is it mother's turn? Mother will see how to move. Jiyu Jinyu took the chess piece she had just picked up and warmly said, You've been playing for a long time. You must be tired. Why don't you rest for a while and eat something? Yarosha nodded and had the servant girls remove the chessboard. She brought over a plate of freshly cut fruits and a box of osmanthus cakes that she had personally made. Jiyu Jinyu ate some fruits and also took a small bite of the osmanthus cake. Yarosha could tell that she did not really want to eat. The reason was that Jinyu's aunt, consort Shu, had once said that eating too much desserts would make her fat. Ever since then, Jinyu had not touched sweet things. Mother, your complexion has been good recently, Jiyu Jinyu said to Yarosha with a smile. Yarosha touched her cheek. Yes, after using Miss Gu's medicine, she felt much more relaxed. She could eat and sleep, and her mood was no longer so easily depressed. The only thing she could not understand was that she had been thinking about Miss Jiyu recently. She had been lost in thought just now. She should not have been so absent-minded when playing chess with her daughter. Mother, wait a moment. Jiyu Jinyu put down the desserts in her hand and walked to a nearby room. She took a robe and draped it over Yarosha. The wind is strong. Be careful not to catch a cold. Her daughter was considerate, but Yarosha did not deserve her daughter's consideration. No one knew that she had always had a secret in her heart. She had once hated Jinyu to the core. Ever since she gave birth, she had liked Jiyu Yang more than Jinyu. When she looked at the infant child, she always felt that she could not get close to him. When they were 3 years old, Jiyu Yang splashed a bowl of medicine on Jinyu. Jinyu was furious and rushed over to Jiyu Yang. She pushed Jiyu Yang to the ground and sat on Jiyu Yang's body. Jiyu Yang was pressed down so hard that he could not breathe. When she realized this, she walked over and roughly pulled Jinyu away, then gave her a slap. It was Jiyu Yang who had hit her first. It was normal for Jinyu to retaliate. Besides, they were only 3 years old. As a mother, she could have just separated the two children. There was no need to hit her. She still remembered Jinyu's shocked and hurt expression. Jinyu cried and called for her mother, but she did not feel sorry for her. Instead, she had an impulse to leave her behind. It had been so long since that incident. The two children had lost their memories of that time. She finally found her feelings for her daughter after interacting with them day after day. But every time she thought of this incident, she felt that she was not fit to be a mother. Everyone thought that her mental illness stemmed from her relationship with the Marquis and the public's criticism. But that was not the case. Every time she thought of how, as a mother, she did not love her own child and even thought of abandoning her child. She could not forgive herself. Jinyu was a perfect child. Even if she had hurt her in the past, she still respected her and was infinitely tolerant of her younger brother who always bullied her. Mother, why are you crying? Jiyu Jinyu noticed Yarosha's tears. Yarosha wiped her tears and smiled bitterly. Do you feel that all these years, Mother has not treated you well enough? Jiyu Jinyu held Yarosha's hand and solemnly said, How could that be? Mother treats me very well, just like father and grandmother. You and younger brother are the people closest to daughter in the world. Daughter will love you all for the rest of her life. On the way back, Jiyu Jinyu was called away by a servant. Another pot of peonies had arrived. She had to inspect the goods. Yarosha walked back to her courtyard alone and did not let the servant girls follow her. When she passed by a fake mountain, Yarosha heard the sound of an argument. Do you not want to live anymore? How can you speak nonsense about this kind of thing? Be careful that someone hears and reports it to the Marquis and Madam. They will take your life. Aunt, I am not speaking nonsense. I heard it with my own ears. Yarosha recognized the two voices. One was Granny Fang from her courtyard, and the other was Granny Fang's niece, Kui Kui. Kui Kui was outside Marquis Gu's study, sweeping the floor. The sound of conversation continued, and Yarosha stopped walking. You must have misheard. Granny Fang scolded. Kui Kui loudly said, I did not mishear. That is what the Marquis said. Our young miss was mistaken. She is not the Marquis and Madam's biological daughter. Yarosha felt as if she had been hit in the head. She said in a daze, What did you say? Who was mistaken? Madam. Kui Kui and Granny Fang turned their heads and were both startled. Yarosha walked in front of Kui Kui in a daze. Say what you just said again. What mistaken? What is not your biological daughter? Granny Fang quickly said, Madam, don't listen to her nonsense. Yarosha sternly shouted, Shut your mouth. Yarosha had a gentle personality, but even a rabbit would have a time when it was forced into a corner. Kui Kui lowered her head and stammered, Young miss was mistaken. She is not your and the Marquis' daughter. The real young miss was wandering among the common people and grew up in a village. She was ugly and stupid and was often bullied. When the Marquis found her, Yarosha did not hear the rest of the words. She only felt her vision go dark and the world spin. Then her eyes closed and she fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 88. In the study. Marquis Gu was hesitating on how to speak to Yarosha when he heard a servant report that Yarosha had fainted. Yarosha had been recuperating and had been living in the small courtyard. She would only come to visit Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Jinyu every day. When Marquis Jiyu arrived at the small courtyard, Yarosha had already been placed on the bed by Granny Fang and Kui Kui. Granny Fang had caught a cold in the past few days and was not present to serve. Granny Fang had taken care of the matters in the courtyard and had personally gone to invite the imperial physician. Marquis Jiyu looked at the unconscious Yarosha and then at the shivering maidservants in the room. His face sank. Who served the madam today? The two maidservants fell to their knees. One of them cried, This servant also does not know what happened. When this servant returned to the courtyard, the madam had already fainted in her room. Marquis Jiyu sternly said, How did you serve the madam? You actually let the madam stay in the courtyard alone? The other maidservant also sobbed, Marquis, please spare us. The madam usually does not like people following her. This servant did not dare to disobey, a group of useless people. While Marquis Gu was venting his anger, Granny Fang had brought the imperial physician over. The two were about to bow to Marquis Gu when he waved his hand. No need, quickly treat the madam. Yes. The imperial physician carried a medicine box and walked forward. He placed a silk handkerchief on Yarosha's wrist and began to take her pulse. To be honest, the imperial physician was not optimistic about Yarosha's condition. Yarosha did not seem to have any serious illness, but her body had been exhausted long ago. She also had a mental illness and could not take any provocation. If it was serious, she could have hallucinations and go crazy, doing something irreversible. Marquis Gu was afraid of such a situation, so he had been hesitant to tell the truth. The imperial physician took her pulse for a long time this time. So long that Marquis Gu broke out in a cold sweat. How is it, Imperial Physician Chen? He anxiously asked. Granny Fang also looked nervously at Imperial Physician Chen. Imperial Physician Chen furrowed his brows thoughtfully and took Yarosha's pulse again. Strange, very strange. Marquis Gu hurriedly said, What's so strange about it? Is Madam's condition serious? Imperial Physician Chen shook his head, It's not serious. Yarosha's body had always been very weak, and she could not be stimulated. Normally, when she fainted, it would be very dangerous. However, Yarosha's pulse was steadier than expected. That was why he felt strange. What medicine has Madam been taking recently? The imperial physician asked. Marquis Gu looked at Nanny Fang. Granny Fang was stunned and said, Isn't it the medicine that you prescribed? Imperial physician Chen said, Take it away and let me have a look. Granny Fang arrived in front of the dressing table and opened Yarosha's medicine box. She took out the small bottles and jars of medicine that Yarosha had been taking every day and handed them to the imperial physician. The small medicine bottle was filled with white pills, colorless and odorless. Imperial physician Chen had never seen this kind of medicine before. Inside the medicine jar were small bottles of granules. Imperial Physician Chen had never seen this kind of medicine before, but he could smell the familiar scent of traditional Chinese medicine. He could vaguely make out the scent of ginseng, jujube, poria cocos, cinnamon, asparagus, and ripe rihania. Medicine can be made like this. Imperial Physician Chen muttered. He had only seen medicine made into pills, but had never seen medicine made into tablets or granules. Especially those white pills, he could not identify the ingredients at all. Where did these medicines come from? Imperial Physician Chen asked. Granny Fang looked at Imperial Physician Chen in shock. Didn't you prescribe them? Imperial Physician Chen said, I have never prescribed these medicines. Marquis Gu's cold gaze fell on Granny Fang. When did Madam start taking these medicines? Granny Fang hurriedly explained, as for the specifics, this servant can't remember. It's been a while. Madam had never been willing to take medicine properly before. When she suddenly started taking them, this servant thought that Madam had finally listened to Imperial Physician Chen's advice. Was it these medicines that caused Madam to faint? Marquis Gu asked Imperial Physician Chen. Imperial Physician Chen said in a low voice, It's hard to say. The calming medicine in the medicine jar should not cause any harm to the body. As for the other type of medicine, I have never seen it before, so I don't dare to say anything. Marquis Gu looked coldly at Granny Fang. Who gave these things to Madam? Granny Fang said with a pale face, This servant is also not sure. Although this servant serves Madam, Granny Fang serves Madam the most. Granny Fang had gone to recuperate and was not in the mountain villa. Marquis Gu clenched his fists and said, Send someone to call Granny Fang here. Imperial Physician Chen thought for a moment and said, Marquis, don't worry. Madam's pulse is better than before. Perhaps these two medicines are harmless to Madam. Marquis Gu said coldly, Then how do you explain Madam's sudden coma? This. Imperial Physician Chen could not explain. Madam should wake up soon. We will know the truth when we ask her later. Granny Fang lowered her head and clenched her fists. Imperial Physician Chen wrote a prescription, and Granny Fang took the prescription to the mountain villa's pharmacy to get the medicine. When she was boiling the medicine in the small kitchen, Tsuetsue sneaked in from the back door. Aunt. Granny Fang looked outside vigilantly, closed the door, and said to her, Why are you here? Tsuetsue whispered. Huang Zhong suddenly went to see Granny Fang. Did something happen? Granny Fang narrowed her eyes and said, Madam has been taking medicine recently and has recovered from her illness. Tsuetsue's beautiful face turned pale. What? Didn't you say that, with a little stimulation, she will? Madame Yarrow had been stimulated before. At that time, Madame Yarrow's illness was not so serious, but she almost couldn't be saved. She thought that this time it would be foolproof, but who would have thought? Consort Shu's letter has arrived. She asked Marquis Gu to bring Miss back to the capital for her hairpin ceremony. Little Gongzi's illness has improved. Marquis Gu will definitely bring Madam and Little Gongzi back. As Granny Fang spoke, her cold eyes fell on the steaming medicine pot. Huang Zhong went to Granny Fang's house and brought the sick Granny Fang back to the mountain villa. Marquis Gu personally went to the study to interrogate her. Only the two maidservants on duty were left in the room. Granny Fang brought in a steaming bowl of medicine and said to the two, Okay, I'll keep watch here. Go to the kitchen and see if the madam's porridge is ready. Also, don't forget to send the fruits that Miss wanted to Lanting Pavilion. Yes. The two maidservants answered and left. Without a third person in the room, the silence was somewhat frightening. Granny Fang held the bowl of medicine and walked step by step to the bed. She looked down at Madame Yarrow, who was sleeping peacefully, and said disdainfully, Madam, don't blame this servant. If you want to blame someone for not wanting you to return to the manor. Granny Fang pried open Madame Yarrow's chin and poured the medicine into her mouth spoonful by spoonful. Today was the day of Huachun Hall's follow-up examination for Jiyu Yang. The second boss had something to do and didn't come. Instead, Jiyu Jiao and the old doctor came. The two were directly brought to Jiyu Yang's courtyard by Yu-Ya. Jiyu Yang's current condition was very stable. As long as he continued to take medicine, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live for another 2 or 3 years. The little dog's injuries had also recovered. It still remembered Jiyu Jiao and ran over to Jiyu Jiao with its short legs. In the end, it fell and whimpered. Jiyu Jiao thought of little Jing Kong, who always wrestled. The doghouse from last time was broken. Let's make another one, Jiyu Yang said without changing his expression. Jiyu Jiao made a strange sound. The house she made was very sturdy. How could it be broken? The servants all lowered their heads and pretended not to know that the young master had broken down the doghouse in the middle of the night. Okay then. Jiyu Jiao agreed. Making another one was no big deal. Jiyu Jiao stayed at Jiyu Yang's place for 2 hours. After finishing the new doghouse, she got up and left. After leaving the villa, she went to visit old Madame Li as usual. When she visited old Madame Li, she saw the mulberry tree and couldn't help but think of Yarosha. She planned to see if Yarosha's condition had improved. However, Jiyu Jiao went over and knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Perhaps they weren't there. Or perhaps they couldn't leave because of other matters. Jiyu Jiao decided to come again next time. But the moment she turned around, her ears twitched and she heard an extremely painful groan. That sound was soft and far away. Normal people definitely wouldn't be able to hear it. However, Jiyu Jiao's training in her previous life included a listening skill. She had to be prepared to recognize the other person's breathing under the interference of hundreds of different sounds. After changing into this small body, her body was far weaker than in her previous life, but it was gradually recovering. The sound was the Marchioness's. Jiyu Jiao was certain of this. Jiyu Jiao didn't care if the door was closed or not. She took a few steps back and jumped over the wall. When Jiyu Jiao arrived at Yarosha's room, there was only Yarosha left inside. Yarosha was lying unconscious on the bed. Her face was green and her forehead was dark. Her breathing was very weak. The room was filled with the smell of Chinese medicine, but there was no medicine bowl. Jiyu Jiao found a few drops of medicine that had not dried up by Yarosha's pillow. She leaned over and sniffed. It was aconite. Aconite was a Chinese medicine that was used to relieve pain and cold, but it was poisonous. It was not easily used. Yarosha's body was cold, so she could not touch aconite. Jiyu Jiao was not certain how much Yarosha had drunk, but she had to spit it out as soon as possible. Jiyu Jiao pondered for 3 seconds and immediately opened the small medicine box. She took out a special infusion tube and slowly inserted it into Yarosha's stomach through her nose. This kind of infusion tube was specially prepared for the fugitives in the organization. It was harder than normal infusion tubes and could be used to kill people. Jiyu Jiao did not think that she would use it to save someone. Jiyu Jiao took out a bottle of sodium chloride and connected it to the other end of the tube. She held the bag and quickly poured the infusion into Yarosha's stomach. The first bag was quickly finished. Just as Jiyu Jiao was about to pour the second bag, the 2 young maidservants who had been sent away by Nurse Fang returned to the room. The 2 did not recognize Jiyu Jiao and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Who are you? What are you doing to Madam? The 2 of them came back to their senses and pounced toward Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao could not be interrupted by them. She kicked a stool and knocked the 2 to the ground. Maidservant A, Maidservant B, someone come. Someone wants to murder Madam outside the room. Nurse Fang's hands trembled. It can't be. She found out so quickly. Marquis Jiyu had just finished interrogating Nurse Fang when he heard the maidservant's cries. He quickly rushed to Madame Yarrow's room and saw Jiyu Jiao pouring something strange into Madame Yarrow's nose. When he left, Madame Yarrow's complexion was still normal. But now, it was blue and black, as if she had been poisoned. This girl, could it be that she was trying to poison her own mother? Marquis Jiyu was burning with anger and walked over with a murderous look. Stop. Jiyu Jiao ignored him and increased the pressure of the infusion. Marquis Jiyu saw that not only did she not listen, but she also increased the pressure. He was so angry that he pulled out the whip at his waist and fiercely whipped Jiyu Jiao's thin and small back. With a crack, the whip landed on Jiyu Jiao's back. This was not an ordinary whip. It was a military whip used for executions. Jiyu Jiao still did not let go of Madame Yarrow. Marquis Jiyu angrily gritted his teeth and reached out to grab Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao looked over with a cold gaze. If you don't want her to die, then get out of my way. Marquis Jiyu was shocked by her murderous gaze. The last drop of infusion was poured in. Jiyu Jiao pulled out the infusion tube and helped Madame Yarrow up. She pried open Madame Yarrow's mouth and used her finger to check her throat. In the next second, Madame Yarrow's body trembled and she spat out the medicine and the infusion. After spitting it out, Madame Yarrow's complexion was no longer blue and she could breathe with some strength. At the same time, Imperial Physician Chen also arrived. He had just gone to give the Marquis Madam a pill. Why did it seem like the Marquis Madam had died in just a short while? Hey! Isn't this the little medicine boy from Rejuvenation Hall? He recognized Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao did not speak. She calmly stood up and put away her small medicine box. Imperial Physician Chen finished checking Madame Yarrow's pulse and frowned. How did Madame get poisoned by aconite? Marquis Jiyu frowned. Imperial Physician Chen looked at Jiyu Jiao and then looked at the medicine on the ground. He could more or less guess what had happened. Fortunately, Marquis had this little medicine boy help Madame vomit. Otherwise, Madame Yarrow would have lost her life. I really did not think that a little medicine boy from Rejuvenation Hall would be so powerful. Marquis Jiyu did not hear the rest of the words. His mind was filled with the whip he had just given her. He did not say that he had used 100% of his strength, but he had used at least 80%. Stubborn girl, can't you speak properly? Must you take the whip? Marquis Jiyu would never admit that he had hit her wrongly. It was clearly because she did not explain herself that he had misunderstood. But why did he feel a little unconfident? Marquis Jiyu looked at Jiyu Jiao with a guilty conscience. He was about to say something, but Jiyu Jiao had already carried the small medicine box and left with an expressionless face. The wind of late spring was very warm, but her back was cold. Chapter 89. Marquis Jiyu began to order a thorough investigation of Madame Yarrow's poisoning. According to the two servant girls, the medicine was brewed by Granny Fang and was also sent by Granny Fang. The two of them were sent by Granny Fang to deliver something to Jiyu Jinyu. What happened after that was unclear. Call Granny Fang over. Marquis Jiyu ordered coldly. After a while, a servant came to report, Marquis, Granny Fang is missing. Marquis Gu's large palm suddenly clenched into a fist. Very quickly, he remembered that Granny Fang still had a niece-in-law in the manor. Where is that servant girl called Kui Kui? Bring her to this Marquis. Yes. The servant accepted the order and left. Granny Fang did not take Kui Kui away in order to not attract attention. When Kui Kui realized that something was wrong, she hurriedly packed her bag and left. Unfortunately, she was one step too late and was caught by the manor's guards. When she was brought to Marquis Jiyu, she found out that Madame Yarrow had been poisoned. It was easy to guess who the person who poisoned her was. It was Granny Fang. Kui Kui fell to her knees and trembled. Marquis, please spare me. It wasn't me. I don't know anything. I'm innocent. Marquis Jiyu said, innocent? Then let me ask you, how did Madame faint? Kui Kui stammered, it's, Marquis Jiyu said sarcastically, good, there's no use keeping this tongue. It's better to pull it out. Kui Kui's body trembled, I'll tell you everything. It was Granny Fang. Granny Fang made me do it. She made me tell Madam what I overheard on purpose. Marquis Gu's heart tightened, what did you say? Kui Kui said fearfully, I said, Miss is not her biological child. She was swapped. Bastard. Marquis Jiyu was so angry that he smashed the teacup beside him. Kui Kui's entire body was crawling on the broken pieces of the teacup. Her hands were bleeding, but she did not dare to move an inch. Master, please spare my life. It was Mama Fang who forced me. Marquis Jiyu was worried that this would happen, so he never dared to tell Yarosha the truth. He would rather not acknowledge that child for the rest of his life than have anything happen to Yarosha. However, he had been careful and had allowed the two lowly maids to reveal the truth. He said sternly, Madam treated her well. Why would she do that? Kui Kui sobbed, I don't know. Auntie. No. It was Granny Fang. She ordered me to do things. She never allowed me to ask for the reason. I don't know why she wanted to frame Madam. If I didn't listen to her, she would let her nephew beat me to death. Marquis, please judge clearly. This servant is telling the truth. Ah, you listen to her more than you listen to this Marquis and Madam. What? Her words are imperial edicts. At this point, how could Marquis Jiu not see that Kui's words were half true and half false? It was true that Granny Fang had ordered her, but her wild ambition was even more true. If she did not covet the benefits that Granny Fang had promised her, why would she work for Granny Fang? It seemed that she would not be able to get anything out of her. Marquis Jiu waved his hand in disgust. Drag her out and beat her to death. Marquis, please spare my life. Marquis, please spare. The guards did not give her a chance to beat around the bush. They directly used a rag to gag her mouth and dragged her out to be executed. The guards of the villa split into 4 groups to catch Granny Fang. When the sky turned dark, they finally found Granny Fang's tracks. Unfortunately, Granny Fang had already hanged herself on a tree. Dead. In the study, Marquis Gu's face turned cold. Huang Zhong was a martial artist. He was not smart when it came to fighting and scheming. However, when it came to examining corpses, he had stayed in piles of corpses before and had seen countless deaths. How could he not see that Granny Fang had been hung on a tree after she had breathed her last? Marquis Gu's expression was grave. So, she had someone kill her to silence her? Huang Zhong did not dare to say that she had been killed, but he was sure that Granny Fang was killed by him. Marquis Jiu was silent for a long time. This Marquis knows. These days, strengthen the villa's security. Other than Granny Fang, everyone else is dismissed. Yes. Marquis Jiu went to Madame Yarrow's room. Granny Fang, who was sick, was guarding the room. Her complexion was not very good. Marquis Jiu said to her, "Go and rest. You don't have to come over tonight." Granny Fang did not immediately leave. Instead, she paused and boldly asked, "Marquis, must you bring Madam back to the capital?" "What's wrong?" Marquis Jiu asked. Granny Fang said earnestly, "This servant knows that the Marquis's estate dotes on Madam. However, I'm afraid that other than Marquis, no one in the entire estate would welcome Madam back." Marquis Jiu clenched his fists. "She is this Marquis's wife. This Marquis will protect her. You don't have to worry." Marquis Gu's eyes were like torches. "This Marquis will not let anything happen to her again." Granny Fang did not refute and bowed to Marquis Jiu. "This servant will leave now." Marquis Jiu blocked the news of Madame Yarrow's courtyard and did not let Jiu Yang and Jiu Jinyu know. 2 hours later, Madame Yarrow slowly woke up. Marquis Jiu sat by the bed and held her hand. He asked softly, "You're awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Madame Yarrow weakly shook her head and looked at him. "Where's my child? Where is my child?" At this point, Marquis Jiu had nothing to hide. He held her hand tightly and took a deep breath. "She came by just now. She's right here." Madame Yarrow became agitated again. Marquis Jiu was afraid that she would faint again, so he quickly held her shoulders and said, "Don't be agitated. Let me finish. She's fine. I've already found her. When you recover, I'll take you to see her." Madame Yarrow said without hesitation, "I'm fine." Marquis Jiu said, I know. It's just that it's too late today. If you go over, you'll just disturb her rest. Tomorrow morning, I promise you." Only then did Madame Yarrow lie back down. She looked at him in confusion. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Marquis Jiu was silent. Madame Yarrow frowned. "Is it that you don't want to acknowledge that child?" Marquis Jiu was so frightened by her that his little heart trembled. His strong desire to live made him decide between telling the truth and lying. "There's no such thing. Don't think too much. She's my flesh and blood. How could I not want to acknowledge her? It's just, I've already made a mistake once. I don't want to make the same mistake a second time." Marquis Jiu told Madame Yarrow about the medicine. "I wanted to wait until I got her blood and merged it with Yang Er's before telling you. However, Yang Er gets along very well with her. I think that if they weren't connected by blood, Yang would not like her so much. Madame Yarrow's expression froze. Yang has also seen her? Marquis Gu slowly nodded. Yes, she's the little medicine boy from the Return of Spring Hall. Is there a portrait of her? Madame Yarrow was impatient to see her daughter's appearance. Marquis Gu hesitated. This, I'm begging you, Marquis. This was the first time Madame Yarrow had begged him. For the sake of a stinky girl's portrait, Marquis Gu felt very uncomfortable. However, Marquis Gu still forced himself to draw it. It seemed that he could never refuse Madame Yarrow. However, when Madame Yarrow excitedly opened the scroll, her smile froze. What are you drawing? Circles, crosses, 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 crosses? Was this neither round nor square pancake a face? Were the two asymmetrical green beans eyes? Were her nostrils pointed to the sky? Also, her mouth was crooked. Marquis Gu awkwardly coughed and said in a serious tone, "It's because she's ugly." He would never admit that his drawing was ugly. The talented Marquis Gu always had a secret that no one knew. That was, his calligraphy and drawing skills were terrible. Outsiders only knew that Marquis Gu's calligraphy could not be obtained, but they did not know that he did not dare let anyone see it. "You're the ugly one." Madame Yarrow threw the painting back into his arms and lifted the blanket to get out of bed. Marquis Gu immediately guessed what she wanted to do and calmly said, "Are you going to find Yang to ask for a portrait?" "Here his drawing is not as good as mine." Madame Yarrow, who really wanted to beat him to death. In the end, Madame Yarrow managed to obtain her daughter's portrait. It was drawn by Gu Jinyu. Marquis Gu did not tell Gu Jinyu the truth and only had her draw the appearance of the little medicine boy. Gu Jinyu's drawing skills were very good. Among the noble ladies in the capital, she was at least in the top 3. Marquis Gu brought the portrait to Madame Yarrow. When Madame Yarrow saw the little girl in the portrait, her expression froze. Currently, it was late at night. When Jiu Jiao returned to the village, the sun had not yet set. Smoke rose from the chimneys in the village, and the smell of food filled the air. It was like the countryside. The Jiu family had been very quiet recently. It was said that old Master Jiu had lost his position as the village chief, and the Jiu family's dozens of acres of farmland had been taken away. Those farmland had been allocated to the Jiu family for planting. Although it was called farmland, the annual rent was only about 100 catties. It was no different from giving it away for free. This was because they had benefited from old Master Jiu and Jiu Dashun. But now, it was all gone. The Jiu family's days had become difficult. It was said that Jiu Dashun was about to be unable to pay his tuition fees. However, this had nothing to do with Jiu Jiao. Jiu Jiao could not be bothered with them. Jiu Jiao's back was burning with pain. She did not pay too much attention to it and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Little Jing Kong squatted in the backyard to feed the chicks. Halfway through, he grabbed a little yellow chick and walked over. "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, little Chi doesn't eat. Is it sick?" "I already said that you don't know how to raise a chicken. See, you're going to raise it to death." It was Xiao Liulang's teasing voice. Little Jing Kong turned his head angrily, put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. "I didn't. Little Chi won't die. I'm raising it well. Let me see." Jiu Jiao reached out her hand. Little Jing Kong put little Chi in Jiu Jiao's palm with grievance. He said those words confidently, but his eyes were a little red. It was obvious that this little guy was really worried that little Chi would die because of him. Jiu Jiao touched little Chick's belly and smiled. "It's full. It can't eat anymore." "Huh?" Little Jing Kong looked at little Chick with his big black eyes. He scratched his head and asked with a bitter face, "Little Chi, did you steal food again?" "Little Chick, gee." Little Jing Kong took back little Chick, stuck out his tongue at his bad brother-in-law, and put little Chi back into the chicken coop. Xiao Liulang looked at him with amusement, then his gaze fell on Jiu Jiao's face. He found that her face was paler than usual. "Dinner is ready. Let's eat," Jiu Jiao said. Xiao Liulang paused. "Okay." Jiu Jiao did not have a good appetite during dinner. Little Jing Kong held the bowl and chopsticks and asked her, Jiao Jiao, are you full too? Xiao Liulang looked at her with a complicated expression. Old Mrs. Han also looked at her. Jiyu Xiaoshan also looked up and said in surprise, Sister, why do you look so pale? Are you sick? Little Jing Kong put down the bowl and chopsticks, got up and stood on the stool. Nonsense. Jiao Jiao won't get sick. I'm not sick. Indeed, she was not sick. She was probably injured. It was painful, but she was used to this kind of pain in her previous life, so she did not take it to heart. She had forgotten that this body had a weak foundation, so how could it withstand a single whip from a general? At night, Jiyu Jiao's condition worsened. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark night sky, illuminating the room. Little Jing Kong was lying on his small pillow on the bed, drooling as he slept. Xiao Liulang opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the door. He hesitated for a while, then sat up. He pulled up the quilt that little Jing Kong kicked over, then put on his clothes and went to Jiyu Jiao's room. Jiyu Jiao used to lock the door. Little Jing Kong woke up in the middle of the night with a nightmare. He came to her with a pillow, but could not open the door. He was so scared that he cried for a long time. After that, Jiyu Jiao did not lock the door. Xiao Liulang pushed open the unlocked door, and a faint smell of blood assaulted his nose. Xiao Liulang frowned, paused, and stepped into the room. Jiyu Jiao. He called her, but she did not respond. So he went to the bed. He reached out and touched Jiyu Jiao's forehead. It was burning hot. Another bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the room as bright as day. Xiao Liulang saw Shuiyi on the chair. His face changed. He picked up the bloody clothes and found that they were underwear. The cheap material was not soft, but it had been worn on her delicate skin. It was covered by the smell of blood, and it exuded a faint fragrance of a young girl. Xiao Liulang's ears were red. He saw the location of the blood and confirmed that Jiyu Jiao was injured on her back. He took a deep breath and planned to turn Jiyu Jiao over and get a doctor. His hand was just about to touch Jiyu Jiao when it was caught by Jiyu Jiao's cold little hand. She said arrogantly, "Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Xiao Liulang was embarrassed and explained, "No, don't take up too much." Jiyu Jiao mumbled and fell asleep in a daze. So, was she talking in her sleep? Xiao Liulang's breathing quickened, and cold sweat seeped out. However, this was not the scariest thing. He turned his head casually, and another flash of lightning lit up the door, illuminating the old lady's gloomy figure. His hair stood on end. The old lady entered the room expressionlessly and put a bottle of medicine on Jiyu Jiao's table. Xiao Liulang's shirt was soaked. He couldn't tell if he was more afraid or guilty. After all, his hand was still on her chest. Although she was the one who pulled him over, it looked like he was the one who took the initiative. "Great aunt, don't misunderstand, aren't we a couple?" "What's there to misunderstand?" The old lady put down the medicine and went out with a snort. "Really? It was a dark and windy night. Hurry up and give her a little great-grandson. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.